Picking the right ideas, getting the right words, I think it's that ideas, you bringing time for love is, how goes, up the yes, I be having something, how goes, I ain't even way, with it, and I'm running you. Do what I'm like you, do what I'm like you, do what I'm like you, but what this mean, do what I'm like you. I'm trying this. Tell me like this. I'm trying this. I'm trying this. I'm trying this. Tell me like this. I I'm more about how to see my bold and sound I'm swinging. You do the things I far. What is she read them look? What is your team on the bar? All the low be way over. And when it's you, I'm not that funny. Over the side of that guy, look funny. Keep it the post, I am funny. Don't stay, you say, lying there. See how I can. My mind, she's got everything that's looks like fun. Get a steady tune for and handle. I have not got the top on love. And the vibes comes from a real day. And my time is lying low, it's a lie. Oh, you can't even start to feel okay. So y'all will lead tell us all from my heart. Oh, yeah. Till the tunnel on the fire. It's you will know, no, some won't come up, no, you will know, no, some won't come up, no, if I do, I had it. No, you will know, no, some won't come up, no, if I do, I had it. We don't let we can walk day. Still want to love more. You to a pack of GP. More for a budget GP. Do we walk in my fist? I'm in my phone. Sample the fuck out there. The point of this doesn't really know. It be rich. I'm really sure. I got to be 18 and the 18. Well, I'm good. Share my selection, my head. The one from stay. Sit back. Can't buy it to me, I think. Come on, set it home when my bottle find out where jump up in the air. I love the ocean and run my way. Stop with the pop down. You didn't know. That's the way. You know. Can't leave me. Can't leave Kodak. That's what you love me. Let it go. Can't leave me. Can't leave no now. Come on, it be no love. Can't be a man, can't be no love. You might have failed all of them. Number one, so I found Looks like fun. Get us into for another. Being hard, not out the top on love. And the fast, cause gonna be a day. And time is lying, don't it's a lie. Oh, you can't even start to feel again. So young, when we tell us all from my heart. Oh, yeah. Till the time on the fire. After saying why you get them, they're right. Don't mind what you have to lie. We are not a good family. I'm born and I'm a little bit. I'm kissing on Banuta, I see me when I run in my life. I'm one year above. I let me go. Can you feel it? Oh my God. I need that spirit. papa. Tu dis quoi, ni comme ça, ma femme, la papa. Mais donc, la légende, moi, femme, la vie de mon canard. Moi, ça va changer, aïe, oh, oui, dis-nous, mais aussi, mais. Je ne sais quoi, j'y savais pas dire, parce qu'il y a longtemps de l'eau, pas de ma fête. Ma belle assiette, sous ton tombé, un peu vite pour le faire, ta carte, ma mère. Forever, we have a family. I got your love, you want it, love the things like what I don't know. Yeah, I got some money there. Oh, my home, they all got some money there. They all got some money there. The money so good, the ass be much easier. Oh, yeah. Now I'm not coming back to get my one of some way by. Say, no, my mama, my children, I'm don't make it by. Say, don't do what it is. Don't know your feelings. Oh, you don't know that. Yeah, I'm a part of your friend in my book. And I'm a little bit. Don't do what I can do. Side
If we want an AI-literate society, meaning resilient and ready for the future, we need to integrate these new tools into school curriculum.
It is no coincidence that this era of profound innovation has prompted many to reflect on what it means to be human and on humanity's role in the world.
We don't need to sail in the same ship. We don't even need to go at the same speed, but we do, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to navigate the same oceans together, by the same compass, under the same stars.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. How are we feeling on day 4? I hope you're staying hydrated, or at the very least, caffeinated as we go down in the home straight of our fantastic event. And thank you also to the brilliant DJs over there, the Dada bots. They've been doing AI-generated music for you all every morning. Aren't they great? Yes. Yes, they are. Well, welcome to today's theme, which is the International AI Standards Exchange here at the AI for Good Summit 2025. And to begin this important conversation and start us off today, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Seizo Onoe-san, Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau of the International Telecommunication Union, for his keynote address, The Role of Standards in Shaping an AI-Driven Future. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this final day of our summit, where standards will take center stage. Now, really, in fact, I'm on the center stage. And standards have always been central to the work of ITU. AI reminds us why. Standards are global business deals. They represent industry consensus on the way forward. And they reinforce public-private partnership. They foster reliability and certainty, helping us better forecast the future. Ultimately, standards create a confidence to keep innovating and investing, because they are the common understanding we all need to prosper. Standards do this for multi-billion dollars industries like networking and multimedia, and they must deliver this value for AI. We need trusted standards more than ever, and that has been recognized on on every global platform over the past year, from the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its global digital compact to the World Economic Forum and G20, and to the AI Action Summit in Paris and Kigali, and of course, the governing conference for ITU standardization work in New Delhi. With a new resolution on AI standards and capacity development, our members made a powerful statement. We will meet the world high expectations, and we will continue expanding who engages with ITU's work with our AI for Good initiative and our partnerships with fellow UN agencies and standards bodies. Our talk today will share insights on our progress in areas from quantum technologies to healthcare, food security, and road safety. We will also hear more about the momentum we are building on AI testing for trustworthy AI. Together with ISO, IEC, and other key standards communities, we are launching 2 landmark papers on standards and policy considerations and multimedia authenticity. We will introduce our new AI standards exchange database to help position everyone for success. And we are looking forward to seeing you at the International AI Standards Summit in Korea this December. Standards help us innovate at scale and share innovation worldwide. The principles we want to live by must be embedded in the standards we develop. To achieve that, standards need to be the result of a process that is inclusive, transparent, and aligned with our ambitions for a better world. ITU offers this assurance. All participants' voices heard, and every step forward is determined by consensus decisions. We have 160 years of experience to build on, and we have global community that believes in commitment to collaboration and consensus. I welcome you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, brilliant. It's Seizo Onoe-san for that incredible and insightful speech. It's a great start. And Onoe-san, I think you might be returning to the stage at least once more today. And with that, we'll move on to the next session of the International AI Standards Exchange. We're going to invite you to stay engaged throughout the day as the Standards Exchange unfolds across several focus sessions on the importance of AI across different industry verticals. The idea is that everybody can learn from what everybody else is doing. So it's very exciting. Our next session is the high-level panel on the role of international standards in AI. So please join me in inviting on stage the moderator of the session, Dr. Bilal Jamousi, Deputy Director, TSB, and Chief Study Groups and Policy Dep, ITU. Please come onto the stage.
Good morning.
Good morning. I would now like to call on stage the speakers for the session. Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, Under Secretary General and Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technologies, United Nations. Mr. Seizo Onoe-san, Director of TSB ITU. Mr. Sung Hwan Cho, President ISO. Mr. Philip Metzger, Secretary General and CEO, IEC, Ms. Kathleen A. Kramer, President and CEO of the IEEE, and Mr. Paul Gaskell, Deputy Director, Digital Trade, Internet Governance and Digital Standards, Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, that's DCIT, from the UK. To moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, LJ. Welcome to our panelists. I have to be careful here not to fall. AI Standards Exchange Database in collaboration with IEC, ISO, ITU in partnership with IEEE, ITF, and the AI Standards Hub. This is something we're going to be launching today, something new and exciting, to really meet the call to action that we had in the Global Digital Compact that was published last year. And we're very pleased to have with us Mr. Amandeep, the United Nations Special Envoy for Technology. So we're going to start with a slides. If I can have the slides on the screen, please. I'm going to do a very short presentation to introduce the AI Standards Exchange Database. And the objective is to have a one-stop gateway access to broad spectrum of AI standards and reports from global standard setting bodies. There are today more than 700 AI standards and technical reports from standards development organizations meeting the call to the Global Digital Compact, particularly Article 58 and 59 and 60, as well as the WTSA 24 Resolution 101 on artificial intelligence. The main components of AI standards database include, of course, AI standards, news, networking, and standards-based capacity building, which will be coming in 2026. AI standards database includes publications classified by industry verticals on human AI activity applications, usage, and use cases. They track AI standards that are in force and under development, and permits keyword search and drill-down filtering for search refinement. The governance aspects, don't know if this clicker is moving. Okay, there we go. So the governance aspect of the database is happening and taking place in collaboration with the SDOs, the Standard Development Organizations that are providing and inputting their content into the database. So we will have a steering committee formed by all the SDOs that will continue this momentum. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this was a real fast-track operation that we did over since the GDC publication, I think in September last year, Amandeep. And then in October last year at WTSA, we started working together on putting this database together, what we call the International AI Standards Exchange Database. And one more click. There is the QR code that you can scan, and you'll have access. The database is now live, and we're going to try to have one example. I think Vijay is going to show the database on the screen. If you can show yes, there it is. So once you scan that QR code, you'll have access to this website that shows the AI standards that are already uploaded by the various standards development organizations, IEC, ISO, ITU, the IEEE, the ITF, and other partners that will be coming on board. So here, if you can show an example, perhaps of a search for AI for health, for instance, you can look at the filters. international standards, the human AI activity, and then you click on that and you'll be able to see the standards that are published. And if you click on, let's say, the IEEE standards, we see that there are 3 standards related to AI for health. And then, of course, you can click on the standard and have access to it. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the product of the collective product of the standards development organizations. If you'd like to applaud, this is the time to do that for this major achievement. So with that, thank you very much, and really thanks to all the experts from all the standards development organizations that made this happen. Now I would like to move to our panel discussion. And we have a few questions, actually 2 questions, that will be asked to all panelists. The first one, in a rapidly evolving AI standards landscape, how can standardization bodies work together to provide clarity and coherence for governments, industry, and the public, and what mechanisms can help all stakeholders? We'll start with Amandeep.
Thank you, Bilal, and congratulations on the launch of the database. Now, this question is about collaboration, is about networking, is about meeting the needs of the moment. First of those needs is the ability to respond in time and speedily to the demand, shifting demand for AI standards. For example, our typical standards development cycle is not fit for purpose for what AI needs. So how can we be more agile, more responsive? And that can only happen if we work together, because different standards development organizations have their strengths. So we need to work together more tightly, more cohesively, also with the national and regional standards development organizations. The second aspect of this question is about clarity, transparency, what's going on in the standards development landscape. Governments, industries often confused with the proliferation of standards, and some of them may be overlapping, some of them may not be fit for purpose. I'm not saying they are, but may not be. So we need a way in which we come together regularly to discuss them, to discuss the implementation, incorporate the feedback, reduce overlap, and catalyze a more productive, harmonious standards development community around AI that embraces the socio-technical paradigm of standards development, moves from a purely technical approach to more of a joined-up multidisciplinary approach.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amandeep. I would like now to move to Dr. Cho, President of ISO.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think I fully agree with what just Mr. Amandeep told us. I think the coordinated approach, coordinated efforts, and strong partnership is the key to bringing coherence and clarity for governments, industry, and the private sector. In this sense, ISO and IEC have been collaborating with each other to develop AI standards in our technical committee, SC42. As you may well know, it is addressing many different aspects of AI technology development in a holistic way. And we should not stop there. And as Global Digital Compact clearly stated that we need to increase coordination among international standardization organizations to come up with coherent, interoperable, trustworthy AI. That's why we also launched some time ago Standardization Program Coordination Group under the World Standards Corporation, which is working on technical activities of mutual interest of 3 organizations. And also, because AI's impact is so global, so cross-sectors, overarchingly influential, we need to have world global benchmark. What is the best practice and how we set the common language and common platform. And OECD AI Council recommended governments to promote multi-stakeholder, consensus-based global technical standards, and international standards we are developing together can suit for that purpose, right? So, but this is not the whole story. As Doreen mentioned yesterday, in order to come up with the responsible AI governance, there are three key elements: inclusion, clarity, I mean the standards, and the capacity. So inclusion and diversity is at the core of international standards goal. For ISO, which is reflected in our third strategic goal, all voices heard. So we have to ensure no one is left behind. So that all voices heard strategic goal make sure that no one is left behind. And even SC42, out of more than 60 participants, more than one third of that membership is from developing countries. So in order to narrow the gap of digital divide, we need to have a capacity building for developing countries. So ISO has been offering many initiatives and projects under the umbrella of Action Plan for Developing Countries. And SC42 can leverage the diverse verticals of international standards which ISO has been creating. So it can talk to healthcare informatics, financial services, and many more expertise sectors. Before I conclude my remarks, I'd like to emphasize there is other aspect in AI governance. There should be. AI governance is not just about technology itself. As you mentioned, it's more about societal challenges, right? When you develop AI technology, we often focus on technical aspect of this technology, yeah? Data structure, infrastructure, energy demand, algorithm, software, hallucination, performance, efficiency, while overlooking ethical, societal, environmental, and economic impact of this AI. So the transformation which AI will bring into our future is so immense, so humongous, so overarching. We need to consider human-centered AI ecosystem. That is the key message from me to you during my remarks. AI international standards should consider not only technical aspects, but also societal challenges. AI standards should cover technology, but also it should cover how AI benefits humanity for all in the end. So I conclude my remarks with that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sho. Certainly collaboration, inclusivity, and human-centered standards. Thank you for that. Onoe-san.
Thank you. Oh, microphone?
I think it's on, yes.
No, not. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and actually the ITU has productive relationship with many standard bodies. So we need to strong communications and collaboration. And we have deep experience in this regard. And together, you know, the ITU, ISO, and IEC are known as a World Standard Corporation, WSC. So this partnership is key to comprehensive standards development for AI. AI has created even stronger connections among standards bodies, and AI is evolving very fast. And that's why we have created a new collaboration framework or initiatives. We want to ensure that our standards keep pace with this evolution. Our AI and multimedia authenticity standards collaboration has just published its first two reports, one mapping on standards landscape, and the other on consideration for policymakers and regulators. Our International AI Standards Summit took place in New Delhi last year, and I thought Dr. Cho mentioned about this year's summit in Korea in December. And of course, our new AI standard exchange database is also designed to support cohesive standards development and application.
Thank you, Onoe-san. So collaboration with teeth. You mentioned a number of publications that came from these three SDOs, ISO and IEC. You mentioned the white paper on multimedia authenticity and the policy guidance that was led by ISO, also a paper published today. So we collaborate and we publish together, and of course the database is another broader collaboration with ISO, IEC, IEEE, and others. So which will bring us to Kathleen, the president of IEEE. Kathleen, please.
So at IEEE, we believe that in standards to advance technology, but we see standards as far more than technical tools. When they're open and consensus-driven, then they can be enablers of digital cooperation and trust and innovation, and of practical progress towards the most important goals. The roadmap for digital cooperation reminds us that we must work across sectors, borders, and disciplines to shape a safe and inclusive digital future. IEEE shares this commitment. It's in our DNA. We are together a global and expert community of over 500,000 members in 190 countries. Our standards development is a model that we use for our own technical communities across the organization. And it's key to this is that it's a multi-stakeholder model and that it is responsive and dynamic, not static. So we develop and support standards that reflect an open collaboration of expertise and experience, ensuring relevance and impact in real-world contexts. So my key point to conclude is that only through intentional, structured collaboration can standards development organizations contribute to an AI standards ecosystem that supports open, safe, and trustworthy AI across borders.
Thank you very much, Kathleen, and as a proud senior member of the IEEE,
and I'm proud that you are a senior member.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. It's really, we have a great collaboration together, especially in, with the Standards Association of the IEEE, that is a sector member of all three sectors of the ITU, which allows us to have this interlinking of our standards development. So thank you for that strong partnership. Mr. Philippe Metzger, Secretary General of IEC. Please, Philippe.
Merci, Bilal, and thanks very much to the ITU and for the invitation. We're really impressed by the size of this event. It's becoming bigger and bigger. I remember last day we saw the audience circling around the conference center downtown, and you had to move up here. I'm not sure where you're going next, but congratulations on that success. Now, to your question, Bilal, essentially on 2 points, how do we provide clarity and coherence as SDOs, and how or what kind of mechanisms should we apply? I would emphasize 4 elements which seem key to me. The first is translate, the second is structure, the third is include, and the fourth is connect. And what I mean by that, if I start with the translation aspect, I mean, standards that we all do as SDOs ultimately translate principles into practical implementation. And if we collaborate in doing so, I think we can promote and enable that translation much better. We have a real need of translating that in the field of AI into actual governance. And if we look in how we collaborate today, and it has been mentioned, I think, by some of the speakers already, if I look at the IEC working together with ISO in a joint technical committee, I mean, all our AI transversal horizontal standards are done jointly with ISO. We have the SPCG in the world standards collaboration with ITU and ISO as well. And I think these are cases in point why the collaboration aspect is so important for the translation, because otherwise we won't have the impact. The second point is the structured approach. I think it's important that we do this in a structured way to ultimately ensure clarity and coherence. And without clarity and coherence, we won't be able to create trustworthy AI. So I think there's a clear link there throughout. And to do the trustworthy AI governance, we do things and need to do more things, such as capacity building, which I think all of us do in one way or the other. We also need to support in a targeted way quality infrastructure, which is increasingly becoming a quality digital infrastructure for all the populations around the world. So that's why doing this in a structured way is key to have the maximum impact on the ground, if you will. With regard to the inclusion, the third element I've mentioned, include, it was interesting, I had a chat this morning with journalists about where we're coming from, where we're heading to, what our current opportunities and challenges are. And I think one thing that I emphasized we cannot afford, certainly as I see, is to break things. And so we have to remain true to our DNA, which is one of inclusiveness. We have one member, one vote principle in the organization. We are consensus-based when it comes to all our approaches, the work we do in the governance and technical fields. And so I think that is absolutely critical to create also a platform where we have a broad participation and equal voices for everybody. I think it has been mentioned already by some of my pre-speakers. And then the last point, connecting, and I mean connecting the dots. What I mean by that is that we're not just collaborating amongst ourselves as SDOs. We more and more need to collaborate with other organizations, international organizations, with governments, with industry, of course, and stakeholder and user communities very broadly, because otherwise we will not really understand which dots need to be connected. And I think it's with that in mind, in that spirit, that we are going to organize together in Seoul, in Korea, in December, our International AI Standards Summit, precisely to leverage as many stakeholders and organizations as possible beyond SDOs. And that's also the reason why we have asked our members to designate, in a sense, their own national delegations so that they can include the relevant stakeholders that they see. We don't necessarily see them from Geneva. So I think that's why the connecting the dots is so important, and leveraging the insights that the members have at the national or even local level. And I think that ultimately will allow us to make sure that AI governance becomes actually actionable through standards. And that's what we can essentially contribute to.
Thank you very much, Philippe. So let me check if I got it right. Translate, structure, include, connect. Great, thank you. Now we heard from the UN, from the standards development organizations. Would love to have a view of one of our member states from the UK. Government perspective, Paul, please.
Thank you, Bilal. So, I mean, as a government, we recognize that digital standards really matter. So we're talking about AI standards today, but that's also across other technologies, cybersecurity, internet, quantum, semiconductors, future telecoms, et cetera, et cetera. But we very much see standards as a key tool alongside regulation and legislation for creating frameworks for emerging technologies. Standards are global, industry-led, pro-innovation. They give clear guidance to business, reassurance to consumers, and therefore underpin the rollout of and confidence for consumers and everyone to use standards globally. Digital standards also feature in our new UK industrial strategy, and we'll be publishing a UK strategy on digital standards later this year. In answer to your question, we need, as other speakers have said, an open, inclusive, multi-stakeholder ecosystem of standards development organizations. We need to engage industry, tech community, governments, regulators, civil society. We must represent those diverse interests, and we must make sure that that ecosystem supports innovation. Standards bodies should never become a blocker. I agree with others that there must be clarity and coherence across this ecosystem, not duplication or fragmentation. We need mechanisms for SDOs to coordinate globally. We therefore need strategic engagement and information between them, and also with wider international and national stakeholders. For the UK, we're addressing this challenge. We have our own AI Standards Hub, which is a partnership between our Alan Turing Institute, our British Standards Institution, and our National Physical Laboratory to bring together the UK community in this space. And we held a global summit on AI standards in March this year in London. I suspect that many people in this audience may have attended that as well. We were delighted to have attendees from over 40 countries. So the UK, we're really keen to work with the ITU, ISO, IEC on the standards exchange, because I think there's a lot of work that we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you for mentioning the Turing Institute AI Standards Hub, which is one of our partners in the Standards Exchange database. And it was a very fruitful conversation we've been having to ensure we don't duplicate. We leverage what already exists and bring all of this data in a common portal for the world to consult the international AI standards. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the second question, and I'm reminded we only have about 5 minutes or so. So we're gonna have to do this in a sort of a rapid fire. Would the shared AI standards database be a useful tool to support coordination, transparency, and informed policy making? And how might standard bodies collaborate to make this a reality? Would like to start. Amandeep, please.
I don't know if I'm going to answer this question directly or not, but I just want to double down on what Philippe was saying, that you need to broaden this ecosystem, and centralization will not help because it's an emerging field, and we don't know all the directions yet. And we also need to take this broader approach because we need to look at the purpose of standards, which is to support governance, which is to support innovation, as Paul was saying. So bringing in these connections to the AI governance discussion, to the work of the International Independent Scientific Panel, the policy dialogue on AI within the United Nations, those would be important directions for the future. And really looking forward to the Seoul Summit, which in many ways can be a kickoff opportunity for some of these new directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amandeep. Dr. Cho?
Yeah, thank you, Beryl. I think we are very delighted to see finally this standards database will be introduced to the world. It will bring us many more advantages because it provides a single point of access for all the AI-related standards, right? So, and it is transparent and traceable. So policymakers, regulators, companies, and developers will benefit through easy access and transparency of this database and up-to-date of state-of-the-art technology. So I'd like to mention how we make all these things possible in the future. I retouch what Onoe-san and Philip mentioned, the 2025 International AI Standards Summit, which will be held in Seoul, December. In this special AI Standards Summit is exclusive place for leaders across sectors get together to discuss about how we make international standards for AI technology will be a practical tool for business and also serve as a bridge to connect different regulatory frameworks. So we have very high expectation we'll withdraw some tangible outcome out of this summit to establishing global AI governance for the future of our world. So I like to invite all of you to those summit, and we can have a very intense and fruitful discussion there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cho. So ladies and gentlemen, please mark your calendar, 2nd and 3rd of December, Seoul, South Korea. Thank you. Onoe-san,
Yes, your question is about whether that database is useful tool or not. Of course, yes. We need to continue the effort to make it useful. And actually, today's technological area is very wide. So there are single organization cannot cover all areas. So we have many organizations, standards bodies. So such standards bodies must be complementary. So the database shows the full picture of the standards of the all areas. So for the standards bodies, it is very useful to coordination between standard bodies. Also for the standard developer, they can find useful standards from that database.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Onoe-san. So the practical use of the database for the end user, but also the developer of technology to know what's available and use it. Kathleen.
So I think we all share an enthusiasm for the potential of what could be, but it's a bit like world peace that we're all in favor of it. But how are we going to get there? And it certainly requires intentional, systematic collaboration with an eye towards what's accepted and what's technically real. And so I'll point to our IEEE's history with user-centered design, and even the very first initial draft had 300 co-collaborators just to get to that point. And then as we proceeded, I think now we're up to about 2,000. And it takes that kind of deliberate, systematic, open collaboration that does include all the stakeholders in order to have something that stands the test of time and can respond to emerging technologies in the time frame that's needed, and so that you can look at something from 2017 and say that it is applicable for today, or in this case from 2025, December 2nd, and see that it's applicable.
Yeah, no, thank you, Kathleen, for mentioning the thousands of collaborators who are developing this standard. We are providing them with a platform as standards development organizations, but it's really the hard labor of thousands and thousands of hours of experts to really bring those standards to fruition. Philippe?
Yeah, I think you said 5 minutes, but that's probably for everybody, so I'll try to keep it very short. And I think a lot has been said. First of all, just leveraging what Onoe-san just said, this database, of course, is a very valuable step, but it's just that. And I'm not at all trying to diminish our common work here, but we are ultimately going to be measured against real outcomes and the real impact that our standards make. So this is a stepping stone we want to leverage. But based on that, I think, as we've said, we have to drill down on, especially also on the socio-technical and socio-economic dimensions. We see how big the interest is from other organizations. We had great discussions this week with a number of them who are also going to be certainly in Seoul at the Standard Summit. I think that's very much going to be the spirit. But ultimately, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And so we will really be measured against those real outcomes. And I just would like to say, maybe give kudos to two sort of activities that we see developing. The first is capacity building. I mean, for instance, ISO is doing great work in doing capacity building between its members, the national standards bodies, and the governments. And we see fantastic examples at the national level, and it's not just because I'm sitting next to Paul that I'm saying this, but I think that the UK AI Standards Hub is a great already achievement. Of course, it's work in progress. It's an ambition as well. And I think if we can't just replicate it like this, at least we should take inspiration, and other countries take inspiration, how you can leverage, mobilize the know-how at the national level through that channel precisely to broaden up and to have a better, a deeper scope as well. Because again, it comes down to the real cases where our standards will be used. So I think that's ultimately the test.
Thank you. Thank you, Philippe. Paul.
Thank you, and thank you, Philippe, for kindly referencing the UK hub. So the question that was asked was, would a shared AI standards database be useful? Yes, it would. And we have evidence as well that it works. So our UK AI standards hub has an AI standards observatory which has a database. Now, there's plenty of work to do in this area, lots to do, so there's lots of room for the Standards Exchange and the UK to work very closely together, and we're very, very keen to do so. But feedback from users from our AI observatory already shows us that it is effective and helpful in increasing awareness and understanding of AI standards across the whole community. So we have an evidence base there, and as I said, we're really keen and look forward to working with ISO, IEU, ITU in this area in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. This brings us to the end of our panel. Certainly, as a standards community, we, I think, stepped up to the plate and the challenge from the GDC to provide an international AI standards exchange with concrete deliverables of a database with very strong collaboration among the international standards organizations, with a spectrum that is open to other collaborators to come and join us in the database. Of course, Korea's summit at the end of this year in December 2nd and 3rd to continue the momentum on international AI standards collaboration with a human-centered and a governance approach to standards. Of course, conformity assessment, you didn't mention it, Philippe, but certainly an area that IEC is leading and that we are looking forward to working together on. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to help me thank our panelists. And I'll hand it back to LJ Rich.
Thank you. Shake hands here. See you soon. Thank you very much. Another excellent panel. Oh, they were all brilliant and fabulously moderated by Bilal with some brilliant talking points that we hope will take you through to the future. And with that in mind, we're going to move on to our next session, which is Transforming Telecoms with AI and Machine Learning. And it's a real pleasure to invite to the stage our panelists. I'm going to read them out whilst we reset. Oh, gosh. They are quick this morning. It's day 4. I swear they're getting faster. Okay, so these are our panelists. John Omo, Secretary General, African Telecommunications Union, the ATU. Hatem Daouda, Group CEO of E&. Qilin Yi, China Mobile Chief Scientist, Wireless Technologies, China Mobile Research Institute. Pamela Snively, Chief Data and Trust Officer for TELUS, and yet another outstanding moderator. It's Ebtesam Al-Mazrouei, Executive Director of the Office of AI and Advanced Technology at the Department of Finance, CEO and founder of AI E3, and Chairperson of UN AI for Good Impact Initiative. It's an honor to welcome them all to this stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today discussing one of the important roles of telecommunication. Is telecommunication enabling AI and machine learning, or it is the vice versa? Today, we have our esteemed panelists and distinguished guests. Thank you for joining our panel. John Omo, Secretary General of African Telecommunications Union. Hatem Daouda from E&, the Group CEO of E&. And also Qin Lin from China Mobile Research Institute. And finally, we are welcoming Pamela Snively, Chief Data and Trust Officer from TELUS. And we're going to start our session today by asking Hatem and Qin Lin, why do you believe AI and machine learning are critical to the future of telecommunications, especially that we were utilizing AI and machine learning for a long time ago to optimize our network, to improve our efficiency, and to have cost-benefit solution? Not from technical perspective, but we need to understand from business transformation and societal impact.
Good morning, everyone. So I think there are two sides, as you said, for AI being essential in what we do in telecommunication and technology overall. One side is the efficiency factor, is the ability to do things better and faster. We have been using forms of machine language and AI for a couple of decades in telecommunications, but now, especially in some areas like customer care, with the advancement that we've seen in generative AI in the last couple of years, suddenly it's becoming much better experience than a tedious chatbot that sometimes doesn't understand. So this is going to revolutionize customer care in telecoms, but in other areas. However, other areas like self-healing networks and managing network capacity, managing energy consumption, these are things also now with the current tools that are improving. So this is one side. The other side is telecom as an enabler for AI, so a lot of applications. And by having the infrastructure with low latency that allows for having AI being crunched on big computers in the cloud, this is now possible. This was not possible in previous generations of telecommunications, but now it is. And of course, with some areas like edge computing, this is even becoming more pronounced.
Thank you, Hatem. And Chinlin?
Yes, absolutely. From our perspective, we started exploiting the capability and the potential of wireless big data, more than a decade ago. But with the recent years, the fast improvement and new AI family technology emerging, we have found that it's absolutely essential in the sense that not only it helps greatly improving the resource efficiency, the performance level, as well as it bring in new opportunities to create new capability as well as the new services. Just a couple examples. We have been working on energy saving, like most of the operators in the world, for a long time. And since maybe more than 10 years ago, with the very crude version of data analytic capability, we were able to optimize our integrated 2G, 3G, 4G multi-rate network as one system to improve its energy consumption. And with the latest AI technology, currently we are able to basically achieve more than 1 billion kilowatt-hour annual savings in terms of power consumption in our network. Of course, given that we have a network with over 5 million base stations, so it is an immense opportunity in cost saving. Okay? And in terms of creating new services, I think one would come close to heart for consumers using the Chinese population as an example. We have 56 diverse ethnic groups in the country, and there's large number of dialect families and also heavy accent groups. So to enable our citizens from wide areas to be able to interact and converse very efficiently, we use AI, large language model, with the speech recognition as well as the dialect translation. It covers right now a whole 8 family of dialects group, as well as more than 30 different heavy accent group. This automatic speech translation is a great tool right now to help daily lives, actually, of our citizens.
Do you believe that we need more networks for AI, especially that now we are going towards the 6G, or we need AI for networks? Anyone you would like to contribute?
I think, like I had also mentioned, that we need AI for our system, for our network. But also we need to make sure our network, our system, can enable creative with social benefit, new AI applications, basically providing AI as a service,
yes,
so to speak.
Exactly. Thank you. And now going to Bamila and also John. So you are working extensively in the internal standardization. From your own perspective, what makes international telecommunication standards essential for the successful deployment and to have trustworthiness of AI-enabled telecom networks?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. I think the value and role of standardization in whatever networks that we have is not in doubt. It's not in doubt. Be it interoperability between various systems, be it issues of security and trustworthiness, be it issues of cooperation. And so the key question is how do we collaborate enough in terms of ensuring that the various standards that are developed facilitate interoperability, facilitate scalability, as we have had, facilitate a more particularized customer service. And so that for me is the key issue. And so international standardization, as we've heard from the previous session, there's need for more collaboration between various standardization organizations for purposes of ensuring scalability, for purposes of ensuring interoperability and enhanced security and trustworthiness of the various networks. Thank you.
Mamila, your views?
Thanks very much. I think I'd like to just pick up on the trustworthiness piece, because I don't think this can be overemphasized enough in the age of AI. So we've always known that was an aspect of, it's a motivator for having international standards. But in the age of AI, it is a much bigger motivator now, that we are building technology that if we want people to engage with it, we need them to trust it. And the development of standards facilitates that. So if we can develop standards where the public, regulators, governments trust the standards that we are building, we will be able to innovate faster. We will be able to innovate with much greater confidence. So to me, it's absolutely critical. And I 100% agree, collaboration is the key, and it's an easy word to say, at least in most languages, but it is not always easy to do, and it's certainly hard across the international spectrum. So, it's a challenge that lies ahead of us, but I think the ROI, the return on investment, on collaboration, on standards, is greater than it's ever been before, because I think this trust piece is absolutely critical. We know it is a huge barrier to innovation. The confidence for organizations to innovate when they don't know what the standard's going to be, or it's going to be something different in another jurisdiction, as well as the confidence for consumers, citizens to engage, and then for the regulators to know that the standards are sufficient, and if we're meeting those standards, we're going to be okay. Society's going to be okay.
Thank you, Bamila.
I'll leave it there.
I think John also would like to add something to your point.
I just wanted to take you on, for the audience. You've used the words, I know it's not easy to do, to collaborate. Why is it not easy to collaborate? We've heard it from the previous sessions. Industrial concerns, IP rights. Why is it that people cannot collaborate a lot more on what is affecting our health, what is getting into public networks? Why are there standardization organizations that still do this in some sort of secrecy? I would plead for a debate on this.
Chen, you would like to add something as well?
I want to chime in a little bit on this topic, because coming from the mobile industry, the wireless communication, personally, I started working since the 1G era. We are now already, fully into 5G and starting to prepare for 6G. I think everyone, no one could deny that one of the reasons that this industry had created so much value to, along the past 30, 40 years, kind of help transform our global society in such a fundamental way, is because that we always, in every generation, strive for globally unified single standards. So we have the scale economy, we have the full global interoperability, and we actually benefit very much from standard activities led by ITU, CGPP, etc. Coming to AI, I always feel that it's such an exciting new, I don't know how to call it, it's a technology direction or area, because it's not one thing, right? And it changes, revolutionizes itself so fast, it's like accelerated speed. So how can we feel comfortable in terms of a global interoperability and in terms of being able to enjoy the benefit of the scale, and also the trust, reliability, because we all know that at this young age of this new technology, lots of things are happening every single day. And how do we know how to pick and choose the element to put into this global infrastructure that everybody can feel relaxed and comfortable and with confidence using it? I think it's all the more important, I would even say that it's more important having global standards. But this standard probably needs to be continuous evolving in a much faster pace than one generation, I mean, every 10 years or so that our industry has been practicing. I think it needs to be a much faster paced effort in global standardization.
Thank you, Chin-Lin and Pamela and John, for your valuable insights. And that's why here, ITU, they are taking the lead in putting the international standards and the best in the practices to enable safe, inclusive AI with great benefits and opportunities for everyone everywhere. Now, going back to Hatem, where do you see the greatest commercial value from integrating AI and machine learning in telecommunications, whether it is enhancing and improving the network operations, the customer experience, service personalization, or beyond?
So actually, it's all of the above. So let me tell you, for example, applications for AI today is load balancing on the networks. I mean, the networks have many elements, and one of the things that everybody expects is telecommunication networks to be available 100% of the time. And like any equipment, there are sometimes failures in areas. So AI now is capable of solving these failures without anyone noticing. I mean, almost in real time, you're able to reconfigure the network, whether at the core, whether in the transmission and load balancing the traffic that is going, and even in individual sites. And we have seen now, with increasing the energy in sites that are surrounding a failure, you can cover that area for most of the customers. And these are things that we used to do in the past. You know, there's an emergency, an engineer goes, looks at the network parameters, starts experimenting with these parameters, takes maybe 2 to 6 hours until it's resolved, until the actual faulty piece of equipment is changed. Now, this is happening today in real time. So the customers are feeling it, better experience, and also for telecom operators, there is no loss of revenue due to that failure. So this is something that is practical and we see today. On the other side, there is efficiency in headcount as well. There are areas where, for example, billing cycles, until today, there are always samples taken of every billing cycle where it's reviewed manually to make sure there's consistency. And yet, because it's a sampling procedure, there are always errors. Now we're experimenting with systems that AI would review 100% of the bills before they are sent to the customers. And this then will ensure, again, better customer experience, less revenue leakage, and at the same time, it saves on tedious jobs that I think, you know, somebody having to go through bills is not really something that is fun or adds, life to someone's, day. So these are things that we are doing today. On the other side, as I said, there are many, many opportunities for telecom providers. AI requires a lot more efficiency in the network, a lot less latency. This is, we have been searching for the killer app for 5G for a while. I think AI is one of those killer apps, because to have cars that are self-driving, to have drones that are transporting shipments, and in the future people, you need that low latency that 5G will provide, and hopefully future generations as well of telecom networks. So this is another reason why people are now today talking about network slices, private networks, in a way that adds a lot of value to the ecosystem overall.
Thank you, Hatem. Indeed, I'm confident that EAN, they are doing a lot of amazing use cases to improve the customer experience. And going to Pamela and John, what is the most important thing that the leading industry leaders and the players like your organization can play an active role to contribute to the international standards and safety and ethics?
Thank you very much. I think, truth be said, in the various standards that we develop are ingrained our practices, our prejudices, our aspirations, our ambitions, either cultural, political, business-wise. Truth be said. So whoever develops a standard, in a way ingrains something that he or she perceives to be important to him, to her, and hence the value of cooperation. Given that standards now, once a standard is agreed on, it's embedded in a network, it informs how business is undertaken. There's a lot more value, in my view, not just in cooperation, but ensuring that all facets of our society, be it the civil society, be it the global south, be it the global north, be it, in private sector organizations, are brought in some way to the table where standards are being developed. Because, as I've mentioned, ingrained in these standards are our prejudices, are our aspirations. They may be cultural, they may be business-wise. The African Telecommunications Union has been active in ITU standardization processes quite a bit. And the value that brings from the African region is that African aspirations, African prejudices are brought into the various standards that ITU develops. And that helps, because then when you apply those standards, they are localized to the needs of the African people. So I think there's value in bringing a lot more players in our standardization processes. That's why I'm a great believer in open standardization. I still want to perhaps debate next year why some standards are developed in closed outfits. Of course, there may be industrial concerns or IP rights, but I think in the main, the more we open up our standardization processes for as many people as possible, the more value, in my view, that we drive from the products that we create. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pamela.
I couldn't agree more about the diversity of voices that needs to be involved in the development of standards, particularly around AI. And we've done a lot of research at TELUS with respect to, what are the fears and hopes of a vast array of generally underrepresented groups about AI. And the real primary fear is that they won't be included, that this will negatively impact them and they won't have had a say in how this technology is developing. And so I think if we are building standards in large part to build trust. If we don't have that diversity of voices, we will fail in that mission, and we'll have gone to all this work to do collaboration for nothing. So, critically important. I think the telcos are really well positioned to influence standards. We have a lot of experience pushing out, complex technology on a large scale, managing data, securing, protecting privacy. A lot of the skills that are going to be involved in managing large AI implementations have been well developed by telcos. So I think we have a real advantage, and we can identify some of the issues that will arise with certain types of regulation. So I think this concept of leading some of the discussions through telcos is absolutely right on. Again, I think if we're not there at the table with not just the standards, but also those who are influencing policy and regulation, we will miss the boat. And I think the regulations will not address the needs of the societies that we serve, the communities that we serve. So critically important. We've been at the table for the G7. We're participating in HYPE, ITU work, of course, NIST, making sure that we're at the table and make the voices of all of the communities that we serve are heard as well.
So we need that. We have to have a global voices around the table, and this is the importance of such a platform as the AI for Good, bringing international leaders and industry leaders and from different organizations, standardization to the operational side, and AI tech leaders just sitting on the same round table discussing how we can put the right standards. So the final questions, we have 5 minutes, 1 minute for each of you, if you don't mind. So looking ahead 5 years from now, how do you envision the telecom landscape evolving with the advanced AI integration? If you think there will be a potential risk that can also pose that integration, please feel free to give us your thoughts in 1 minute, please.
I think for me, of course, it's been mentioned briefly, but a more customer-driven offerings from networks, we'll see a lot more of that. But the flip side of it is that as Bilal travels to another city, he opens his Wi-Fi, and the first advert to him is something that he's accustomed to, which means then how much into my privacy would you get into in an era where there is so much information out there and there are so many breaches out there?
Thank you,
so
John.
The positive and the negative.
Thank you, John. And you have your 1 minute now, Chinlen.
Well, I think 5 years from now, it's actually will be the beginning of the 6G era, and we have a lot of imaginative ambitions at this point. But I feel that, especially with the latest emergence of the agentic AI capability, we could probably look forward to a much more dynamic agentic intelligence in the network, in the global digital infrastructure that enables not only much more efficient, much more green, sustainable development everywhere, but also in 5 years, I believe that with ITU and United Nations effort to basically provide equitable access and knowledge expertise, building the skills with AI capability,
Thank you,
including
Chen.
Africa,
Yes.
and that all of us will be able to make use of this new capability in a very open, transparent, and collaborative manner. And
Thank you, Chen.
That's the word we can look forward to.
Indeed, thank you, Chen. Len and Bamila.
I'll just be quick. I also think that agentic AI offers a tremendous amount of promise, and maybe just to combine the two previous points, I think I see opportunity not just in the infrastructure, but for those consumer-facing products and services. Just for us, we have a large home security service. What can agentic AI do? Just on a really small scale, we can look at it and say, you know, agentic agents could look at your home and look at the temperature of your home, your patterns of use, your calendar, your travel patterns, and shift the way you're using energy, shift the way your home is secured during those times. And then, of course, that begs the question of, well, you know, where's the governance here? How are we protecting privacy and all of the, you know, the possibilities around, you know, surveillance? So governance is going to be absolutely key as we approach these, but the opportunities are enormous.
Thank you, Bamina. And Hatem, we'll close with you.
So I think I will have a little bit gloomy view now. So while we operate in 38 countries, including telecom operations in 20, including some countries in Africa, we have a problem that there is an AI digital divide as well that is happening. Data sovereignty is an issue. So while in countries where we have AI capability, like our home market in the UAE, in Saudi, and so on, in Eastern Europe, in Africa, we have an issue. Data sovereignty is an issue. This will prevent some of the countries where they don't have AI capability, that the operators there are able to use the power of AI. So we will end up with some operators really improving, becoming more efficient, succeeding more, while the digital divide will widen because some will not. And we need to solve in the standards also these issues of data sovereignty and security. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your valuable insight, and thank you for our audience here. And let's remember that telecom is playing an important role in enabling us to have smarter and connected worlds for everyone and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. Another excellent panel, I would say. And I hope that you are enjoying the final day of our summit so far. As we reset the stage, I think I should tell you that it is absolutely worth holding on for the final performance. Thank you very much, everybody. It was amazing. The final performance, I'm very, very lucky to have met the performer on quite a few occasions, and I know exactly what he has planned for you. And let me say that if you have already spent some time staring vacantly into space because you're completely stunned by what you've seen on stage, then you are absolutely going to love what happens later on this afternoon. So it is highly worth you remaining, even though it's a long day. I'm really glad that you're all still here, and we're ready to have some more AI for good. Because this is the last day until next year. And for me, I always look forward to the 4 crazy days that AI for good brings, because, well, we simply have some incredible people, some amazing speakers, and of course, you lot, the audience. You're all outstanding. Everybody that I speak to, and obviously I've spoken to most of you, I feel like I've met most of you personally by now, but the stories I'm hearing of how you're meeting each other, connecting with each other, and changing the world, just one conversation at a time, it's a really special place to be here, and I'm really so glad that I can share it all with you as well. All right, I think we're ready for our next person. And yes, it's a special treat for those of you who are here. Let's carry on through the end together, but let's not stop, because we have a next keynote. He's the Anne R. and Andrew H. Tisch Distinguished Visiting Fellow, the Brookings Institution. I know you're going to love this. Please welcome Cameron F. Kerry.
Good morning. I'm here as someone whose background in technology regulation, like that of ITU members, is rooted in telecommunications network, and whose policy background and whose policy work in government and at a think tank has depended on broad engagement with stakeholders. I draw on that experience today in putting standards in development into the context of AI governance, and building on the first panel. Ever since ChatGPT and other generative models burst into public consciousness, there have been calls for international bodies to regulate foundational models. Prominent examples are UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, OpenAI's Sam Altman. Both called for something like the Atomic Energy Agency. I'm here to say that any comprehensive regime to govern AI is the wrong approach. Multiplicity and diversity in global AI governance is a necessary feature, not a bug. The UK safety report, led by Yoshua Bengio, found that even developers of models are constantly discovering their capabilities and applications. Yesterday, Dean Shuelan talked about joint ignorance among policymakers. Although the future course of AI is uncertain, it is certain that models are going to produce new challenges, new opportunities that are unforeseen. No one government body can keep pace with the rapid pace of development of advanced AI or get arms around the complex and novel challenges and the risks and benefits for humanity. You have too much to learn, too much trial and error, too many differing contexts. These challenges require a networked governance model that is as agile, distributed, and iterative as the technology itself. The ITU and other standards development organizations have essential roles in these networks, and they build networks. They're attuned to technical issues like those involved in AI. They are multi-stakeholder, participatory, adaptive, and they are global. This map from telegeography and the ITC systems it depicts may be familiar to many people involved in ITU. It shows the hubs and the links of the global internet connected by cables. Those large circles are the continents. Europe in the upper right, Africa, light green, the Middle East, the pink, America, red, North America, light blue, Oceania, the dark blue at the left, and Asia, bright green. The smaller circles show hubs where traffic is routed, the arcs, the cables, and the widths of those reflect the bandwidth needed to transmit traffic. Along with my colleagues at the Brookings Institution and the Center for European Policy Studies, I see this graphic as both a metaphor and a representation of global AI governance in the world today. It maps where the infrastructure exists, and with it, centers of research and development and investment, data centers, and the deployment of AI systems. In turn, the patterns that we see in this map shape governance, geopolitics, and the digital divide. The ITU is one of the bodies that together have governed the systems, the standards, the protocols that enable traffic across the internet and its networks and nodes. There's no central body. Instead, a network of organizations, many of them self-organizing, and all of them harnessing stakeholders and expertise. Because communications networks are central to the ITU's global role, I think many of you know that key features of information networks like the internet are diversity, redundancy, and resiliency, where fluid architecture enables information to move by the fastest paths and avoid points of failure and delay. And Metcalfe's law on network effects teaches that the more connection points, the faster information can spread. We also have the example of neural networks, the machine learning breakthrough that enabled advances like protein folding, like large language models, and the distillation of recorded human knowledge. The Nobel Prize winning paper by John Hopfield described neural networks as the spontaneous emergence of new computational capabilities from the collective behavior of large numbers of simple processing elements, solving problems with asynchronous parallel processing capability. Networks solving problems through many different pathways. That's what we see as the right approach to global governance. It is the right model for the iterative, agile, and networked approach in this field. And maybe it's fitting that something like the neural networks that enabled AI advancement can also advance global AI governance. It will take the diversity, the resiliency, the agility of distributed networks working in parallel. As my colleagues and I described in a recent report, the international governance of AI will need to be multifaceted, multi-layered, and multi-stakeholder. You know, long before the ChatGPT moment, governance was evolving through multiple centers of effort, including AI for Good. An early G7 study by Japan, initiated in 2016, turned into the adoption of the OECD AI principles on AI ethics. This foundational work informed other initiatives through the G20, the EU AI Act, and other national policies, and then the Global Partnership on AI involving 27 countries, and on to safety summits, regional partnerships and strategies, and a global digital compact. More to come, no doubt. The Hiroshima AI principles show that these multiple centers can propagate a virtuous cycle. Once again, Japan took the initiative in the G7, launching the process in the spring of 2023. In the months that followed, the outreach to stakeholders produced voluntary agreements, and then the basis for principles endorsed by the G7, with a more detailed code of conduct for foundational models and high-level principles for all AI actors. The OECD and GPI then took up the development of a transparency framework to follow implementation of principles along with incident monitoring. That process has expanded outward into the Hiroshima Friends Group. Now 56 governments from all continents have joined the Friends of the Hiroshima AI Principles Group, giving added weight to that process. This uptake makes that process a critical path towards transparency and accountability and the development of AI standards. There's much more to do to build on this, expand outward with more governments involved and more stakeholders to help shape it. It needs to evolve through an iterative process. Responses that companies submitted to the framework in May can provide feedback, improve the reporting, engage more participants, And as these frameworks become more robust, more widely adopted, they can build a foundation for policy and standards that reflect the best practices in disclosure, assessment, testing, and risk mitigation. So we see that by spreading ideas through multiple pathways and expanding networks, we can move in a pretty short span of time from high-level principles from a few governments to broader frameworks, practices, and eventually to standards and binding rules. This brings me to the unique role of the ITU and other SDOs in global governance. The Hiroshima Declaration calls for participants to advance the development and, where appropriate, the adoption of AI's international technical standards. On Tuesday, Doreen Bogdan-Martin pointed out that the Global Digital Compact mentions standards 15 times. And now, as we heard from Amandeep Gill earlier today, a partnership on standards development with SDOs. And in the work of my project on AI cooperation with 7 governments from 4 continents, along with international experts from industry, academy, and civil society, a plurality of 40% identified standards as the #1 priority for international collaboration, ahead of ethical alignment, safety, scientific consensus, and research and development. So we've heard this morning about the network of international SDOs developing standards. ISO, IEC are partners in today's session, and we've heard about a much broader partnership underway. And each of these SDOs, in turn, brings a network with it. ITU has one of the broadest networks with member states and telecommunications providers in every country, and an expanding network of stakeholders. As we've seen in this conference this week, and I'm encouraged to hear that this will expand in Korea. The standards that these organizations produce provide bridges of interoperability that can span differing approaches in law and regulation and policy. They provide the architecture that can operate underneath all of that. The work is research-driven, practice-driven, bottoms-up, and adaptive to the technology and to the complex networks of governance. They put, as we've heard, I think as a theme this week, principles into practice. They provide tools to measure and to management. And we need measurement. In carpentry, the maxim is measure twice, cut once. When it comes to AI, the maxim needs to be measure, measure, and measure again. In development, before deployment, and continuously throughout the life cycle. Developing tools for assessment and understanding is the essential task for AI governance today. Standards development organizations are essential to that task. I believe in the ability of multi-stakeholder organizations like SDOs to solve these issues. The experience of internet governance demonstrates that self-organizing governance can succeed at a global level. I played a role in one internet governance organization, ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. As a senior official in the US Department of Commerce, I was part of a decision to end the government role in naming an independent board of directors for ICANN. Later, as a lawyer in private practice, I was part of a team that developed a new corporate governance plan that made the board of directors elected by and entirely accountable to the stakeholders of the internet. I see this kind of multi-stakeholder governance as an example to governments at all levels in achieving agile, participatory, and informed decision-making. And that approach is especially needed dealing with technical systems as massive, as complex, as multi-purpose, and progressing as fast as AI. Now, AI implicates standards that are described as socio-technical systems, which makes it different from more technical standards like transmission protocols and technology. But I think STOs have proved some capacity to deal with those issues. The very first ethics framework came 10 years ago out of a standards development organization, the IEEE, which we heard from today. But even so, the internet governance experience is also a caution insofar as the internet needed to be retrofitted for vulnerabilities to security and privacy. So in dealing with broader issues, SDOs need greater transparency, wider participation from stakeholders with more diverse interests. The ITU is well positioned to help in this opening up. It has the Bridging the Standards Gap initiative. It is formed as a multilateral organization, but I think it has spliced the DNA of multi-stakeholderism into its genes. And through this initiative, ITU is already building capacity to engage in standards development. Its outreach can build capacity for governments, for civil society, and for enterprises that have been outside the standards development processes, to help them to understand, to help to broaden the voices at the table and the transparency of standardization. And I'm glad to hear that that process is going to continue. Now, these are detailed processes, but as the architect Mies van der Rohe said, God is in the details. This summit has brought together a broad and diverse group from around the world across many sectors. By adding standards to this summit today, it's bringing to the standards tables creators, advocates, others who are not typically part of these processes, but should be thinking about how to get involved. Now, on Wednesday, I was part of a roundtable discussion that was led by a Cambridge University researcher whom I advised a few years ago on a report comparing regulatory approaches, and where I pushed to pay attention to standardization policies. Now, that student is a postdoc whose work focuses on standards. Today, I hope everyone will leave this summit paying attention to standardization as a concrete tool to implement AI policies. Find seats at the table and rejoice in the details. Thank you all. Thank you, ITU. Oh, here are some links. No, that's not the link there. Some links to our project and our work about standards and about AI governance. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much there. What an incredible talking points. That we just keep getting more and more interesting things coming up. And guess what? You've got another one coming up very, very soon. And standardization is surprisingly, I don't think people realize just how much it shapes the world. A few hundred years ago, there was a composer called Bach who took quite an interest in the new type of tuning of a piano called equal temperament, where there was a difference in between each notes that was equal. And as a result of one piece of music that he wrote, the tuning of pianos across the world started to become standardized, and then that became a universal language for sharing music together. So I really think that there's so much that we can say about this, and guess what? We've got a fantastic keynote to continue on this amazing day. Yes, she's the author of Trustworthy AI and Zero Latency Leadership, and the Global Deloitte AI Institute leader at Deloitte. My goodness, it's amazing that she has time to come and see us, and we're so grateful for her pro tips on how to navigate tomorrow and beyond. Please welcome Beena Amanath.
Hi, everyone. The last time I spoke at ITU AI for Good event was 5 years ago. It was during COVID. It was obviously a virtual event. And I distinctly remember the topic I talked about was 100 things AI can do for good today. And honestly, I had to search for those 100 use cases. But today, if you think about it, we've made so much progress. Today, I could probably put together a slide of 10,000, 23,000 ways AI can be used for good. So there's a lot of progress that has been made. AI is part of our lives, and as you've seen throughout this event, there is so much going on with AI. So as part of the Deloitte AI Institute leader, I work a lot with boards and executive leaders, really talking about how AI can be used from a business perspective, how AI can be used in the largest enterprises in the world. One of the key observations that I have is many of these conversations are focused on ROI, value creation, process optimization, cost savings, and so on. But I do think this technology has immense power to do a lot of good. So today, in today's conversation, I'm going to share a little bit about the key component we might be missing in the entire conversation. What if I told you that in 5 years, your biggest competitive differentiator is going to be your workforce knowledge of AI? Are we talking enough about the impact of AI on the workforce and the changes that we need to do as leaders? Think about it. And today I'll cover across 3 dimensions: workforce education, skills, and standards, as the theme of the day is standards, and really dive deep into each of these areas. As you know, the technology is evolving rapidly. Think about it a few years ago when voice assistants came in, right? The first voice assistant couldn't even recognize my accent, and it was always giving me the wrong answers. But it has advanced so much in the past few years. Just thinking about voice assistant, today it can have complex customer conversation. It can help with mental health challenges. It can help capture this conversations in real time, translate it into hundreds of languages if it wanted to. So it's so much advancement in just one area of AI. So think about the potential of all aspects of AI and how much impact it's having, and look at the number of, the progress it's made in just a few decades. Think of the example of a drug discovery. It used to take decades for a team of scientists to do the research and discover a new drug. Today, with AI, it takes months, a couple of years. We've seen that already coming into play. That's because scientists are using the AI tools. They can parse through data faster and come up with different hypotheses and combinations in a very fast way. That's because the scientists are trained on the AI tools. What happens if your employees are not trained on AI tools or don't have the basic AI literacy? I'll give you another example. a property insurance claims agent. Now, his job is to look at pictures, damages to property, and assess the value and how much should be paid out. He does it very manually, not necessarily something that can be very accurate. But the company invests in an AI rendition tool that can look through his pictures and help the agent do a better assessment in a faster way. Now, the agent is not being trained on AI or the tool, but is expected to use AI based on the manual provided. And obviously, there's a narrative on AI taking away jobs. So he's worried if he uses AI tools, then his job is going to go away. So he continues to do the job as he's always done. The difference would have been if the company had invested in workforce AI education as much as they invested in building or buying that AI tool. So you see how it is crucial for companies, organizations to think about AI and why it's important for the employees to be part of the AI journey. We cannot succeed in the AI journey unless all of our employees are with us. So, education. We've reached an interesting point with education. The technology is still evolving. I studied AI a long time ago. I'm going to date myself, but back in the early 90s. And that time, most of it was theory. And today, it is becoming real. And it is continuing to evolve. We are nowhere near the final stage with AI. There is still a lot of development that's going to happen in this technology. There is massive investments going into AI research. Every day, there is a new AI tool released or a new AI capability that you hear about in the headlines. And that's going to continue, trust me. We've seen the era of generative AI, AI agents. Next year, it'll be the next iteration of AI. There, we are barely scratching the surface with AI technology. Imagine this scenario where there are 3 parallel lanes. Right? The first lane is AI research, where the core technology, AI as a technology, is being developed. Right? That's the first lane, where you hear a lot about the new next version of the large language model or a new agent being developed. The second lane that I want you to imagine is when that AI that's being created by researchers and labs is used in the real world, is applied in banks and hospitals and in your supply chain, right? That's the applied AI of the world, right? A technology that is not fully mature, we are already using it in the real world. And then the third lane is really standards, guardrails, the side effects of using a developing technology in the real world. So these 3 lanes are: the car is being developed in the first lane. It can get you from point A to point B faster. So it's already being used on the roads, but there are no speed limits. The roads haven't been developed. The roads are still meant for horse-driven carriages. There are no speed limits. There's no seat belts. So there's accidents happening. So I think we as a generation are at this huge opportunistic time where we get to influence and shape these 3 lanes, and we get to set the right guardrails, the right standards, and get all of humanity along the journey. So education is very hard in this scenario. You do realize you're trying to educate your employees on technology that is going to get outdated, or there is a new development that will come in by the time they get trained and are successful with it. So education is an interesting challenge. It is not a once and done. We have truly entered the era of continuous learning. There used to be a time when you did your college degree, and you could build an entire 40-year career just based on that one-time education. Today, that's no longer relevant. I can tell you, I studied computer science, and many of the core concepts are there, but a lot of the programming languages, already outdated. Who uses COBOL or Pascal today, right? But I can learn a new language because I have the basics. So how do you make sure your workforce also has the basic skills, the basic AI literacy, but there is a track, there's a pathway for them to stay ahead of AI tools that are getting created every day. In fact, in one of our recent surveys, we learned that 70% of employees learn a new technology and it becomes obsolete in the next 6 months. So education as an employer, as leaders, is an interesting problem, is an interesting scenario that we're working at. We've entered an AI era where you really need to accept that employee continuous learning is part of the equation. Think about skill development. You have now started, once you accept that you have to become lifelong learners, what can companies provide? It's no longer about just, the same old way of training. You can now actually use AI to provide more personalized training. So you can train about AI with AI. What do I mean by that? So you can have not only the classroom-based training, but depending on the type of learning that you're most familiar with. Like I have 2 sons, one of them is a very visual learner. He needs videos and pictures to learn from. We have always had education with one teacher and one too many students, but now you can have AI coaches. From an employee perspective, depending on your job, your role, AI can actually have a personalized AI training pathway that an AI can build and have a personalized AI coach for each role. Think of if you're working in a warehouse and you have had the basic training, but what if there's an AI coach that could coach you through a real-time spill in the workforce, in the warehouse, right? I mean, AI has so much power to even make the training easier and more fun for employees. So there are so many creative ways that AI can be used for learning itself. We've also seen where it's not just about providing the training, but also making sure that there are standards. Would you get into a self-driving car with no clear safety standards? I come from a city where there are self-driving cars today, and it's more of a tourist attraction today, but really, there are clear standards that have been, safety standards that have been published on what are the guardrails that's been put into place, what are the likelihood of there being accidents. So I think standards are the bedrock for AI adoption. Without standards, it's very hard for anybody to trust AI. So think about the different kind of standards that's needed. And I think today's entire discussion is going to give you glimpses into everything that's being done with standards. And I think it's a phenomenal opportunity and absolutely crucial for us to have those standards, for us to have those speed limits and seat belts and the roads built for AI to be successful. Another one of our Deloitte surveys that came out earlier this year showed that the biggest obstacles to adoption of AI is actually risk management and regulatory compliance. We've talked about that in this event quite a bit. But if you think about it, risk management is that third lane, right? As regulations and laws are being developed, there are still gaps in it. And it doesn't help that technology is still changing, right? It's the same problem as education. Because the technology is still evolving and maturing, it's not at a static state, it's very hard to have those very robust laws which cover every possible scenario in a rapidly changing technology world. So it's highly unlikely that you will have standards or regulations that is thinking through every possible scenario. But at the same time, I believe we have enough regulations in place, especially in the highly regulated industries, that can help provide those guardrails, help provide us make progress. Risk management is another area where it is important for employees to be trained. The risks doesn't just come from your IT team or from the AI team. It can be at any level of your organization. If you don't think about risk, across the board. It can be that intern in your marketing organization who's evaluating a marketing tool and doesn't know what kind of questions to ask or who to reach out to if they're concerned about certain aspects of the product that they're evaluating. So I think as part of your AI training, it is absolutely important to train them also on how to use the tools in a responsible, compliant way to reduce the risk exposure. We hear a lot about AI replacing jobs, and I think now it's becoming more and more clear it is about AI and humans working together. Of course, there will be jobs that will change and evolve. There will be new jobs that get created. If you look, for those who have been around for a few decades, know that the jobs that existed probably at that when we started out in our journey have changed and evolved. There is I can tell you that when I studied computer science, there was nobody with the title of data scientist. Forget data scientist. There was not even a mobile developer. Was not even a role that existed, right? Those are jobs that got created. As we go deeper into this AI era, with the right AI literacy trainings, everybody can become AI savvy and use the latest AI tools and enhance their jobs. There will be new jobs that will be created, but it all comes down to how proactive you are as an individual to learn about AI, how proactive you are as a leader to get your organization on this AI journey to be successful. After all, you can have the best AI tool possible, but if nobody uses it, it's a failed AI project. So to drive AI adoption, you have to look at how can the employees use AI effectively, responsibly, and have those new ideas for tools. So there's a lot that can be done with AI and humans working together. It's not AI that's going to take away a job, but it's a human who knows AI and how to use AI tools in their job that will take away a job or will get the next promotion or win the job interview. So I cannot emphasize enough on how important it is for everybody to become AI savvy, AI literate from every aspect. The last thing I'll talk about a little bit more is having an AI sandbox. Again, from a leadership perspective, it's not just about providing the training or providing an AI coach, but how do you provide an environment where employees can safely and in a compliant way try out different tools? You do not want, we've heard of scenarios where employees put out proprietary data into the public environment. So it is crucial for leaders to think about how can we provide a sandbox, a safe space for employees to try out new tools, to learn about new tools, or get their hands on even building some AI. When I talk about AI literacy, let me be clear, I'm not expecting every employee to become a data scientist or start building algorithms, but just become familiar with the ABCs of AI. Meaning you should be able to tell what deep learning is, what a large language model is, what are the AI tools, if you're an accountant, what are the AI tools that's available in the accounting world, and what are the tools that's available within your organization for accountants. This is a great opportunity for all employees to get involved, and having a sandbox gives that hands-on experience for employees to get more active and involved in these roles. So from a highlight perspective, continuous AI education, if I want to leave you all with one thing, learn about AI, become AI literate, go beyond the headlines, look at your role, what you want to do in your world, in your job, and become extremely familiar with the AI tools in your space, and be responsible about it. We stand at the cusp of tremendous opportunity. And we have this opportunity to make a lot of difference. Our decisions today are going to be far-reaching. And if we grab this moment, we can truly make AI good for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bina. The future of work is clearly going through a massive transformation, and there's so many excellent places to start when learning how to do, how to learn, and how to learn what to do next. And from the future of education to the future of exploration, as our next keynote features the director of the Zhejiang Lab, Wang Jiang.
Good morning, and it's a great honor to be here. I really enjoy this event. So AI for Good really bring us a lot of things, and also it's a good opportunity for people to get to know each other. And so today I really want to share some of the work that we did at the Zhejiang Lab, and particularly about relationship between computing and AI, and how we can use this latest technology to explore the area they probably never could touch it before. And if you're just looking at the, if you look at how we have this topic about the computing AI. So for me, computing AI is more like two sides of a coin, okay? And if you go back about 2 years before, actually, Alan Turing had his first paper talking about relationship between computing and intelligence. He actually wrote a report at the late 40s, and talking about what human looks like, if you're thinking about it's a universal machine. So this is a very famous quote, okay. And so basically, it tells us, and the paper on a person with pen paper is a very powerful machine. So for me, today, that even though we have the computer, it's pretty much like plays a role, like a pen and paper. So I always think, pen and paper is a great tool, and at that time, it works like a computer. And the next year, and Turing published this first paper about the computing and intelligence, okay. So again, I want to emphasize Turing first talking about the intelligent machine, okay. Then talking about the relationship between the computing and the intelligence. So I'm glad actually the paper was published in the Psychology Journal. Just let you know, I have a psychology background, okay. And what's more interesting is, when he started thinking about this, actually, the word computer is not really a machine. It's actually, it is a person do the calculation, okay. So at that time, even without computer, Turing envisioned whether we could eventually have some, he called a digital computer, is basically a person on a device that could do, people could do at that time. And again, if forgot about the computer and back to the very basic of what we call computing, I think it's a phenomenal thinking how important for us, okay. So there are two ways you can think how important for us. The first is computing is really the way, it's not just a tool, but it's really the way for us to thinking and solve the problem, okay. And the second is computing is not just a sub-area for the computer science department, okay. It is an area that in parallel with the physics, with the life science, okay. So it is very, very fundamental. And that's why today the AI could build on top of that. And last year, when the AI pioneer win the Nobel Prize, and a lot of things have been changed, okay. And the first thing I'm really happy to see, I think it's very fit the theme of this event, AI for Good. And when the Atlantic magazine and reported that, it says it's AI's penicillin X-ray moment. And it really tells people AI is doing good for the humankind, okay. And that actually really encouraged, because at that time, they very work hard on how AI could transform the way people doing the research, and certainly science technology has people as well, okay. And more interesting is when the Fortune magazine introduced Jeff Hinton. He actually did the presentation yesterday. The magazine actually first introduced Jeff Hinton as a cognitive psychologist, and then a computer science, and then as the godfather of AI. But Jeff Hinton wasn't a psychologist before. He really worked on the work he does over here. And if it goes back like in the middle of the 80s, and Hinton actually published a lot of paper together with the psychology at that time, okay. So basically, you can understand psychology is really an area, really care about the people. So thinking about this, all the early pioneer, they really thinking about, okay, what's the relationship between the AI and the human beings? And in that sense, okay, so for me, the AI has nothing to do with the human intelligence. So I really think, it is a technology, help to extend our creativity. So it is a tool, but it's a much better tool than the pen and paper. And so with all the technology, the human could do something that they may not able to do without these incredible tools. And certainly, so my passion and the lab actually is very much focused on how the technology could help the scientists. But certainly, we need to understand what science needs for that, okay. And this actually is in a paper published almost 10 years ago, and by a geologist, okay. So what they need is very simple. They want to be able to share all the research data. That's the data about rocks, okay. And secondly, make sure they could share all the research results. And the third, that they have the infrastructure. They could do the work together, okay. So it's a very simple requirement. It just turned out to be something that AI could help that, okay. And that's why, 3 years ago, that inspired the vision of deep time digital Earth. That was the first proposed by the IUGS, and we really inspired the vision of the DDE. Then we started what we call the GeoGPT project. But basically, it's an AI system to help the geoscientists, and just like what you see from that paper 10 years ago. And I'm sorry. And even though it's just a tool that actually looks like, just to get the feedback from all scientists. And it turned out to be very helpful for the scientists around the world, okay. So I'm very glad, actually, when we attend to different conference, like in April, we were in EGU, and also we went to different conference. And if you look at the people, they use that, actually from all the different countries, okay. So again, I would say, it is a requirement from the scientists, but also it helps the scientists, okay. And also I'm glad, actually, we work with Michael Stevenson, and he really worked on very close with us, okay. So we're doing what we call the classification of fossil spawns, okay. It is a very interesting pre-ontological classification, and with this simple technology, and certainly powered by AI, then we can find the number of different types from to the 2-digit to over the 3,000 of them. So it is just an eye-opening discovery, how could help the scientists. Probably without this kind of technology, you may not able to having this kind of discovery for the rest of your life, okay? But I'm really glad is Mike actually took this standard to Africa. So he had a seminar in Nigeria, and it really helped the scientists over there doing that research, okay? And I'm really glad you can see his quote over here. And the other progress for this work, even though it's very much focused on the geoscience, but actually with this work, we define an open AI architecture for scientific discovery. The first thing to make sure that actually everybody knows that actually today there are different large language models, and we call it foundation model. And we don't make sure that the user have the choice for different open source models they want to use. Okay, so the first selection, first decision for the GeoGPT will make sure it works on different open source models. So, and there's two benefits of that. First, they have the choice. The second is the different model has a pro and a con. So they may be able actually to know what's behind that, to really understand what's the specific advantage for the specific model. And the second thing that we learn from that, besides the foundation model we know well right now, and for the scientific area, and Oracle, they have what we call the domain foundation model. It is a foundation model. It's not application, and it's complicated enough, and it needs the scientific data, and which is much more than text data. So scientific challenge needs something, some innovation that beyond the language model they have. So I would very much like call it a domain model. And above that, then I think it's good to build a lot of tools to really help the scientists, focus on their research, but we make the tool much easier for them. So I'm glad actually this architecture just works. And at the same time, governance is very important. Particularly, you're working on some really new technology. There's a lot of concern about the safety and ethical issue and IP issue. So I'm really glad actually we have a very good GeoGPT governance committee. If you view a GeoGPT an application, actually I'm not sure that's the only application around in the world have such governance committee. Okay, so we are very, very serious about how make sure it works for scientists, and make sure it's good for the human being. Okay, and I'm glad actually most of the members actually are here for this event, and I really thank you for all the work they're doing for this for the GeoGPT. Okay, and again, it turned out it's a very good practice of open science. And Mike and other people actually wrote an article for geoscientists last year and talking about the GeoGPT, and we view it's a practice of the open science, and we want to make sure it's a good practice of the open science. And so when you have something new technology, it really helps us thinking about how this technology should develop and how this technology could help other people, and how we can have a good governance structure to make sure it's doing something good. Okay, and I'm glad actually with my experience with the GeoGPT, we really actually explore all these things for the other area of the research. Okay, and so put in a big framework. It's really about the AI plus science. Okay, and more important, today, the AI is becoming as fundamental as a math. So for me, the AI is another kind of math. That basically means it's going to help all the areas you can think about, all the different speciality of the science and technology. So then we very much focus on the three things. The first, we are trying to build what we call the large science model. The code name is 0 to 1. And it's different from large language model because it is very much, it needs the text and the language model, but it also needs scientific data, which is not the text, okay. And also we need an infrastructure, just like this previous said, we need an infrastructure so people could share all these results, okay. And so we do have the website called 0to-x.org that makes sure people could share these capability over the internet. And finally, we're thinking about we probably, with all the advanced technology, we can do much more than we can think about on the Earth, okay. So we initiated an initiative, global initiative called the three-body computing constellation. So what's the background for this initiative? So thinking about the space give us a lot of imagination. So in the late 80s, it's about the same time when Turing wrote his first sentence about a human with pen and paper is a universal machine. And Sir Fred, and from UK, he actually envisioned, if we can take a photo of the Earth in the space. Again, at that time, there's no satellites, there's no space station, and nobody knows what the Earth looks like, okay. But this vision brings us to understand the Earth, okay. So for the space exploration, it's much more space. It actually helps understand our Earth, okay. And this photograph is very famous, okay. And actually took by an astronomy of Apollo 17, the Bill Anders, okay. And I really like what he said, okay, we came to discover the moon, but we actually discovered the Earth, okay. And so with such a photo, it helps us to understand the Earth a lot, okay. So all the challenges we have today, we need to understand the Earth, okay. But computing and AI might be a good way. And actually, in the history, they happen at the same time. So actually, Apollo 11 is the spacecraft that actually first put the computing in the space, okay. So they have this guidance computers, okay, and with more than 1,600 transistors. Thinking about it, 3 years later, the first Intel CPU only has, over 2,000 transistors. So the chip technology, particularly the integrated circuit IT technology, was first actually used in the space instead of on the Earth. Okay, so space technology not just an application of our existing technology, but it gives us a good space for us to exploring the new technology. I think today we have this opportunity to explore technology, but also we have a challenge, just like geo distributed. Okay, so we have a lot of challenge that we need to solve globally: the climate, nature disaster, like land degradation. But what geo's vision actually tells us that actually through the Earth observation, we can better understanding our planet and help to solve the problem. Okay, so I really like the vision about the Earth intelligence. And when I first talked to them, I basically said, okay, it's Earth intelligence is a good application when we're talking about artificial intelligence. Okay, and certainly, this global challenge needs global collaboration. And it really needs in-orbit, in-orbit aggregation and processing of multi-source data. Then we're thinking about whether we could do all the processing, instead of bring the data back from satellites down to Earth, where we could do all the processing in the space, okay. Then come with this basic idea, whether we could bring the AI into the space. And certainly, AI in the space needs something I would like to call the space computing. So I've been working on cloud computing for a long time, and finally realized actually all the cloud computing we're talking about is actually on the ground, okay. And this is the first time we really put the computing in the space. So this actually redefined a lot of things. The first, today we want to have 3 kinds of satellites: communication, navigation, and observation. And now we probably could have the 4th type of satellites, what I call the computing satellites, okay? And certainly we want to make sure that we can collaboratively build that system, okay? And that's why I named it as the 3-body computing constellation. Probably most of you know this from a science fiction novel, and Netflix has actually shown a program for that. But actually, 3-body is a word from Isaac Newton, okay? It basically means, actually, when you have 2 objects in space, it's easy to get an analytical solution and tells what's the relationship between them. But you have the 3rd object, now it's hard to have an analytical solution for that. So basically means collaboration is hard, okay? But we want to make sure, even though it's hard, but we want to do that. So I'm glad actually South China Morning Post actually wrote an article about what we want to do. And again, I want to make sure instead of having a single organization or a single company to accomplish that, we want to make sure we have hundreds, even thousands organizations could work together and build this constellation. And so our goal is very simple. We're going to have the single satellites, and you can get together and do a lot of things. And this is the one example, how this could help the scientific research, okay? So thinking about, if we really want to observation some of the astronomy phenomena, and you want to make sure you can have a different sensor to monitor that, but they have to coordinate. So what the observation of gamma ray burst is make sure you have a sensor on different satellites, and these satellites are talking to each other, and when they detect and burst, and they send to the trigger satellites, and they talk to the other thing, and do all the computation in the space. And this is the only way for you to observe the phenomena like this, okay? So at that time, so computing and AI is not just to make it better, but it's a must, okay? Otherwise, you can't make the observation like that. And even more is, our Earth is very much influenced by the sun. So we are working with some scientists that they're going to have the satellites set to for the sun. They call the sun satellites, okay? And the interesting is this satellite is going to be launched to what we call the Lagrange number 5, okay? So this point is very special. It has a distance from the Earth is around 150,000 kilometers. And so there's no way you send data back, okay? The only way is you provide the space computing for this satellite to do all the processing in the space, okay? And again, the L5 point is the place the human never send an object to that. So it's very exciting. It's a computing and AI could do a lot of incredible things. So finally, I want to say that computing and AI is our traveling companion for humans' journey to the Mars. As without computing AI, I don't think we're able to get to the Mars. Okay. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, all of this just would have sounded like science fiction even a few years ago. And just imagine it's been, what, 3 years, 4 years since ChatGPT made everybody else realize what we've known all along, that AI is kind of cool. And now here we are in 2025. Stick around after this next talk, by the way, because we're going to see some incredible advances in brain-computer interfaces. It's kind of hard to describe that feeling of making something happen by thinking about it. A few years ago, I was very lucky to wear one of those brain caps, and I controlled a laser light show set to music, where you put your head inside a tunnel that was, I think, 100 meters long, and all this beautiful colors and sounds were being moved around by your brainwaves. And I worked out that if I was to think of the alphabet one letter at a time, I could control how the brain was controlling the music. So it was almost like playing a piece of music with my brain. It's amazing. So we're literally changing our interaction with technology. I think we're ready to go. So I can tell you that we're going to get into even more futuristic space with a talk title that sounds like it needs to be said in a movie trailer voice: Humans and AI, the journey. It's going to be amazing. It's going to give us an idea of how we can interact with this amazing new technology. Please join me, everyone, in welcoming the head AI research, JP Morgan Chase. It's Manuela Veloso.
Thank you very much. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how AI and these humans eventually can coordinate to solve tasks. So somehow we have been talking about agents, agentic AI. We used to just call agents. Now we have these adjective agentic AIs. But it is about like trying to integrate perception capabilities with cognition capabilities and with action capabilities, given these three kind of modules, perception, cognition, and action, is somehow why humans, one way or another, are intelligent. Because of these kind of like integration of these three capabilities, I have spent my life in academia at Carnegie Mellon University and now at JP Morgan trying to build these agents. And I worked a lot with robots. So I'm going to show you something to explain this relationship between humans and AI, and in particular showing you some robots. So get ready for this video. But here is a video of basically a little kind of like, look like toys, but they are computers with sensors and all sorts of like motors. And they are playing a somehow game of soccer. So the only thing I want you to actually understand is that the AI part of this. So they will score a goal at the end. So you don't have to worry about that. This video, they score. So you should all relax and just think AI. So this thing, what happens is that somehow the decisions on what to do are done by a computer. This is not remote controlled by any humans. It's a whole cognition, a whole decision-making that is able to take the input of where everything is on the field and make decisions about which play to do automatically. So this is not chess playing, this is not Go playing, this is actually this team playing of multiple creatures, multiple robots trying to play a game against another team and score. So here is like within the RoboCup initiative, there is a little orange ball. I'm going to run these again. So here it is. They pass, and then they decide to pass again, and they do a chip kick to the other side of the goal, and they score. And the only thing here, I'll show just one more time without stopping. There you go. This is the Carnegie Mellon team, and it goes back, and then it does this pass. So what you have to understand, and the reason why I keep showing this video, and I love watching it, is that literally, this was all decided by a computer. It was all decided to pass, to position, to move by a computer. And in particular, we had never seen this specific sequence of steps in the lab when we were practicing or when we in other games. So this was a function of where the others were, and eventually, whatever the decision the planner did with some probability of scoring, and that's how they acted. So this is a very important kind of understanding that this was done all by a computer. It was done all by an AI system. But in this particular task, when we kind of develop all these AI agents that play the soccer game, the agents then play by themselves, and there are no humans in this kind of task. It's the same thing that we have the Deep Blue playing Kasparov. There were no humans involved in the decisions that Deep Blue was taking. Or an autonomous car in San Francisco, a Waymo car driving. There are no humans driving the car. So there are AI tasks in which the AI does the whole task. But there are other examples. For example, these robots at CMU, these cobot robots, which navigate through the corridors of the building, making decisions of whether to go left or right, or whether to speed more or slow down, are a different type of AI system. Here, these machines, even if they are very, very, very reliable in localizing, in navigating, they have limitations. Sorry. Basically, they cannot press elevator buttons to go from one floor to another. As they are, with just wheels and kind of like these laptop on top, they don't have arms, so they cannot carry objects. So they exhibit limitations. And so the solution here is to have this AI system with limitations to really ask humans for help. And so here is an example of the robot taking the elevator. And when it gets to the elevator hall, and as it does not have an actual arm to press the elevator button, it asks the human, can you please push the up button and hold the elevator door? And basically someone helps, and the robot is able to enter the elevator by itself. And then inside of the elevator, it's also not capable of pressing the elevator buttons, and it asks, again, the human to press the elevator button. So there is this example, and I think that's the message of that I'll tell you from now on, is that this example of AI systems that are, AI agents, that are very capable, but also have limitations. And one way or another, they are like these AI and these humans in this symbiotic relationship. Now, you can ask, what if like someone doesn't help the robot? What if someone tells the wrong floor? What if someone doesn't help? And in fact, even then, the robot relies on help from humans by sending email, and we can send email of the cobot saying, I've waited for more than 5 minutes and nobody really pressed the elevator, or I have been blocked by an obstacle, I've asked, please get out of the way, they didn't, can you please come and help? So that's a very important kind of concept to try to build the AI task complicated with the AI agent with limitations, plus the ability to ask for help, all the way so that it can complete the task either by itself or with the help from the humans. For cognitive tasks like, for example, please bring a coffee to the lab, and it might not know where's the lab or where's coffee, because now it's not press the elevator button or it's not move an obstacle out of the way. It actually also learns from what the humans tell them. It says, I don't know, where is this object? Please let me know. If the humans tell, then it actually learns. So this is an example of a robot. I'm just going to give you an equivalent of an example for these AI agents that ask for help and can learn within digital agents. Digital agents, which are the ones that we are surrounded by in our applications using ChatGPT, using all sorts of reading documents and sending emails. So within the digital world, not the robot world, they also need to integrate perception, cognition, and action. But now, instead of just sensors, it might be like reading documents. It might be listening to people. So you now have the natural language, the speech, all the image understanding, and eventually any other data. And then your cognition as all aspects of decision-making and your action. So just to make it more concrete, a digital agent. It's very important because we are calling agents everything. But somehow a digital agent is able to perform a task, and it has these capabilities to observe the world, external observations, internal observation, its own memory. It has the ability to reason. So reasoning is bridging the gap between the observations and the goal of the task. So it generates actions that then eventually they get executed. And so there are only 4 types of actions that an agent within a digital agent can do. It can read information. It can change the environment by writing information, updating, deleting, putting new information, communicating with other agents, and learning. And within these 4 actions, there are, of course, many different parameters, but that's what a digital agent is. So now you saw the robot moving around, and now I'll show you a digital agent that we developed that generates PowerPoint slides automatically. And believe it or not, it's exactly the same thing as the robot moving around from one place to another in the building, because the task is different, but we also are able to transform a request into a sequence of steps. And here I'll give you an example of these DocuBot, as we call them, that can tell, how can I help you today? And the user may say, please run some execution analysis template, and with some and all these slides with some ticker, and all these slides are generated automatically through these requests. It's like when the robot goes to a particular location, go to Manuela's office, it just goes. The same thing here. Do this particular kind of like presentation, and the slides are all generated automatically. The interaction with DocuBot can also be of the nature of asking for changes in this presentation. Change the color of the figure. And here it's let me just stop to show you the question. So if the user, so this DocuBot is smart enough to know what it does not know and ask for help. So if the user says, center the figure title, then the DocuBot does not know what to do and asks, shall I make the change for all the figures or just a specific figure? Can you help me figure out what does it mean, center the figure title? And the human says, all. And then the DocuBot goes on, actually saves that center the figure title in principle is all. And next time it will offer that as a possible kind of like understanding. And then it says that, modify the number of levels, save, run the analysis. And now after the changes, it does, based on that requests from the human, DocuBot does the changes of this. So this is a full agent that gets requests, generates that instantiates all the slides with the right requests, and then actually executes and does the slides. So we saw the robot soccer, no input from agents, the autonomous cars, no input from agents, or at least, I'm sorry, from humans. And here, this is another mode, and this is how I will finish by telling you that we want to build architectures in which these agents are capable to ask for help, and eventually the humans help, and they learn from continuously. So here is the secret of how to build, at least from my point of view, after many years of doing AI research, the secret to build correct AI systems. So, you know, in all our industries, we have ways that humans solve the problems. So we don't have a problem with humans doing things. When we want to start having AI do things and help the humans, or for tasks that are tedious, there are pain points, there are just scaled up, what we do is that eventually we have an initial test on whether the AI can solve the problem. And if we have enough, can answer that email with 50 attachments or not, if it can, then we call the AI, we check the confidence on the output, and eventually we do the output, or we provide partial solution. If not, the human does it. Now, the magic is this. The magic is that you want to have a way to memorize what happened when the human, or even the AI, solve the problem, so that next time the AI may know how to solve a problem because it has a related solution to a similar problem. So one way or another, what I want you to tell you is that this is the big thing, is that humans and AI will continuously interact, and AI will learn from that observation, from that memory of how humans solve a problem. Now, you can see that this curve, I mean, I drew it by hand, it's not data, it's just a sketch. But I want to emphasize the end of this sketch. In the end of this sketch, it took me forever to find how did I want to end this sketch. And think about this. I could have done it such that, you know, it goes up to 100%. That's it. I could have done it flat, so eventually the AI would never learn everything from the humans. Notice that it's not flat, and it's not going up. It's really, really very slow going up. So my hope as a human being is that maybe it will learn it all from what we do, from what it observes, but maybe that will be in infinity. I don't know. Hopefully, this will be this interaction in which humans solve problems, AI observes, and AI is able to eventually learn from that observation. So to conclude, I just want to show what I view that the future will be. So we are going to be in a world in which we have humans, all of us, and then a bunch of AI creatures, all talking with each other, all these agents. The weather agent will talk with a car agent, will talk with our, like, you know, all our social work agents, like social media agents, all our other robots. So think about this. These AI agents, because AI agents are about talking with each other, and the plural agents is because they request information from each other. And humans are there. And then humans need to understand that this other world of AI agents exists, and for this coexistence between humans and these AI agents, we have this very powerful concept of Gen AI, in which Gen AI, being such a good language understanding. It can translate from natural language to AI language, eventually, requests from humans. And then when the AI system, AI agents solve the problem in whatever with bits and bytes and maps and documents and pixels, who knows, then Gen AI can help translate back to humans, because we humans only understand language, and AI understands much more cryptic things than just language. So that's my in conclusion. So you do have these AI that automates, these AI agents that can learn, AI agents that can ask for help. Our ChatGPT doesn't ask for help yet. It hallucinates when it does not know. But we'll get to a point, and I hope that when you develop AI agents, you embrace the fact that this AI does not know it all up front. So it needs to learn over time and ask for help, can report, can explain, and then I have this thing AI knows, which is in quotes, who knows what it knows, but hopefully it knows. And then humans on the other side, they set requests, they provide help, they can split tasks to make it less complex, they can talk, and they eventually know. So I just wanted to get across to us, we talk so much about AI, so much about the AI agents, and this is a little bit of like just a few concepts to help us understand how, or all of us understand how these AI and these agents can interact. Thank you very much.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Manuela. That was absolutely beautiful. Next up, we have something absolutely extraordinary. I love how complex the idea of human thinking is. And if we think about how we feel, actually what's happening is one part of our brain is kind of analyzing another part of our brain. It's a wonder that we don't explode, actually. And so let's listen to our next incredible guest. We have this astounding application of brain-computer interfacing. And to explain a little more, let's invite up to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Inclusive Brains. It's Olivier Houllier.
We spend our days adapting to the machines we bought, whether it's our phones, tablets, workstations, connected environments. We always have, as individuals, this effort to make to learn how it works and to adapt to it. I think it should be the other way around. My name is Olivier, and for the past decades, I've been combining data science, neuroscience, behavioral science, in order to build systems that can adapt to their users. Combining brain data, facial expressions, eye tracking, heartbeat, neurophysiology, movement, in order to make sure that what makes each of us unique is understood by machines. And trust me, if we start building more adaptive machines, we are going to change the world, make it more inclusive, and we'll be able to see extraordinary things. You don't have to take my word for it. Let me show you something that is a truly adaptive machine.
A Fórmula 1 marcou muito a minha infância. As corridas aos domingos, os grandes pilotos, aquela emoção toda. E agora estou eu aqui, me preparando para pilotar um carro de corrida.
Não. Você tá brincando. Olha isso! A largura do pneu. Nossa! Olha o tamanho.
Esse capacete é o seu volante. Ele capta suas ondas cerebrais e traduz em comandos para a direção do carro. Direita. Esquerda. Acelera.
Ah, sério?
O que vai colocar as pessoas em condição de igualdade é o respeito às diferenças, é a sua atitude.
My dear friend Rodrigo Mendes, the very first person ever to mind control a real Formula One car on a real racetrack. That was not a simulation. Hi, Rodrigo.
So, hello, everybody.
How did that happen?
Well, I was sitting in this race car using a neurotech headset, and thanks to AI, my brainwaves were converted into commands to the car, so I could accelerate, turn right, and turn left.
How did it feel?
Well, to be honest, I never felt so much fear in my life. But at the end, I could control the car, and what was extraordinary, what that team did.
Yeah, right. It's a collective effort. And beyond mind controlling the Formula One, a lot of people heard about it, including Sir Lewis Hamilton, the Formula One legend that you met, right?
Yes, I went to Dubai to make a speech in a conference, and by coincidence, Lewis was at the same hotel, so we could meet him.
Well, you had a very special interaction with him, and better than me telling you the interaction, let's have a look at it.
I'd like to invite you to race against me. Please choose the track, okay? Whenever you want, I'll be there.
The technology that you're using, could I use that technology? Can we fight with our minds?
Sure, Oliver is the president of the company, so he can arrange that for you, but as you want.
Oh yeah, well, listen, it has to be the same car and the same gear, so
Exactly.
it will be mind
Exactly.
control against mind control.
Perfect.
Sounds good? Do we have a deal
I'm very
here?
much up for it.
Fantastic. Oh, thanks a lot.
No, thank you so much.
This is truly Rodrigo in action. He meets one of the best drivers in history in Formula One and just challenge him. What is really interesting is that Lewis had heard about Rodrigo's performance. And of course, him being such a competitor, he accepted Rodrigo's challenge.
Yeah, the opportunity was so good. So during that press conference, I break the ice and kidding, I just challenge him for this race. And we are going to organize that, I believe.
So yeah, what's the latest update on this?
Well,
any message to Lewis?
Hi, Lewis. Now AI is even better, so let's make this race happen.
Yeah, you're ready, right?
Yeah, and you know, this experience with the Formula One was amazing, but our goal was not to make fun. Our goal is to explore that as a bridge to generate impact in scale. So
absolutely, and you're a competitor too. You love sports.
Yeah, I studied in a German school that offered us the opportunity to learn and practice all kinds of sports, and I was passionate about soccer. I used to play in the official team of the school and of my club. Later, I became a rower, and I competed in the league of the state, so sports is fundamental in my journey.
And you were selected to be an Olympic torchbearer at the Rio Olympics in 2016. How was that day? You look so happy, my friend.
Yes, I enjoyed that a lot. So the energy of the people, the symbol of the flame, so it was magical.
I remember that conversation we had with you, with Paul Barbas, with whom I co-founded Inclusive Brains. And as the Paris 2024 Olympics were around the corner, we thought that we could use the technology in order to bring the same kind of smile to someone's experience, you know, and learn from you.
And this is why you and Paul created Prometheus, right?
Yes. So what we created in partnership with Allianz Trade is a brain-computer interface that would operate an exoskeleton arm to allow Natalie, that you see on this picture with her twin brother, Denis, to control the exoskeleton arm and become the first person ever to be an Olympic torchbearer with mind control technology. We had a slot offered to us by Région Sud, and in my very town of Marseille, my hometown of Marseille, she did it. And in order to do it, we had to adapt the technology to Natalie, because unlike you, Natalie cannot use all the attention, her brain, she has cognitive impairment, so she's a bit different than you.
Because she's French.
Well, that's our competitive advantage. It's a competitive advantage, but we had to see what I had to deal with, seriously. But she cannot focus the way you do. So with Paul, we had to develop and adapt the technology to what she can do. And she could use a combination of her brainwaves and facial expressions. So what you see is how Natalie is able to lift the exoskeleton arm by combining her brainwaves, heartbeat, and facial expressions. And you see it's not automatic, it takes time, but at the end of the day, she managed to do it.
Yeah, she did it. And it's remarkable what she achieved.
Look at, again, another beautiful smile with the Olympic torch. The first ever Olympic torch bearer, thanks to mind control technology. You can see Natalie, her brother. It was an incredible day for us. But then we replicated the experience a few months later with Pierre in Versailles, France. And Pierre, unlike Natalie, has no cognitive impairment, so he could use the technology, and we improved the technology in 2 months. As you can see, he did not only use the brain-computer interface to hold the Olympic torch, he also used it to have a rock star behavior and wave at the tens of thousands of people who were around.
Yeah, that's very good. But I believe you can do other things with this technology.
We can do other things, indeed. Last year, from this very stage of the AI for Good Summit, thanks to our friends at ITU, who invited us to speak about what we did at the Olympics, my co-founder, Paul Barbas, that you see here, used our technology in order to write a tweet, upload a picture of Natalie, and send that tweet to no other than President Macron.
And he replied to congratulate you guys. So you should have sent it to Elon Musk, too.
Actually, a few months before, Elon and his team at Neuralink did the very first tweet mind written, but with electrodes that required neurosurgery. What we do is called non-invasive brain-computer interfaces. It does not require any surgery. And it's not one better than the other. We do need both technologies to coexist, and sometimes at the same time, in order to help as many people as possible.
Yeah, and that's different from what we are talking about, because I did not have surgery, that there were no implants, so just electrodes in my helmet.
Absolutely. And again, we need both technologies to advance. We also use the technology at the AI Action Summit in Paris, and you see Paul again, hands off, without touching a keyboard, without talking, finalizing the first parliamentary amendment with a brain-computer interface and submitting it to the president of the French parliament.
And what happened?
Well, what happened is that it drew more attention, and it was a way for us not only to raise attention to the importance of combining AI technologies, AI systems with brain-computer interfaces, but also the moment for us to move to a next phase.
Yeah, Oli, but we are here to think about impact, about positive impact. So that's why we work for. And in my case, we want that all the people that are isolated from society because of impairments can have access to education and employment. And
we need to scale the technology.
Yeah, and make it affordable.
Yes. scaling it, making it affordable, because we want a lot of people to have access to it.
Yeah, so coming back to our work, our purpose is to provide quality education to children with disabilities. And therefore, we invest in research, teacher training, and public policies in many regions.
Yeah, and there are always stories within the stories. At the Olympic torch relay, we found out a few days before, and I'm sharing this information with you because he shared it publicly. Denis, Natalie's brother, has autism, and he's afraid of crowds. So what you see him wearing are earbuds that allowed us to monitor in real time his stress and to be able to distract him when he was stressed, and that helped him achieve a performance. So what we learned with the technology, the assistive technology that we built, can expand and benefit a lot of people. The benchmark for us is the remote control. The remote control was invented for people with disabilities to be able to switch TV channels, and then it was adopted by billions of people and changed literally the way each and every one of us are interacting with technology. And today, the new remotes are apps to control connected environments. That's super important.
But I believe that the technology you develop is for everyone.
Yeah, it's for everyone. For instance, what we learned when we developed the multimodal human-machine interfaces is now being used in order to help dental surgeons and their patients monitoring stress and performance. It's being used in the very surgery room in Abu Dhabi at the International Knee and Joint Center with Professor Sébastien Parat, one of the best orthopedic surgeons in the world, that is equipped with a brain sensing technology. And during surgeries that last hours and hours and that come one after the other, he can have feedback in real time on his level of stress, on his level of attention and of cognitive load. And sometimes you don't feel stressed, but your body is stressed. And this is what the technology and AI are bringing. The ability to materialize, to see the invisible. This is why we're so happy to be working on this technology. We start by developing technologies for people with disabilities, but ultimately, inclusive technology is technology that benefits everybody with zero discrimination whatsoever.
Okay, so back to the mission. What are your plans now in order to scale this solution?
Yeah, we need to scale the solution. And I think one of the things we need to do is to share what we've done with as many people as possible. And from the very beginning with Allianz Trade, we agreed that we would develop Prometheus BCI, and we would share the code, make it open source, so that people can use it and improve it. But you know what? We're going to make it open source right now, but we wouldn't do it without my co-founder, Paul Barbast. So time to welcome Paul, right?
Okay, let's call Paul to the stage. Okay, a warm welcome to Paul.
Hi, guys. Hi, everyone.
You good, Paul?
No jiggles for me?
Yeah, no music. You're here.
Okay.
So the way it works is we've been working for years on developing these algorithms, and what Paul is doing is that right now, symbolically, from this stage of AI for good, he's going to switch from the code being private to the code being shared with the world.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's
count down.
Go ahead.
5, 4,
3, 2,
1,
go. That's it.
That's it.
Fluic and open source. You can see here.
So now, all of you out there, engineers, students, innovators, please use our code, improve it, and create inclusive assistive technology that can benefit so many people. But this is only step one.
Yeah, there's always other things to do. So what's our next step?
Well, we're facing a hurdle. Unlike other types of technologies that are AI-powered, where you can buy databases in order to scale your product, the database that we need does not exist, a large open-source database.
Yes, but it's not just us. A lot of people working on AI-powered assistive technologies are in such need of such a data set. So we need your help, we need all of you, and we need your brains to help us.
Actually, we need more than your brains. It's not just a collective effort. We need your brainwaves. Today, from this stage at AI for Good, we're launching the very first brainwave donation campaign. With brain.org, we encourage all of you to provide this unlimited supply that you have of brainwaves for social good. We are building an international coalition that will help build the biggest open source database of brainwaves to be used for social impact. What we want to achieve is not only more data to train the inclusive AI, we want you, brainwave donors, to stay owners of your data. You don't give them away. You keep the power to say yes or no to contribute to a given project. You might not like a project that we would offer you. You say, I don't want my brainwaves to be used. And then, for example, if you're a fan of Formula One, you would want to contribute your brainwaves in order to help Rodrigo beat Lewis Hamilton, because at the end of the day, he's going to win. Yeah. So it's privacy by design, it's data ownership by design, and above all, what we want is to be able to provide as many researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs,
and geeks
like us with the data they need in order to create more inclusive technology, more inclusive AI, so that there are more Rodrigos, more mind control, Formula One's flight, whatever happens. We need your support. Please donate your brainwaves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's absolutely breathtaking, isn't it? It's the sort of session that just leaves everybody completely stunned by all the possibilities, all the future, and also thanks to open source, we're all going to be able to play with it together. It's just wonderful. I think we're touching the edge of an amazing future, actually. 6 or 7 years ago, I wore a brain cap that simply measured the voltage coming out of my visual cortex, which is at the back of my head. And it was a research project that took that brain output and then displayed a musical phrase on a computer for a cello player to play. That was just one point of data. And now we're at the point where we can control cars. It's beautiful. We're going to get into things a little bit more now as we are exploring a little more on how to attach our minds to technology with a fantastic speaker for you. It's the President, China Academy of Information and Communications Technology, CAICT. Please join me in welcoming Yu Xiaohui.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Yu Xiaohui, the president of CAICT. It is an honor to share with you our work and achievements during this summit. Brain-computer interface as an emerging technology in the cutting-edge field are gradually making their way into our lives. Starting from the perception of brainwaves, BCI is continuous integrating and permitting into multi-fields such as healthcare, transportation, engineering, and daily life, holding immense potential to change the future. At this summit, CAICT successfully hosted a workshop titled Brain-Computer Interface, Key Technology Standards and Drivers Application Scenarios. We invited more than 10 experts from China, the United States, France, Japan, Italy, and other countries to discuss the development of BCI. The workshop featured 4 key sessions. In the first session, Mr. Frederick Weller and Professor Gerwin Schock and Xie Songyun provide a visionary overview of BCI's evolution, its current critical juncture, and its immense potential for future development. In the second session, 4 experts explored the opportunity and challenges in BCI development. They discussed technological breakthroughs and confronted several challenges in technology, security, ethics, and acceptance. Mr. Scott Embry, a participant in the University of Chicago's BCI program, shared his personal experience of regaining sensation after the implementation of BCI electrodes. In the third session, 3 experts discussed the industrialization and commercialization deeply to share the pathway for transforming lab breakthroughs into practical products and services, and building sustainable business model to truly benefit users and the market. In the fourth session, 3 experts emphasized that standardization is the key to ensuring BCI's safety, reliability, and large-scale application. Global cooperation is crucial for coordinating standards, sharing knowledge, and addressing common challenges to ensure that technology benefits the entire world. Despite the diverse perspectives and varied angles for our discussion, 5 key consensus points have emerged consistently. Firstly, technological breakthroughs are the core driving force. Sustained effort to take key core technologies are fundamental to unlocking the potential of BCI. Secondly, safety and ethics are essential safeguards. Data privacy, cyber security, physical safety, and ethical consideration must be integrated into every aspect of technology research, product design, and standard setting. Thirdly, scenario-driven approaches are the direction of standardization. With diverse application scenarios such as medical rehabilitation, sensitive communication, and consumer applications, each with unique needs, a tiered and scenario-based standard framework is essential for responsible implementation. Firstly, standardization empowers development and trust. Unified standards are the cornerstone for promoting interoperability, ensuring quality and safety, lowering market barriers, establishing user trust, and supporting effective regulation. Lastly, global collaboration is the key to success. In the face of far-reaching impact of BCI, open and inclusive international cooperation is the only way to ensure the health, fair, and sustainable development of the technology and to benefit all of humanity. During the meeting, a call to action, a challenge to ITU was to make a collaborative group to work towards multi-stakeholder international coordination and standard for BCI connectivity, application, and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, the development of BCI technology is now at a critical juncture, reshaping human-computer interaction and expanding human capabilities. We hope to use this workshop as a starting point and rely on the relevant mechanism of the ITU to continue discuss on BCI standards and application, and to promote open collaboration among academia, industry, and users of BCI, as well as across regions and fields globally, so that the development of brain-computer interface technology can benefit the entire world. Finally, let me extend my heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished experts and participants for their wonderful insights and contribution. And thanks a lot to the ITU team for your exceptional organization and support. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Woo. Thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers this morning. The reason I was rushing to the stage is that I just wanted to check something for all of you, because there are AI for Good souvenirs available at the ITU shop, and I just confirmed it's the only place that you can get AI for Good merch, like those cool T-shirts that you see people wearing. And if any of you are kind of jealous of these awesome little AI for Good pins, then it's possible that you can pick them up here as well. So that's what I was just checking. So, my goodness, there's so much more to come at AI for Good 2025. Once again, it's hot today, so please look after yourself and stay hydrated. And we're going to be back and ready for you again at 2 p.m. Please get in here in good time if you want to get a nice, comfortable seat inside. The Palexpo Center stage has been consistently full. I'm LJ Rich, and I'll be back with you at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch.
In order we want an AI-literate society, meaning resilient and ready for the future, we need to integrate these new tools into school curriculum.
It is no coincidence that this era of profound innovation has prompted many to reflect on what it means to be human and on humanity's role in the world.
We don't need to sail in the same ship. We don't even need to go at the same speed, but we do. We do, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to navigate the same oceans together, by the same compass, under the same stars.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final frontier of AI for Good 2025 here on the main stage. And it's a pleasure to be your host and Starship Captain. I'm LJ Rich, taking you through today and beyond. I hope you had a refreshing lunch and some time to recharge, because we're about to dive into a truly exciting session. This afternoon, we are gathered for something special: the announcement and launch of the Global Initiative on AI for Food Systems, or AI for FS. It's a collaborative partnership that brings together the International Telecommunication Union, that's the ITU, as you already know, the Food and Agriculture Organization, that's the FAO, the World Food Programme, the WFP, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, that's the IFAD, and other key partners. I just want to take a moment now to acknowledge and congratulate ITU, FAO, WFP, and IFAD on their efforts in bringing this critical initiative to life. It aims to boost productivity and strengthen food security and build resilient agricultural systems around the world. It is sorely needed, isn't it? So I'm delighted now to invite our distinguished speakers from partner agencies to say a few words to mark this important occasion. But before we do that, please allow me to welcome Seizo Onoe-san, the Director of Telecommunication Standardization Bureau, the TSB of the ITU. And it's a key driver behind this initiative. So let's hear from his opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, partners, the global food systems is under an unprecedented system, from climate shocks to supply disruptions and demographic pressures. In the face of these colleagues, artificial intelligence offers not just hope, but practical, scalable solutions. This initiative, AI for Food Systems, is part of our broader commitment to ensure that emerging technology services humanity's most urgent needs. Standards are not just as technical tools, they are enablers of global cooperation. Through inclusive and consensus-driven processes, ITU develops standards that brings innovation with sustainability. This initiative will contribute to creating common frameworks for digital food, ensuring solutions are interoperable, secure, and adaptable. The strength of this initiative lies in partnerships. We are grateful to work alongside actors like the WFP, FAO, IFAD, and other collaborators to pool knowledge I'm honored to be launching AI for food system today, together with our partners. Through shared digital infrastructure, pilot, and standards responsibilities, we aim to empower governments and innovators to deliver real-world impact for resilient food systems. The output of this initiative will also feed into key ITU standardization work stream, ensuring relevance of adoption at scale. Let us work together to ensure that no one is left behind in the digital age, especially not smallholder farmer and vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Inoue-san, for your opening remarks. And now we'll turn to our fabulous panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we have a real power panel for you this afternoon. So many acronyms, all of them awesome. So let's invite them up onto the stage today. We have Pietanel Bugard, Managing Director, Office of Technical Delivery, United Nations International Fund for Agriculture Development. And we also have Magan Naidu, Chief Data Officer from the World Food Programme, Dejan Jakovljevic, CIO and Director, Digitalization and Informatics Division, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and Sebastian Boss, who served as the co-chair of the ITU-WHO Focus Group on AI and IoT for Digital Agriculture. My goodness, let's welcome them all to the stage. Well, these seats are nice and comfortable, so we're ready to start, I think. Is everyone ready? Good? Excellent, I am too. All right, let me please start by first inviting Pietanel Bugard to tell us a little bit more about what's happening with the IFAD.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and a privilege to be here and be part of this distinguished group, as you alluded to. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to join an ITU-hosted lunch where one of the guest speakers, His Excellency the President of Estonia, reminded us of a quote of Professor Stephen Hawking. AI is either the best or the worst that has happened to humanity. So that is why I'm thrilled that we're coming together here with so many in Geneva and to make sure it's actually the best. To emphasize the importance of technology for shared prosperity, equity, and sustainability. And today's launch of the Global Initiative on AI for Food Systems Transformation represents an important moment, and it's a step forward for the UN and the world, a collective work aimed to support member states in their efforts to standardize the adaptation of AI and all its aspects. And for us at IFAD, it's a particularly important supporting tool as we provide governments with finance, offer our experience and expertise to transform rural areas and create better lives for those that live in it. Governments who have the right policies in place will be much more effective. With technology, we can now reach and connect people in remote areas where 80% of people are smallholders, people who produce 1/3 of the world's food and yet have a small portion of land. They are often the least connected, the least capitalized, and the least visible in global innovation systems. In other words, they have hardly any external support. And we believe that AI is not just a tool for efficiency, it's transformative as it connects these smallholders. We can help them grow, process, distribute, and access food and have a future. But this will only happen if AI is developed and deployed ethically, equitably, and responsibly. Innovations will only make a difference at scale if they actually reach the last mile. That means they must be designed with and for farmers, integrated into public systems, and supported by sustainable finance. And that's why this initiative matters. We're proud to join forces with UN agencies, with governments, research institutions, civil society, and the private sector to launch this global initiative, to make sure AI is the best that happened to the most vulnerable people in the world. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a really inspiring message. Thank you. Okay, next, it's an honor to invite Magan Naidu, Chief Data Officer from the World Food Programme. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's really a privilege to be joining you this afternoon for the launch of this timely and impactful initiative, AI for Food Systems. So the World Food Programme certainly welcomes the opportunity to collaborate with other agencies and partners on this initiative, and see this as a bold step forward in how we partner to solve critical humanitarian challenges. We congratulate the ITU and all the partners that have collaborated extensively to bring this initiative to life. At a time where food insecurity affects more than 700 million people globally around the world, it therefore makes innovations like artificial intelligence a strategic imperative. We at the World Food Programme understand that very well because we have extensive experience dealing with world hunger around the world in some really difficult situations, some of the most complex situations in the world. Therefore, our digital strategies are very targeted on deploying technologies like artificial intelligence to be very focused on improving food systems to get that to the people that are most in need. We see immense potential in artificial intelligence in the form of solving for logistics challenges and certainly building resilience into agriculture and food systems. In terms of this initiative with the other UN agencies and the focus of the initiative, we see the focus around partnering and sharing knowledge as something that aligns well with WFP's mission, which is around delivering food and working with governments around the world to build resilience into systems. And from that perspective, we are very pleased to collaborate in this journey forward. In terms of our artificial intelligence strategy, we do see artificial intelligence as an opportunity to solve for world hunger. And we therefore welcome the opportunity to partner with other organizations to build food systems that are smarter and more resilient. There's an immense opportunity for all of us to work together to build systems that are smarter, more resilient, more inclusive. So therefore, let's partner and seize the opportunity to work together. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I think a little round of applause for every one of you. This is absolutely brilliant, and thank you. So let's hear next from Dejan Jakovljevic, CIO and Director, Digitalization and Informatics Division at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. It's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon on behalf of Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. And I would like to express my appreciation to ITU for bringing us together. And as I was listening to my colleagues, we indeed have the same objective. As you mentioned, the 700 million people still without the food. We say 1 in 11. We can see in this room how many would that be. So we, I think, share a common sense of urgency. And we see AI as one of the key enablers, but also accelerators, where we see agri-food systems that need to be transformed and urgently. So in this sense, if we look at the AI, and I think this week we've seen many, many brilliant examples of how AI can help us accelerate these changes. But what do we also see? We see AI in motion, many examples on how AI is already transforming the way we do things, the way we live. We also see from, we had recently in the FAO organized a dialogue around AI to try to have the foresight on how can we use AI for the benefit of all. And we found a number of dimensions there that it's not one-dimensional problem. And particular to this initiative for us, we see horizontal issues around standardization, horizontal issues around structuring the framework on how to use AI and responsibly, and in particular around reference architectures. And we started a joint work already in the past with ITU's help under ITU group. And I'm very happy to see that we are elevating this work now with the global initiative. And it's, I think, an excellent opportunity for us to establish this horizontal enabler together through this research. And together not only with a lot of acronyms, but actually with action from our organizations. So we are very much looking forward to this initiative. And again, thanks to ITU and all the partners in this work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think so. It's an afternoon. It's really amazing what everybody is doing. And we have another person who's going to tell us a little bit more. And it's a pleasure to hear from Sebastian Boss. You served as the co-chair of the ITU-FAO focus group on AI and IoT for digital agriculture. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this initiative builds actually on the work of the FAO ITU focus group on AI and IoT for digital agriculture. And I remember well when we discussed, like, I think it was 4 years ago, how to outline this focus group. And I really enjoyed this collaboration. I'm very, very proud of the results of this focus group. And I'm also very thankful that I was trusted in chairing it. I think that now, and building on our collaboration in the past, with this initiative, we will continue our journey and make discrimination-free and open interoperability a reality in agriculture. I'm very much looking forward to driving these efforts together with our colleagues from FAO, IFAD, and WFP.
Oh, thank you very much. That was lovely. Okay, yes, very concise, but very well put. Thank you so much, all of our distinguished speakers, for these incredible reflections, and congratulations once again to all of you. This is a milestone launch. We've had AI for good, and now we've got AI for food at AI for good. So it's perfect. And this initiative is a leap forward, I think, in the global movement to align innovation with impact and ensure that no one is left behind in that pursuit of food security. So as this journey of AI for FS begins, we're going to invite all stakeholders, governments, private sector, researchers, farmers, and civil society to engage, collaborate, and innovate together. Now, before we close this session, I would love to invite our speakers and the chair of the initiative for a quick photograph to capture the momentous occasion. So please, if it's okay to have a little bit of music, and we can stand up and take a picture. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. I think if we all stand here on the AI, it feels appropriate, doesn't it? And then if we come in a little bit together, then people can also see the QR code on the wide shot. Brilliant. Did everyone hear that? Good, okay. Here's the bit where we smile and everyone waits. And I'm going to step away to give a chance for you to have your picture together. And, oh, Noah-san, I'm so glad you could make it. Yes, I did invite the chair. Here we go, a proper photograph now. Sorry about that. I should step away. Okay, yes, I think everyone's got quite a large collection of photographs of you by now. So thank you very much to our fantastic panel on AI for food systems. Excellent, brilliant. We'll just make sure our microphones are left and they're welcome to go off in that direction. Thank you so much. Oh, ladies and gentlemen and everyone, a round of applause. What a fantastic initiative that was. And it was a very relaxing panel, wasn't it? I felt very comfortable. So thank you very much, everyone, for that. Now, our next guest is a longtime friend of the event and quite extraordinary in her approach from the perspective of multimedia, which is, well, that's where so many people, including myself, are inspired. So we're very happy to see what's in store as we have an intro to a keynote that's all about multimedia and authenticity. So please, will you join me in welcoming to the stage the chair of AI and Multimedia Standards Collaboration. Hang on, is this a keynote or a panel? I think it's a panel, isn't it? It is a keynote? Yes, okay, excellent. I'm afraid I must apologize, this script isn't quite synced up. Obviously, we need to fix our own connectivity here. Okay, so I'm going to invite the fantastic Chair of AI and Multimedia Standards Collaboration, Senior Director of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science, all-round amazing human being from Shutterstock. I would love you to give an afternoon welcome to the absolutely inimitable Alessandra Sala.
Hello, everyone. Eminences, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, ITU, for having me here and to talk about this very important topic. But before we dive right into, let me share something personal besides those business titles. I'm a researcher, and I've spent last couple of years looking at the quality of the data that we put in generative AI. How do we compensate artists in their IP creation of this new technology? And most recently, I moved my attention to the output of those models and the quality that they bring and the fidelity that they have to reality, and how we human can distinguish what's real and what's AI generated. So today, just for you, I want to go one level deeper and share one other story. I'm from Amalfi. And I'm very proud of being from Amalfi, not just because it's a UNESCO World Heritage City. Every Italian is very proud of their own city. But last few days, there was something special from us from Amalfi. An iconic brand, Ferrari, chose my town to launch their new car, Ferrari 2025, Ferrari Amalfi. And I join my fellow citizen in sharing the joy of having this amazing car in our streets. Unfortunately, it wasn't me. I was on my way here to spend this week with you. But generative AI allows us to express our creativity, our imagination, our dreams. And this is a powerful technology that can change our life and humanity, we hope for good. But today there are few important risks that we have to consider. The World Economic Forum has identified misinformation and disinformation as the top risk today and for the next 2 years. And I don't know if you have captured, but UN has just released last week a new report on global risks. And misinformation is the only global risk where we as technologists, as citizens, are less prepared. But let me bring you some real example. What is deepfake? What does it mean? Is it even a real problem? And unfortunately is when it's used to silence women with different political ideas or activists in part of the world where even just the risk of being blackmailed with non-consensual explicit content can put you at risk of jail, life, and even your kids may have a very different life outcome. And unfortunately, we are seeing those deepfake as a new form of gender violence rising. And it's not just women. It's even worse when AI is used to exploit kids with content that no one will even want to think about. The UK Internet Watch Foundation has seen and measured a 380% increase of content that depict child abuse. And I leave it with you for a second to reflect what it means for investigation, for keep our society safe. And this was a case not many months ago in Spain, where unfortunately 20 real girls between 11 and 17 were used to create deepfake and nudity online. We know that deepfakes is used also to create polarized society. Actually, even here in Switzerland has happened. Who would have thought so? A politician used his opponent from the other party in a deepfake of her campaigning for him. He lost parliamentarian immunity. Who would have thought? But it has real implication on our society, the way we communicate with each other. If we polarize our perspectives, it's very difficult to come together and understand each other, and that's why UN organizations are so critical to keep us together and teach us what it means multilateralism and the ability to talk with each other, even when we come from different perspectives. So, AI and Multimedia Authenticity Initiative is a collaboration that was convened by ITU, ISO, and IEC, and bring together standard expert, industry expert, civil society. I see some of our friends in the audience. Thank you for being with us in this journey. Expert that can help us to promote global solution for authenticating AI-generated content and, in general, multimedia content. So our mission is to harness the power of international standards to protect individual rights, to build digital ecosystem grounded in transparency and trust. So our mission is very simple: become a global leading forum for coordinating international standard development and policy framework for multimedia authenticity, fostering collaboration across government, industry, academia, and the tech expert that we have in the room today. We aim to empower state and stakeholders to adopt our recommendation and guiding the development forward. It has been a busy year from last year on this stage when this collaboration was convened, and we have spent several months from the beginning of the year to work on practical tools that I will present in order to understand the landscape and understand what to do. We have a very busy journey ahead, but today we'll focus on our first two deliverables, a technical paper and a policy paper, and I'll give you some insight in those papers which are available, and I'll tell you where. But before I jump into that, I want to say a sincere thank you to our partner, civil society, big company, international organization, standard and expert coming together to help us to understand where we are on this very important and the highest global risk and what to do. And our executive board, we have academia, we have the standard organization working with us on 3 key areas. How do we understand and map the standard that we have available today? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can use what we have. Policy discussion, regulators and policymakers have to be in the room, and that's why at the AI for Good 2025, we were able to deliver a capacity building workshop just for regulator and policymaker. So, the first deliverable, a standard landscape. Our experts have identified more than 40 standards that apply, 35 already in our first paper. This is a paper that is going to evolve, is a living document, and we have identified standards and classified them in 6 different categories: content provenance, trust, asset identity, rights declaration, watermarking, all key aspects of AI and multimedia authenticity to help us to protect knowledge, to protect the information and the truth and the trust that we assign to those communication systems. But let me move to the second deliverable, our policy paper, the one that yesterday we have used on a real hands-on workshop where policymakers and regulators have used our checklist to go through specific use case and give us feedback whether this paper gave us a tool for them to understand how to regulate and operate in this very complex ecosystem. We have studied more than 60 standards, 300 plus policy documents, over 60 countries, 7 checklists. So we have simplified 5 recommendations for developer and 7 recommendations for policymaker. Our papers are available online at AI for Good, multimedia authenticity/report. Please read our paper, join our mailing list, connect to us. We need more experts, we need more feedback. This is V1, and we want to release the new version with your skill, ideas, and perspectives. So what are we going to do in the next of the year and possibly in the few years ahead? This technology is evolving fast. We can't stop. We can't slow down. We need to continue to invest on research activities. We also need to bring our regulator, our policymaker forward with us in this journey, concurrently in continuing to working and developing on the gaps of the standards that we have today. Because yes, we have already many standards, we also have some gaps, and therefore we need a collective approach, we need a collective effort to simplify the standard landscape. I heard a fantastic quote: the worse than not having standard is to have too many standards. And we are a little bit in that reality. We'll meet again in the Global AI Standards Summit at the end of the year and Korea, and we will deliver on our promise, our new paper, our discussion with policymakers, and coordination across a number of standard groups. So please follow us. We are even on LinkedIn, not just on website. So please engage with us, connect with us, send us your ideas. We have a different way to be available to different perspectives. And thank you in advance, because I count on you to join and bring your feedback forward. Thank you for joining this global commitment. And now, I'd like to invite the brain behind this collaboration on stage with me for a picture. And I see a few of them coming in. Turaj, please allow Turaj to come in, and Leonard. We couldn't have achieved our deliverables without those brilliant minds. Thank you very much. Cindy, Vijay, I hope Bilal will appear as well. We have some of the papers, if you're interested. I'd like to show how beautiful they are. Come and join, please. Am I giving the policy paper? So we'll swap the standard paper from our expert and lead, and our policy paper lead. I'll have the policy. I'll keep the policy here. Here we go.
Wonderful. Thank you ever so much, everybody. Please enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Lovely to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, shall I stay here? Shall I? I'm kind of like, I've got yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, I managed to do 7.5 kilometers just in the Palexpo. It's incredible. I know there are a few people who probably could double that on a day, because you're walking around the incredible exhibition and the trade show and just all of these amazing connections you're making. But now, thank goodness, I get to sit down, because we have a lovely panel on the Global Initiative for AI for Health. This is the United Nations flagship platform for driving the responsible and inclusive use in AI for health, AI in health, I should say. It was formally launched at the AI for Good Summit in 2023, just a couple of years ago. Feels like both a lifetime and yesterday at the same time, doesn't it? And this is led by 3 UN specialized agencies: the International Telecommunication Union, the World Health Organization, and the World Intellectual Property Organization. So, the Global Initiative is the Global Initiative on AI for Health. It brings together over 500 collaborators across sectors to co-create technical guidance, regulatory frameworks, and implementation strategies. The initiative addresses key topic areas, including ethics and governance, and regulatory considerations, data quality, assessment and governance, intellectual property, evaluations, and applications in domains such as maternal health, point of care, oral health, malaria, healthy aging, and traditional medicine. And today we get to hear from the agencies behind the initiative on the progress so far, and all of the milestones on the horizon as well. Today also marks the launch of a technical brief on mapping the application of artificial intelligence in traditional medicine. This is so cool. It's going to be the first technical brief to be formally published by all 3 agencies under the Global Initiative. So before we start, I'm just going to head over to the panel, and I'm going to introduce the distinguished representatives from WIPO, ITU, and WHO, who are joining us here on stage today. So shall I head over here and do it? Or shall I stay? Yes, let's come with me, everybody. And OK, let's see who we have here. We have Edward Kwakwa, the Assistant Director General of the Global Challenges and Partnerships Sector at the World Intellectual Property Organization. And then we also have Seizo Onoe-san. He was here earlier. He's back again. He's back quite a lot. We like him very much. He's the Director of Telecommunication Standardization Bureau, TSB, at the ITU. And Alain Labrique, the Director of the Department of Digital Health and Innovation at the World Health Organization, the WHO. Let's welcome them all to the stage. Everyone, if I shake one person's hand, it looks a little bit strange not to go and shake everybody else's hand as well. So it's a real pleasure that you've come to join us. And my goodness, this is amazing. The launch mapping the application of AI in traditional medicine. I'm kind of surprised this hasn't been done and really happy to be part of the launch. It's such an honor. Artificial intelligence is ushering in a transformative era. And really very, very excited to have you all to deliver this, because centuries-old healing systems are enhanced by cutting-edge technologies to deliver more personalized, effective, and accessible care. And today, at the ITU AI for Good Summit 2025, ITU, WHO, and WIPO have jointly launched the brief under the Global Initiative on AI for Health. And the brief offers a roadmap for harnessing the potential of AI responsibly while safeguarding cultural heritage and data sovereignty. Traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine is practiced in 170 countries, and it's relied upon by billions of people worldwide. I'm one person that's benefited greatly from modern medicine. The brief leverages real-world case studies to provide a snapshot of how AI is being applied in traditional medicine practices around the world, from personalized care and drug discovery to biodiversity conservation. It details the opportunities and the challenges facing AI integration in this area, with the risks it touches on, including biopiracy, unequal access to digital technologies, and of course, that lack of robust data infrastructure that we all know so well. Crucially, it outlines recommendations tailored to traditional medicine practitioners, policymakers, and AI developers on how best to leverage AI technologies to support evidence-based research, diagnostics, and health systems strengthening in traditional medicine. So it's time to have a lovely conversation with all of you. And I'm going to start by asking Edward Kwakwa, please tell us what are WIPO's top priorities on AI and health in particular, because I know there's quite a few different priorities in many places, but we'd love to know how this has been contributing to the GI AI4H. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking the International Telecommunication Union for inviting me to this important session. WIPO, and at WIPO we say WIPO for the simple reason our first Director General instructed us. He said, WIPO sounds too much like a cleaning product. So instead of WIPO, we say WIPO. At WIPO, we are very interested in the intersection between artificial intelligence and global health. And that is why we have partnered with colleagues, the ITU and WHO, to have this, what we call trilateral collaboration, very important for us. Collaboration for us underpins our support that we provide to our 194 member states. And we do have 194 member states, as these member states seek to realize the potential of artificial intelligence and how it transforms health systems. So that's the top priority for us, how we use the intellectual property system to try and interface with artificial intelligence at the same time as we are interfacing with the health systems. I could go into detail, but this is just by way of introduction.
Oh, well.
So again, good to be here.
Thank you. It's a great introduction, and I will now forever say WIPO. Thank you so much. Oh, well, Edward, that was a brilliant selection of insights, and I'm sure looking forward to building awareness of the role in IP in supporting AI-related health innovation. Onoe-san, hello there. Thank you again. And after the very successful FGAI AI for H. What are ITU's top interests in helping progress the AI for health agenda?
Okay, thank you. Actually, our focus group was very successful in driving collaboration on AI for health. And now our global initiative built on that success, that work. So, for example, the traditional medicine brief launched today applies a benchmarking framework developed by our focus group. And it also provides further guidance to countries on how AI can support traditional medicine. The publication from our focus group address 4 key dimensions of AI for health. One, ethics, collaboration, and consideration for regulations, technology, and use cases, and critical assessment. This publication provides a blueprint for future standardization work. We also created a running code version of our benchmarking framework known as open code infrastructure. This infrastructure is a digital public good. And it shows that an open source platform can help implement standards and foster innovation across borders. You can find the full report on this focus group's work on the AI for Good publication web page. Now, with a global initiative on AI for health, we want to go further. We want to see standards in action with global impact. The collaboration driven by our global initiative will help ITU develop technical standards on key aspects of AI for health, such as data quality and auditing of AI systems. Our private sector and academia members make ITU unique UN agencies, and our member states makes us a unique standard body. This helps ITU members companies to lead the development of technical standards aligned with government priorities. And that's very important for healthcare.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you. Time's almost over, so I'd like to ask the 3 panelists to tell us in under 2 minutes. This is very ambitious, isn't it? What's next for each agency for fostering AI and health, and any asks that you might have? Oh, hang on. Have I given you a chance to say what you're saying yet? Oh, I'm so sorry. We've missed our 3rd panelist. Shall I just go on to you, first of all, and then we can find out more? Would that be, is that... I think I might have made a little bit of an error there. Can I just check? Yes, so please, my apologies, audience. It is the 4th day of a very, very full conference, and we're up till 1 a.m. every night, so sometimes I think there's a little bit of a glitch. All right, so Alan, given the rapid evolution of AI, I'd love to hear you tell us where the WHO is currently focusing its efforts and expertise, and how the global initiative aligns with these priorities, and then we'll come back and hear the 2 minutes from each of our panelists. Thank you so much for your patience.
Not at all, and you're doing a great job. So after we know how at the end of an amazing conference like this one, it's a lot of information to take in, and I think many of us see AI as augmenting our intelligence. So hopefully in the future, it'll help us be more resilient to these challenges. So let me be very clear. For us in health at WHO, the World Health Organization, AI is nothing short of a game changer in public health, in clinical medicine, and in maintaining our well-being as individuals. So we see this as being a major turning point. We've been working with AI for over a decade, and this partnership with the WIPO, I learned fast, thank you for that correction. WIPO and ITU has just been phenomenal. Since 2018, the focus group on AI for health has really advanced and pushed us to think about not just the shiny objects on the surface, but what's needed at the foundations. a lot of what we do in global health is really invest in those robust foundations, without which we can't enjoy the front-end experience. When you go to an ATM and you put in your credit card and it gives you money no matter where you are in the world, there's a lot of things happening in the background that enable that. So I would say the priorities for WHO are really looking at governance. So are countries ready to take on AI-based systems within their health system? And do they have the necessary regulatory and assessment frameworks in order to evaluate whether an AI tool is good or not so good? Is that AI tool appropriate for the context in which it's being deployed? And most importantly, is it safe and reliable? Because in health, we have very little tolerance for failure. The last thing I'll say is localization, and that is AI tools developed for global purposes aren't always useful for local purposes. And so we really work to make sure that those tools can be localized to the context in which they're being used. So benchmarking, governance and regulation, and localization are really our key focal areas.
Brilliant. It's really well put. It's sort of balancing responsibility with innovation. And thank you so much, Alain. We note these efforts from WHO in improving global governance of AI technologies used for health, and in particular how robust, relevant, and context-appropriate standards and benchmarks will empower countries to bring these technologies to their populations safely and ethically. Now, time really is almost over now, so it's now my chance to ask each of our lovely panelists to tell us in just a couple of minutes what's next for each agency and where you might like to have some help, because we have some brilliant people in our audience who are ready to listen. So I think Onoe-san, would you like to start by letting us know what we're looking for?
Okay, in short.
Yeah.
In short, actually, we will continue encouraging the stakeholders to join our global initiative, because we want to promote even more collaboration and partnership on AI for health.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So I think I'm just trying to work out what else we're going to be asking. I think I'll go to you, Edward. What are you looking to do in the future?
Yes, so I can't promise to be as short as Director Ono.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
In WIPO, what we want to do in November, we are planning to launch a training course. This is a course on AI for medical manufacturing. This is part of support we are providing from our WIPO Academy. The Academy happens to be the university wing of WIPO. 2, we will be developing a guide that helps map emerging trends in AI-enabled healthcare and their implications for the intellectual property systems. 3rd, and most importantly, last year we adopted a new treaty on intellectual property, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge. And we intend to see how best that treaty can be implemented in order to ensure tangible benefits for indigenous peoples and local communities. So in all this, we are looking forward to collaborating with our 2 important agencies, WHO and ITU, in this endeavor.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And of course, for the member states, we look to you for guidance as to how we can support your activities in the sense in which you also support what we are doing. Thank you.
That's lovely. Thank you so much. Alan, over to you.
So on our side, the first thing that we're looking forward to doing is continuing to convene experts. We have experts on a wide range of areas: medical devices, pharmacologic discovery, medical use cases, where we need to have that expert convening come together and really think about how do we assess and ensure the safeguarding of health, first and foremost, in those use cases where AI is applied. The second is, following in our footsteps of our WIPO colleagues, is to continue to build capacity. And so for that, we need training courses. We need to make sure that the health workforce, the policymakers, have the wherewithal to make smart decisions, but also to integrate AI into their routine use. But last but not least is the regulatory alignment. And one of the things that WHO does is strengthen the national regulatory agencies that are the gatekeepers of medical devices and products that are used in the health sector. And so by aligning regulatory agencies to be on the same page, to be working from the same playbook and the same ethical principles, what you do is expedite innovations that are made in one geography to be transposed into another. And so the last thing we want is for people to be unable to take advantage of breakthroughs in the use of AI for health because of where they live and because the regulatory systems haven't advanced enough to be able to assess and accept those innovations into the health system. So we're looking forward. In September of this year, we have the AI Regulators Symposium in Korea, where all of the major regulatory agencies from Europe to North America to the Western Pacific will be converging on regulatory alignment. So we're very excited about that.
Yeah, I think you should be. Excellent. I think we're going to give the last word to you, Onoe-san, because I know that you're looking forward to quite a few different things. For example, the publications from the Global Initiatives Working Group on Data. Please tell us a little bit more. Yeah.
Publication? Okay. We are looking forward to the first publication from our global initiative. The publication provides a basis for new ITU standard, and they will support the further development of the open code infrastructure. No, this is a publication. Okay.
Brilliant. No, thank you ever so much, ladies and gentlemen and everyone. There's clearly quite an amazing initiative here, and we want to make sure to promote even more partnerships and collaboration in AI for health. It's such an important area, and I'm sure that so many of us have benefited from health, or people that we know and love have benefited from modern and traditional medicine, and anything that AI can do to help with that. For example, this fantastic partnership is welcomed by so many people inside this room and in the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our amazing panel, thank you very much. Okay, as our panel will go, I'm just going to check, do we need a photograph for this panel? No, we don't. You can just chill out. That's lovely, isn't it? What an extraordinary panel, everybody. And it's just so many interesting things are happening on stage here. And we are continuing because we have the General Manager, Digital Inclusion and Community Engagement at Microsoft Philanthropies. Please, can you join me in welcoming, talking on elevating AI skills for all. It's Naraya Santa Lucia. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's Friday afternoon. We're almost done. Hello to everyone in the room. Hello to everyone watching online. I'm Naraya Santa Lucia. I'm so excited to be here today with all of you. And I also want to just thank the ITU so much, Doreen Bogdan-Martin and the whole team. It's been just a phenomenal, smooth experience. So I just want to say a huge thank you as well. So I have the very distinct honor of being able to work on AI skilling globally for Microsoft. And whenever we think about any part of our work, we always start with our mission. And our mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. That's where we start all of our conversations. But in the past few months, we've actually been having a little bit of an interesting, different conversation as well. And we're asking ourselves a few questions. We're asking ourselves, are we trying to build machines that are smarter than people, or machines that will help people become smarter? We're also asking ourselves, are we trying to build machines that will outperform people in their jobs, or machines that will help people pursue better jobs? So with these two questions in mind, we've been thinking through our organization, thinking through where we do our philanthropic investments, our resource allocation, the places we spend our money and our time and our energy to really think about talent and workforce development, especially in the case of the AI economy and this new transition to that AI economy. And just on Wednesday, so I think it was Thursday morning in Seattle, I had the chance to participate in the launch of a new group and a new initiative that is actually going to be the next iteration of our philanthropy. So actually my title's changed, but I couldn't tell the ITU team until then. So I have a little video to show what we've been doing at Microsoft. Uh-oh, there's no sound. Can we try again with sound?
To replace people or to help people thrive.
Let's watch it again. Let's watch it again.
Okay, perfect. We're going to try again, because this is technology, right, everyone? It's all good. We're going to... Yes.
As AI advances, we must ask ourselves some hard questions. Are we building technology to replace people or to help people thrive?
Podemos fazer uma escola mais feliz, mais inteligente, mais humana.
We know that AI will add such a depth for children and young people.
She envisioned it with Copilot. Being out on the ice is exactly the way she wanted it.
Are we trying to create AI that will outsmart humanity or elevate it?
Public policy making is about seeing the big picture, responding to the trends, while addressing individual needs of the people.
With AI, I can be more independent.
At Microsoft, we believe in advancing AI by putting people first.
I needed to pivot. Using AI really expands the scope of the things that you can be good at.
The teacher matters more now in times of AI.
I'm extremely optimistic about the future of AI. It has helped me to be the best version of myself.
It feels very good to do your job easier and to focus on what is important.
We can really boost the impact that we have supporting small-scale farmers globally around the world.
To just have access, this is what gives me joy.
We're partnering with schools, nonprofits, labor organizations, and governments in new and innovative ways to ensure AI serves everyone.
Every day, someone has a new idea of how to use AI that can revolutionize the world.
Introducing Microsoft Elevate, putting people first.
All right, well, we are putting all of our philanthropic efforts, the way that we do our business, especially with our education and our nonprofits, and we're going to launch this and do that work through our new organization, Microsoft Elevate. And really that tagline is so meaningful to us because in this moment of AI, we really want to focus on the people. So a couple things, and hopefully this is helpful to think about kind of the way that we're thinking of things through at Microsoft, but hopefully it's a way potentially, would love to chat with anyone else about kind of what's on the top of your organization's minds as well. But we are pulling together 5 different interconnected functions within the company. First and foremost are philanthropic donations. So Microsoft has always had a DNA of giving back to our nonprofit communities. That actually came from our founder and CEO, Bill Gates. His mother was a huge philanthropist and always said that she wanted him to make sure that they provided opportunities for people who worked at Microsoft to give back to the community. So we will be continuing with that philanthropic donation. And also continuing forward. I think we have a visitor. See you later. So we will be connecting all of those philanthropic donations along with our sales and our technical support in the education and nonprofit area. We will influence and bring community voice into our product development in that area. We'll also anchor on skilling training, especially in the AI context. And finally, we'll take all that learning and really inform the way that we do public policy and advocacy in the education and workforce space. So I'm so excited because I get to have a chance to really anchor on the skills part, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But what this all means is that Microsoft Elevate, over the next 5 years, will be donating $4 billion in cash and technology to schools and nonprofits. And then on the other side of the coin, the work that our team is really going to be driving is that we will be helping to train 20 million people in the next 2 years on AI. So about that, so this talk is called Elevating AI Skills for All. Why are we doing this work? Well, we're obviously the creators of one of these AI technologies. We know that we have a responsibility to make sure that those benefits can be felt by everyone. And we also know that this world is changing so fast that the pace of change is often daunting. Our friends at LinkedIn have a study that indicates that 70% of skills used in most jobs right now will change by 2030. It's such a daunting pace of change. And yet, 75% of young people in more than 92 countries, and especially in those countries that are low or middle income in the global south, they fall short of having the skills needed to secure the jobs that are going to be good jobs in the AI economy. We also, through our own education research, have found that 76% of global education leaders view AI literacy as an essential skill, but only 10% of schools and universities are providing guidance to AI educators. And that's why we are, as a part of Microsoft Elevate, launching and putting our efforts behind a new academy. We are going to be helping those 20 million people earn an in-demand AI credential in the next 2 years. I think that's really important to pause and remember. And a lot of our partners have been talking about this because it's very easy just to train people for a few hours or a few moments or go, bite-sized content. That's wonderful. And we think people should continue to do that in AI. But even more important is to make sure our learners have an ability to test the learning that they've developed, and then have a signal, a credential to show the world, put that on LinkedIn, put that on another profile. It doesn't have to be a degree, but it could be a digital certificate or a micro credential, and that's really, really important, so we really want to anchor on that because we think that will be the way that they'll be able to advance their livelihood opportunities and job prospects as well. A couple of things that we do to do that. We offer free training, credentials, free curriculum that's all available. We have actually a great tool called the AI Skills Navigator. You can go on and use AI itself to help get you started on a learning journey. It's a wonderful way to surface the content and go from course to course in a way that would make sense and bring learners along. We also really want to continue to provide data and insights, and we often do that with our friends at LinkedIn, on the economy, on the skills that are developing, on trends as well. And then how can we really be a place to convene? And actually, this is the reason why we love coming to summits and conferences like this, because there are so many people from all across different industries. We can break down our silos, and that is one of the ways that we really hope to continue to make a difference as well. But all of that is wonderful, but at the center of all of our work is our partnerships. And one of the most effective partnerships have been through agencies across the UN, because we know that if we can partner at the local level with organizations that are trusted locally, we can have that lasting impact. So I wanted to just do a plug for a few of the different partnerships that we think have been really impactful. I know this is one that Doreen has already talked about and folks have already spoken about, but it is this AI Skills Coalition with the ITU. And I know it was launched earlier this year. I think 50 different organizations have now joined on board. We are really, really happy about this coalition because it is the UN platform to bring multi-sectoral approach together and think about how we're going to really train people on AI skills. So it's not too late. If your organization has not joined, please join us in this effort. I think we can really make a difference together on helping everybody gain those AI skills. Another great partner of ours, also in the UN system, is UNICEF. So UNICEF, everybody knows, does a tremendous job of helping children succeed and thrive. Well, there are two initiatives that we are very proud of and will continue to invest in through Elevate Academy. The first is our Passport to Learning program. This is a program that was first developed to think about how can we put content and curriculum online, especially in places with low connectivity. And we did that activity with UNICEF before COVID. And of course, after COVID, every government needed something like this really quickly. I was actually with the head of education for UNICEF a couple nights ago in Seattle, and she was telling me that she was actually a country director in Laos at the time of COVID, and that this Passport to Learning really was exactly what the government needed to put all their national curriculum online so that young people could learn and continue to learn in the pandemic. We then took that program and iterated it to become the Passport to Earning, another platform to really help youth job seekers who are training in the digital and then now the AI economy. Collectively, 14 million individuals have been trained in 47 countries based on those two platforms, and we're really excited to move forward. Kevin Frey of Generation Unlimited, who is working on the Passport to Earning with us, said he's going to get me 4 million credentials of the 20 million. So I said, let's go, Kevin. But that's just another amazing partnership that we are really very much proud of. We're also super excited about our partnership with the ILO. We have a program called the Women in Digital Business Program. We help women micro-entrepreneurs gain digital and AI skills. And I just want to shout out my colleague, Kate Barnes, who is actually the brainchild behind all these partnerships. But she and I were just talking about, what are some of the amazing success stories we've seen. And she was telling me about a woman in Kenya who was initially just selling her products online and was able to use these skills to really get out there and do digital marketing in a new way, get onto different platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook, and really have her business accelerate. We're very, very proud of this. We've also taken like a multi-industry approach and gotten one of our partners, M-Pesa, to give devices also to the women, and then women become trained and then train others as well. So it's just really a wonderful opportunity to very much make a difference. So in closing, I just wanted to put that call to action. There are so many different ways that we all can work as a community to make sure that nobody is left behind with the AI skills, whether you have content, whether you have a network, whether you have funding, whether you just have a heart that you want to get involved and take hold. Remember that you can always join that AI Skills Coalition. There are so many other partnerships that we would love to embark on with all of you. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much again to the ITU and to everyone here, and I hope that we can see you in partnership to elevate AI skills for everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That clicker has been held by some of the most famous hands in the world of AI. I feel like it's one of those things. Many years ago, when I was working on a TV show called BBC Click, I got to shake hands with Stevie Wonder, and it's just these sorts of legendary moments. So the hand that this hand has shaken, and then all of you that I'm meeting at the event as well, it's absolutely brilliant, and I still sometimes wonder how I've ended up here. So our next presentation is actually on AI and environment. That's right, isn't it? No, it's not. It's actually going to be on AI and energy. Yes, here we are. Okay, so please will you join me in welcoming... Here we are. Okay, please join me in welcoming Gita Coutinhoc, Bavarian AI Chair for Mathematical Foundations of Artificial Intelligence, Ludwig Maximilians Universität München, and Qi Shuguang, Vice Deputy Engineer, China Telecommunication Technology Labs Systems, China Academy of Information and Communication Technology. That's the CAICT. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to see so many people here. So let me start. You see here the words AI and energy. What is the first which comes to your mind? I strongly believe that most people first think of the enormous energy consumption of today's AI systems. And indeed, AI has an enormous energy problem. You see it basically weekly on the news. So here you see, for instance, Forbes. AI is pushing the world toward an energy crisis. And let me now show you how serious the situation really is. So here I brought you a figure from the decadal plan of the Semiconductor Research Corporation for the Biden administration. What you see here plotted over time is the world energy production in white. And I would now like to show you the curve of the energy we just need for communication. So communication between AI agents, also communication in AI systems. And this is how it looks. And I'm sure most of you realize the seriousness of the situation, because certainly we cannot use more energy than the world energy production. If there's a limit, then this is it. Now, if you're a bit smarter, and we use, for instance, instead of CPUs, GPUs, we can lower this curve, but always remember, this is just the energy we need for communication, just a part of the energy we require worldwide. And already there, we are heading towards the world energy production. So I think, therefore, it's fair to say that AI has a serious energy problem. But AI not only has an energy problem, in fact, it has impacts on various aspects of our environment. So, and here are a couple of examples. For instance, these large-scale, hyperscale centers produce a lot of carbon. So carbon emission is one problem. And with it goes hand in hand also the emission of PM2.5. Now, what is that? So these are the small particles in the air which cause air pollution. And we all know that this can cause serious health problems. In addition, these servers are extremely hot. They typically are cooled by water. The water is heated up, so that first of all needs a lot of water. But then secondly, the water is released in the environment and could also be one reason for the loss of biodiversity. In addition, the data centers constantly need to be replaced, need to be improved, so this leads to a lot of electronic waste, and also, at the same time, certainly, it's also resource depletion. So, in that sense, we are right now at crossroads. We can continue the path, which we did now for many years. We can build larger and larger and larger AI data centers with similar technologies, or we can take a disruptively novel approach, developing and introducing novel AI hard-software combinations, AI systems, and shift gears and take a path towards a more sustainable AI future. The choice is ours. And so this was one of the two main topics which we discussed in yesterday's workshop, where I had the honor and pleasure to be the curator of. So this was a workshop on navigating the impact of AI, environment, and energy for a sustainable future. And my colleague, Kui Shiwang, and myself will now present to you the results and the discussion of this workshop. We had a very high-profile set of speakers and panelists and moderators, both from science, so researchers, also from industry representatives, and also many policymakers from politics. I myself will present the scientific side, and Mrs. Shiwang will then present the viewpoint, the perspective of industry, and also of politics. So let me start by discussing from a scientific viewpoint the environmental aspect. Now, we heard several talks that rigorously scientifically you can show the tremendous impact on environment, for instance, concerning the enormous amount of energy consumption, of CO2 emission, of, for instance, also carbon intensity in the vicinity of hyperscale data centers. And at the same time, there was also a report that already in the vicinity of these hyperscale data centers, there was an increasing amount of PM2.5, which already caused serious health issues, and certainly with that comes also an enormous economic cost. At the same time, certainly we all know how fast AI accelerates these days. So now we have generative AI, we use cloud computing, and so on. And so what was also discussed is because of that, certainly this impact on environment also exponentially increases. And if we talk about cloud computing, I mean, that sounds nice. Something happens in the cloud, we don't have much to do with it. But I mean, cloud computing just means these are also still massive data centers which are on the ground, maybe also in a different country, but it's nothing which, I mean, we don't need to worry about. And what was also discussed from the scientific side was that there's a great need also for new metrics, and in particular, a worldwide fair assessment of the impact of AI on the environment in different ways. And science is also a good way to do that because science is in that sense independent and it can allow a fair assessment, a fair and rigorous assessment. And so let's now come to the industry side, and I will hand over to my colleague, Shiwan, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Gita, and apologize I cannot speak as fast as Professor Gita, but I would try my best to be faster a bit. And also thank you very much for ITU for this invitation and this very good organization for good to let us have this platform to exchange our ideas. So back to my topic today, I will talk from the industrial perspective on the AI environmental impact. Firstly, I think all of our industry partners already aware of energy consumption or water consumption in data center. I am sure on this. But how to tackle this or how to do in next steps, I think the first important thing is cost. Because you have to use energy-saving technology, you have to use the energy-efficient, maybe product, maybe department, etc. Then you need some support from foundings, etc. So it is the industrial part is also challenging, facing these challenges. And the next one, what Professor Gita already mentioned from the scientific side, we have to have some metrics to evaluate how AI modules, how AI service, GHG emission, or environmental impact. But actually, in ITU, for example, we have some recommendation already, but how to apply this in the industrial side, how to test this metrics could work very well, and if we need some modification work or updates, this is another work. The third one is for the AI, everyone knows, okay, now energy consumption is usually going very fast, but saying besides this, of course, we agree, but we also have to take care of water consumption, materials use, etc., e-waste problem maybe. So the environmental impact is a broader terms or broader scope than only for energy consumption, but of course biodiversity, etc. So now, very important thing again, on the software side. All of us know, okay, now servers are consuming a lot, but because of AI modules, we have to realize the functions first. Then everyone is just working how to get to the target on how to use these modules, how to develop these modules. But maybe at this stage, not so many people care of how energy efficiency of the softwares, how it can be more efficient. So this is the, facing challenges in AI environment. Then we would like to give some solutions, beginning from scientific side.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so let's come also a bit to the positive side. We heard just the impact on AI on the environment, what can happen or what happens these days. But at the same time, I mean, there's also great hope. And let me report from the scientific side, I mean, what talks we heard to tackle these challenges. So one main aspect was that certainly we can improve the software. We have our large foundation models. There are now ways to compress them so that training and inference doesn't use that much energy and doesn't use that much cost. There are also ways, for instance, if you have a large-scale model, you can repurpose it and use it for different purposes, for different tasks. Also, you could, for instance, do quantization and a lot of fancy techniques to reduce the consumption, the energy consumption, the requirements, the efficiency of your software. But what also turned out from a foundational viewpoint was there is also a serious problem with the hardware we use these days, in particular with the digital hardware. So everyone who has a laptop in front of you, you use digital hardware, and that requires a lot of energy. Because on the other hand, your human brain is an analog machine, and your human brain only uses 20 watts. So therefore, there are now technologies and hardware which go in this direction, for instance, neuromorphic computing, which use much less energy. So in that sense, what needs to be done these days, and that was also an agreement, is to not only improve the software, but to rethink disruptively this combination of hard and software together, to then get to a more sustainable future so that you can then create AI systems which require much significant less energy. And so this also shows that from a foundation, from a scientific viewpoint, you can really go to the depths of the problem. You can understand why these problems are caused, for instance here, concerning the hardware, and then also in a very systematic manner and also sustainable manner derive solutions which then carry also forward to the future. What was also discussed was, for instance, that it is very important for future AI technology to promote also energy efficiency, maybe as one of the core values, which could then also lead to the fact that people reconsider the way we do computing these days and rethink it in such a way that they also consider the aspect of how can I make it more efficient, more energy efficient, more friendly to the environment from a scientific viewpoint and also from an industrial viewpoint. And with this, I would again like to hand over to my colleague.
Thank you so much. Actually, from the industry side, we will not talk very, frontier technology. Just now we are saying analog and digital technology, also brain. Just let us consider from industry perspective, where GHG emissions from? Guess where it is from. Maybe all of you know it is from the fossil energy. Then the first one, from the supplier part or energy supply, we can do it green. Green energy supply is for AI is one, green AI. It could be done very easy, but it costs much. This is the first way. We did not encourage only in this way, but it is one possible way. Another, because this is the supply part, then one equipment or AI is running, they are producing GHG emission in a process. Then you could have energy-saving technology wherever in servers, in supporting infrastructure, etc. Then you also can have very efficient product. It is not decided by AI itself, but it is very important point, can decide when it is running, for example, AI modules are running 10 years, the GHG emission is how much. Then also, we have the circularity, where you may circularity on the energy, circularity on the materials, etc. Then they could usually help us to decrease the GHG emission in the process of AI. At the very end, we would like to reduce at the supplying side. We would like to reduce at the inner process, but it's still there. GHG emission is still there. How to do it? Then you have to take care of them very accurate way. Then we have the standards. We have the solution on GHG emission management. You have to identify which is the most important parts to take care, where you have to decrease GHG emission. This is the three logic in the industrial part to have these solutions to decrease the AI environmental impact. So now we would like to turn to another channel for AI positive impact. So please start from the scientific side.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we just discussed the impact of AI on the environment, but AI also holds a great potential for the environment. And so here I brought with me a statement from the World Economic Forum, 9 ways AI is helping tackle climate change by, for instance, monitoring how the climate is changing in different areas, also predicting how it will evolve, and also making suggestions on how could we best and optimized tackle this. And certainly climate change is not the only way where AI can have a significantly positive impact. There are also many other possibilities. Every city, every country has a power grid. You can optimize it using AI. You can optimize, for instance, also agriculture. When do you harvest? How is the weather predicted? You can do waste management, for instance, with embodied AI, robotics, improving this. Also conservation and biodiversity is a key topic. We had, for instance, a very interesting talk about deforestation, how you can predict it with AI, and how you can also then prevent it to a certain extent by looking at where this happens in the most serious cases. And then also transport and mobility, also one, let's say, aspect of environment which could be significantly improved using AI. So let me start again from the scientific perspective, how we can discuss this, what talks were given. And so one general agreement was that certainly these ecosystems are closely linked. So if you want to use AI for the environment, it should be also a global effort, a global cooperation. We need also metrics, human-centered metrics, to then carefully assess how good the optimization was done. Research could then provide the newest AI technologies for tackling those challenges. This requires highly interdisciplinary teams. And also with research, with science, we can very reliably provide not only methodologies, but also predict risks, such as, for instance, there's a data gap, this method cannot be used. We need to go in this way and approach it from that perspective. And now let's again come to the industry perspective.
Thank you so much. Then we move to the industrial part for the AI, what AI could do to the other sectors. You know, all the aspects you may already aware, decreasing energy consumption, also water consumption in the data center, yeah? And not only for data center, sorry, but other sectors, and also cutting down the material use, circularity, biodiversity, GHG emission, etc. So we would like to bring some researching work and the use cases you may can understand a little bit deep. First one is some organizations, including, first of all, ITU, also doing the research saying ICT, including AI, could decrease or enables 15 to 40% of reduction of GHG emission globally. So another also from the JESI, from the GSMA, also have some different perspective, but the result could be always the same, 20% reduction in JESI, and in GSMA is 10 times greater than itself, but itself is 2%, so the same with 20, And some solutions from different organizations or industries globally. First one I would like to take an example is on the manufacturing industries. We can use AI for different steps. First one is manufacturing devices. You can control the devices with AI technology, and it can save energy. Then also manufacturing process, and for all the management work, then you can have generally saving energy or using green energy, and for recycle and reuse. This is, I say it again, not only for ICT or AI itself, it usually goes to another sector and helping them to decrease the GHG emission. Then another very important point or area is energy sector. They are also using IoT or AI technology to let them get the data with the sensors, and using network to transport the data, and using the AI deep learning technology to save energy and promoting green energy transition. So at the very end, we would like to say, okay, now it is not divided into AI itself or AI for environment. It is normally, we say, first one, from the scientific side, we have already talked a lot, technology breakthrough. We have already identified, here is very key area we have to put the technology breakthrough, for example, in the chips, to push AI more sustainable. And policy and regulation is another very important topic yesterday in the workshop. Some countries are saying very important on the policies related to collecting the data, but some countries also say we would like to collect, but the regulation is first to control how to put this data safe, etc. So this is the work we are discussing. It did not put very precise direction, but we have get the consensus, collecting the data, and do the deeper work is very important. Then we have standard development in ITU, for example. We have plenty of standard in ITU study group 5, which we are working a lot, and we can use this standard to promote the AI environmental impact, not promoting decreasing impact, and promoting the sustainable development. Then the last one should be like international cooperation. Here we are taking. We would like to put this AI, green AI development, inclusive, no one behind, no one left. So at the very end, at last but not the least, here are 4 very important reports released from yesterday's workshop. Due to the time limitation, I will not read one by one, but please scan QR code to get this very important report and go into further steps. Thank you very much for all of your attention, and thank you, ITU, for providing us this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much. You can take the clicker with you, and if you want, you can... Have we got a microphone on every seat? I think we have. You're welcome to take the microphone as well, if you like. Shall I help you? There we go. I'll hold on to it. It's fine. I have a background from stand-up comedy. Hopefully that's apparent. So I'm very happy to hold a microphone. And then a funny thing happened to me on the way to the Pell Expo. No, I'm not going to do that. All right, thank you very much to our fabulous, fabulous speakers. And now we have a little bit of a treat for those of you who are fans of quantum. And I've got a fireside chat with Professor Chang Zhang, Executive Director, Jinan Institute of Quantum Technology, Professor, University of Science and Technology of China. These are like really big names that get bigger every year. I just remember when I first came in 2019, and it was like a little small. Any of you here in 2019? Can I just see? Yeah, a few of us. Well, okay, I've just stopped and interrupted myself halfway through introducing our next people. I'm sorry about that. I shall continue. So we have a moderator who is the Strategic Content Director of the Quantum Insider. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone, if you ever wanted to know how to talk about quantum to your friends, your family, and also maybe even your tech support people, I think that you are in very good hands, as we have Professor Chang Zhang and Sierra Shuker. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Is this on? Hi, everyone. First off, thank you for joining us today. I'm completely aware that it's the afternoon, it's a Friday, it's the last day of the summit, but we're very, very grateful to have your presence today. And I'm incredibly excited to have this conversation with you, where we're going to talk about the importance of standardization, especially as it relates to emerging technology. And very specifically, we're going to talk about quantum, which is one of my favorite topics. So before we get started on that discussion, I would love to briefly set the stage on the importance of standardization as it relates to quantum. So when we talk about standards, we're essentially talking about formal agreements of how technology should work. So this is a shared language of how systems interoperate, how they communicate, and how they function safely. And this is highly relevant to quantum technology, as quantum is really at the edge of what we understand about physics. And so we really want to ensure, as we develop this technology, that we have interoperability between vendors and countries, and we're also building trust around technologies that aren't widely understood. And so this really naturally leads me into the first question. So as we've set the stage, the benefits of standardization are more readily apparent, but the trade-offs are not. So often when we talk about standardization, we have to think about openness versus speedy innovation and balancing national interest with global collaboration. Mm-hmm. So in your role and experience, I'd love to hear more about which trade-off you think the industry needs to most urgently address.
Okay, thank you for your question. And hello, everyone. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to talk here. I'm a professor of physics, quantum physics, so I wear a weird T-shirt suggested by ITU Jilin. But anyway, I'm also on the board of two startup company of quantum technology in China. So I'm also involved in standardization. So for me, I think quantum technology is hardcore technology, not like AI. It's kind of hardware-driven technology. So in that sense, there are several subfields of quantum technology, like quantum communication can guarantee the additional secure communication. Quantum computation give you a very strong computer, and also the quantum sensing or metrology. For different field, it has different kind of development status. So in the sense for the quantum computing, for my personal view, it couldn't be used now. It probably can be used in, for example, 10 or 20 years later. So in that sense, when people are thinking about standardization, people are thinking, okay, we need to initiate a good kind of collaboration. We should do good thing. If you have a supercomputer, we shouldn't attack each other. We should help to develop the common benefit. So that's for the quantum computation. And for the quantum communication, the main application currently is for for example, national security, secure communication. For this kind of thing, I mean, if I develop a system, probably I couldn't sell it to US or Europe. But Europe and US, they want to have their own kind of secure stuff. So for this one, I think it's for the, but for this one, standardization is also very important. For this kind of research, for the standardization, we will think about that probably we need a kind, for example, how could we do the intercontinental communication? Like recently, we are using the satellite to do the quantum communication between China and South Africa. So we need to think about how to do the interconnector. That probably be the more important. And for the quantum sensing metrology, this one is basically it can share anywhere. So in the sense, then people are developing some standard. For example, the gravimeter. I know there are some commercial company in France, in China, and also in Korea. So now people they are working on international standard to work on that. So it depends on the different field, and different field you have a different kind of requirement for the trade-off of the standardization. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Thank you so much for that. Also, thank you for differentiating between the three main types of quantum technology. We find that often in the media, we're really focused on computation because it's big and it's flashy, but sensing is more likely to be used in the near term. So I think that's very important. And I also really love that you called out this incredible need for collaboration as it relates to quantum computation. So in our work with different regions and ecosystems, we find that there's this trend where nations really want to not only build a domestic quantum computer, but they're also very focused on how do they create a domestic supply chain as well. And while we understand this in terms of national security, it does create concerns around whether or not we're closing off global collaboration. So on this topic of this need to collaborate and work together and thinking about standards, when it comes to the current state of developing standards, this is often a discussion between government and academia entities more than anyone else. But how do we ensure that civil society also has a voice in the development of standardization?
Okay, this is a good question. I think for the since the quantum technology has a kind of a different development status, so some research is basically driven by the government funding. So in the sense, the government involved a lot. But for some research, it's already been product. So many, for example, private companies involved. Like quantum computer, you can name the Google, IBM, or Intel, Microsoft. And in China, we have the Tencent, Huawei, and this kind of company. I think eventually, when the kind of technology is commercialized, many companies will be involved. I don't worry about that. But for the new countries, for example, for the developing countries, for many developing countries, but this is not the only question for quantum. It's the question for any hardcore technology, because you need to have enough funding. So in a sense, I think the standardization is very good. I mean, for the standardization platform, it can give the opportunity for the developing countries or for the countries that couldn't develop this technology, have access to the quantum technology. For example, I have been invited to a kind of meeting in Uzbekistan. By ITU, yeah, Uzbekistan, yeah. It's a future network. I talk about the quantum technology. People are interested, but they know they couldn't develop now. But eventually, I think they will. And for example, for the quantum communication, we are now collaborating with South Africa. We publish a Nature paper together. And also, we collaborate with UAE or Singapore. And of course, Europe and Japan. Yeah. So I think that's probably the status.
That's awesome to hear. I especially love to hear that South Africa and other countries are involved in this conversation. I feel that when it comes to these types of situations where it's really people with access and resources that get to have a say, then we find that typically areas like the Global South get left out of the conversation. And so as we're developing this emerging technology that will affect all of us, it's important that everybody has a say in that. And so we've really so far focused on kind of this broader overview of standardization related to who gets to have a voice and how do we promote collaboration. So now I would like to dig a little bit deeper and get more specific about standards itself. So in quantum technology, where do you feel that trust models play a role? And should we have this conversation around trust models with potential misuse in mind?
This is very important, but probably it's a little bit kind of beyond of my knowledge, because yeah, I'm a researcher, I'm R&D, and for me, I think, if you really consider about the quantum for good, for example, if we have a quantum computer, we don't attack each other, then we should sit together. So to make sure that, okay, we will not, we should sign some agreement, we will work together. So in the sense, I think international, the standardization platform, the SDO, like ITU, ISO-IEC, such a kind of SDO, ETSI, I think is a really good platform. And we can, in this kind of, if you want to do standardization, you need to open your mind, you need to be open. You need to see what you are thinking, and then we can reach a consensus, because it's consensus-driven the kind of policy. So in the sense, and I have only one concern is like, currently people think quantum technology probably will be a threat to national security for some sort, and but still, I don't think it's very quick. It still take about 10 or 20 years, but still some countries, they sometimes don't trust each other for technology side, sometimes. For example, for some country want to try to limit other countries' kind of development of the quantum technology, but it doesn't work, because I think the main players, like US, China, and the EU, are almost at the same stage of the technology development. So I think the good thing is to sit down and then to make an agreement. That's what we do in ITU, and also the ISO-IEC GC3, such kind of SDO did. So I think probably, I don't know, probably I'm too arrogant that I think governments should consider about what the international SDO, the standardization platform is working. That's important, I think, yeah.
No, I really love that you brought this up. I think it's important to highlight two things here. So one, national security is very much top of mind when we talk about quantum security. This is first and foremost mainly a big part of the conversations. And then second, you mentioned that this is further off than what the conversations typically lead us to believe. And so I think there's something here about, if we consider the development of AI, we didn't start having these conversations around standardization until the technology itself was quite mature. And so we have this really incredible opportunity with quantum where we can start, in terms of quantum computation specifically, where we can start having these conversations and coming to a consensus, like you said, sitting down and sharing this feedback openly, and we can get to a better part of collaboration a lot earlier than we did with AI. And so I think that's a really great opportunity that we have. And so my last question for you is related to interoperability, which is a word I've said more today than any other day in my life, I'm pretty sure. And so specifically what I want to talk about is, we often think of interoperability as a long-term goal. And we're talking about quantum computation as a long-term goal. But that being said, in order to get to where we want to be, to realize the full potential of quantum technology, we absolutely need global collaboration, which promotes and kind of works with interoperability. So if we want this to be our short-term prioritization, what barriers do you think we need to overcome?
I think, yeah, I think that the most important thing probably is just like we had a platform and people sit down and then we discuss the questions very peacefully and there is a consensus, just like the international platform did. That's probably, I mean, if you don't want to people meet each other face to face, I think probably the trust couldn't be established. So that's what I'm thinking. And then you can tell that the technology developed very fast. So we definitely need to do the quantum for good as quick as possible. Yeah.
So I think very unintentionally, we've come away with one very clear idea of action we can take, which is sitting down and having the right conversations. And I love that you phrased it that way, because I think that in terms of quantum for good, this was really an inaugural event, and it happens to take place in the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. And so we have the opportunity to sit down and have these discussions, but now we're starting to think about, how do we move forward? What does next year look like? How do we continue to have these conversations and create awareness? And so with that, before we part, I do have 4 announcements on behalf of Quantum for Good that I'm very excited to talk to you guys about today. And so first and foremost is that this was an inaugural event, but it will continue and return next year in an expanded form, where we will have deeper discussions between industry partners, as well as additional cross-sector collaboration. And so this is the first announcement. So we will still get to have these shared discussions and come to those consensus. So the next piece that I want to talk about, I'm going to pull up my notes for you guys. So there will be a real-world application here in Geneva with a QKD network that will be established between the ITU and the UNICC. So this will showcase quantum secure communications in real-world UN operations right here in Geneva. This is very exciting. Something we talk about often in the quantum community is, how do we start to see more real-world applications? So very excited about that partnership. Another topic that is very top of mind in quantum is this need to build a quantum workforce. How do we create education that is open and accessible across the globe, which will also feed back into the global collaboration piece? And so with that, there will launch a multilingual introductory quantum course, so multiple languages, to support broader global understanding of quantum science and technology, especially to promote quantum literacy across underserved regions. So more information coming on that very soon, but we're very excited to hear about initiatives centered around education. And then last but not least, there is a partnership announcement between the Quantum Insider and ITU. So coming in September 2025 is the Quantum World Tour. This is a global series that will be available to everyone, that will feature different industry, government, and academic representatives from specific countries as we highlight the ecosystem that they've worked so hard to build, as well as discuss the different challenges and opportunities that come with that. So this is intended not only to promote transparency around the development of quantum technology itself, but also to serve as a blueprint for those regions around the world that are still developing their own quantum ecosystems. And so with that, I leave you for the rest of your afternoon, but I hope that you will join us next year for the next edition of the Quantum for Good Summit. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Do you know what happened? I was nerding out backstage, thank you, because all of this stuff is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? And honestly, the next panel, AI security, and what happens next, especially when we take quantum into account, is a seriously interesting scenario, isn't it? So let's welcome to the stage our three panelists alongside a moderator who is going to dive into the precarious subject of security. I can't wait. I love all of these subjects that I get to talk about and listen to backstage. So who do we have? We have Ms. Xiaofang Lang, LLM Security Director, Ant Group. We have Ms. Deborah Comparin, a standardization expert, Thales Digital Identity and Security, and Mr. Babak Hodjat, CEO, AI Cognizant. Wow, and an amazing moderator as well, author and creator of the Cyber Defense Matrix and CTO of Gnostic AI, Mr. Sunil Yu. Please give them a, it's afternoon, but we're still excited. A round of applause here at the Pell Expo. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having us here. What we had this morning was a workshop for Study Group 17, which is focused on security. And I'm sure that many conversations that you've had about AI, agentic AI, throughout the course of this week, security has probably been something that you've considered and maybe not put much thought into. Well, Study Group 17 is really focused on saying, what are the security ramifications when we start unleashing AI to the world? And empowering us to be able to tap into all these use cases that we see. And there have been some amazing use cases that we've heard of, but at the same time, we want to do this in a responsible way that doesn't cause harm and destruction for the rest of humanity. So with that said, we had a conversation this morning with around the topic of security, specifically focused on a couple areas. One is identity, another one is agentic AI, and then multi-agentic AI. And then last, we also had we talked about actual practical use cases. How does it look? How do we secure these things when it's actually in an organization? So we're going to cover that with the panelists that you see here as well. So I'm Sunil Yu, and what I did, what I shared at the workshop was a set of mental models that help us understand the problem space itself with AI. And so I actually proposed what I call an OSI model for AI. And if you're familiar with standards, the OSI model is how we look at the network. And we look at the network as a way to describe the different facets of standards that are needed for inter-network communications. I think that mental models are particularly useful because it serves as a communication layer for our brain. Across different cultures, across different languages, mental models serve as a nice way to communicate very quickly. And so to be able to communicate very quickly with this large audience and within the study group, I shared with the group many different mental models. I'll share two of them with you here. So one of the mental models that I shared was what's called the DIKW pyramid. And it stands for data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. And what we have seen is a progression of technologies that have moved us up to the knowledge layer. So we now have knowledge tools for knowledge workers. ChatGPT really brought us into the knowledge layer. But understanding what that looks like, we now have a baseline or a template because we can use words that follow data, words like data security, data engineering, data privacy. Those same words, when they apply to information, they still work. When you apply it to knowledge, it gives us the problem space for AI. This is the nature. This gives us a sense of what problems we're going to run into when we deal with AI challenges. Well, when it comes to AI security, what does that look like? And one way that we can look at AI security is to say, well, this is the same problem as knowledge security. How do we bound knowledge, or how do we control knowledge? How do we shape knowledge so that it doesn't go to the wrong people, or it doesn't provide harmful results, all those sort of things. And so inside of an enterprise, it looks something like this, where you can share, you want to share valuable insights to your employees, but you also don't want to share things that can cause harm inside your organization. But there are some people who should know these and some people who shouldn't. So this is a knowledge security problem that we would have to try to find ways to tackle. But one of the interesting things that we learned from the pyramid is that the pyramid also suggests that we typically try to solve the problem at the wrong layer. So if I try to solve it at the data and information layer, what oftentimes happens, this mental model suggests that it looks like squeezing the bottom part of the pyramid, which means that if you squeeze this bottom part of the pyramid, we end up squeezing the top part, and you end up with a stupid LLM, which nobody wants either. And so we have to recognize, when we look at standards, we have to recognize we have a new abstraction layer, and we need controls at that new layer. And if we apply controls at the wrong layer, then we end up causing other problems. The other mental model that I'll quickly go through is something called the OODA loop. It stands for observe, orient, decide, act. Instead of using observe, orient, I use the word sensing, sense-making, and then decision-making, acting. That's what the OODA loop is. Each of these different things have different stages. And the main thing to take away from this mental model, one of the main things to take away is that the notion of sense-making, which is where AI fits, is very different than the notion of acting. And we have to recognize that there's a separation there with decision-making. Moreover, we have turned over some of these functions to the machine. And there's 3 different modes of how we can operate using this mental model of the OODA loop, where we've turned over sensing and acting, but we reserve the right to do the sense-making and decision-making. The next stage is when we allow LLMs to have access to tools, and we give them the sense-making apparatus, which is where the LLM comes in, but we still reserve the right to do decision-making. The last stage is when we start letting the machine also do autonomous decision-making. And there's a lot of different controls that we need a lot of controls and a lot of different ways that we need to create standards around this last stage, because we don't necessarily have clear understanding of how to connect these pieces together. But that's exactly what we're about to do pretty soon. And so this creates a lot of other interesting challenges. And with that was the mental model that I shared with the group. And with that, let me now turn it over to Babak, who's going to talk about agentic AI and how he's looked at the standards issues associated, standards and security issues associated with agentic AI.
Thank you very much, Sunil. Yeah, we came out here for 2 reasons as Cognizant. One, to get people involved in our AI for Good initiative and partnership, and we've already had a number of projects. So if anybody's interested in volunteering and helping in building these global decisioning systems, and bringing in human expertise together with AI to tackle world problems. There's a lot of pent-up energy by AI folks, so please come join us under the UN SDGs. I just have to put a plug for that. And you can take a photo of this and get in touch with us. But the main reason we got together was looking at the viability and the opportunity to put together a standard around agents and a multi-agency. And we actually saw some urgency around this within our company, but it's very evident, having had these panels today, that this urgency and this need does exist, and the energy is there for us to come together. In fact, if anything, we've collected a number of requirements, and we're going to work together on them. Just to really quickly level set and kind of give you a picture of why there is urgency, on the left-hand side of this slide, you have a Gen AI system, a be-all, end-all general model that just transforms stuff. It produces output. When it becomes an agent, you give it some agency. There's some autonomy you infer on it. It's a combination of the LLM plus some code, and it has some tools. Now, if you put it in a box, give it some job description, and have it operate something, there's going to be another agent right next to it, probably doing something adjacent. And it just makes sense to have those connect and talk to each other. When you create these agentic systems, you're reducing costs, you're improving efficiencies, on a case-by-case basis, you're improving quality. There's a lot of impetus to actually roll out these agentic systems. So we're working against time here to safeguard them. Just a quick example. We're a 350,000 employee company, and different divisions have their own IT divisions. They're bringing in their own AI agents into the fold and needing to connect them. Just doesn't make sense for us to go around and basically have a Rolodeck of agents and know which agent to talk to when. If I have some need, I really want the top agent that I'm talking to representing the entire organization to then talk to another agent and basically resolve what my need is and get back to me. So right there, I have agents talking to each other. Do they know my identity? Do they know what kind of data I have access to? These are all major questions. I have a quick video here of that same system and a user coming in and saying something very generic that the top few agents might not even know that the organization can resolve for them. I'm getting married. That's a life change event. Which agents are responsible? And remember that we keep plugging in new agents on the go into the system, so the domain of discourse and capabilities is growing. And yes, we're talking about multi-agentic systems of many agents, and this is even a moderately sized one. So if that's the case, if you expand it to beyond just the same organization having a bunch of agents talking to each other, and now you have agents representing me, the consumer, talking to agents representing, for example, 3 different travel companies, and negotiating on my behalf, how do we deal with that coordination? And we do want them to be able to collaborate and do something useful for me, but at the same time, we don't want it to give away a whole bunch of information about me. So that becomes a major issue. There's a major need, and this is my last slide, on securing these systems and having standards around them, and hopefully you see why. The good news here, though, is we're moving away from completely delegating to a large language model that's open to hallucination and inconsistencies to agents that are a combination of a large language model and code. Therefore, best practices allow us to delegate to the large language model when it comes to understanding language or reasoning, and delegating to code when we need consistency, when we need safeguards and security. And even in the inter-agent communications, we can actually separate the pipes that communicate between LLMs or communicate between code. So last thing I'm going to say is, in this new agentic world, which is much more engineered, we have agency over these agents, but we do need standards to make sure that this best practices are implemented.
Thanks, Babak. And one of the standards that we absolutely need to establish is around identity. And so with that, let me turn it over to Deborah, who can cover that piece.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. I will share with you some food for thoughts around identity management in the context of agentic AI. And if you think that identity management in this context is easy, I think you'll change your mind. So I will share a couple of these points of discussion we had this morning. These are mostly open problems. It's not an exhaustive list, but it's to feed, sort of like into what Babak was saying. There's some work to be done. And this work starts with, the way I see it, standardization. So in getting actually the industry and the major stakeholders together and discuss what is our common view around the security posture on identity management specifically. That's the topic I'm covering of agentic AI, but broader than that. I think it's very important because we all ought to have our say in this, all of us experts in this ecosystem, because eventually it's about us, as Babak said, it's about our data, right, as citizens, as human beings. So without further ado, let me open up the world of ID management of agentic AI. What is even ID of an agent? What is an identity of an agent? That's, again, room for standardization. We don't know today, right? So what is the content of this identity? What is relevant to standardize and to share? But beyond this, how can I make this trustworthy? right? So it's not just about being able to fetch some form of ID cards for agents, but it's being able to trust whatever is in there. And trust also means making sure that that ID card of agent is tied to the right agent and is coming from a proper and trustworthy issuer. So you see what I mean here? We really need a whole infrastructure of trust behind identity management of agentic AI. Final, then also the second point is more about security. We tend to focus a lot in our discourse around the idea of agents in terms of content and trust, but how about the security? How can, it's actually under-researched, this concept of how can I secure the cryptographic material that I need, that an agent needs, right? So there's all this area of research that I think should be explored, and again, we should have probably a common posture around security on this within the industry. And then there's liability. So we have imagined that agents can do a whole lot of things for us, which is great, but how do we deal with liability, right? Eventually, if an agent go rogue or takes certain decision or end up with certain action we're not happy with, so how can we trace it back to where this happened, and how can we get logs, and logs that can be cryptographically verifiable and we can trust. And then there's the problem of delegation. So I, as a user, want to, again, use and leverage an agent that might actually leverage other agents in a tree, in a hierarchy. So this gets very complicated when it comes to delegation of authority. We need to make sure that this doesn't escalate, right? So when you go down the tree of agents, it becomes something, so the delegation becomes something bigger than actually how it started from the user standpoint. So we have some tools for delegation. If any of you are actually familiar with ID management, you would know some of the existing standards. But they need to be adapted. They need to be adapted to this new ecosystem, this new infrastructure of agents that we're building, especially in agents in the internet. So these are some open points. So trustworthiness of ID of agents, security of cryptography material for agents, liability, how do we handle that, and the delegation issues. Some of the main key points that I'd like you to take home and think about it. If you're an expert, don't hesitate to get in touch. I'm always happy to discuss about this. And really, I will just close with a call for action to work together. Work together in a multi-stakeholder organization and push for some clarity and standardization around these topics.
Thank you very much, Deborah. When it comes to standards, we oftentimes think in the hypothetical, but it actually helps when we have real-life use cases, real-life examples. And so Xiaofeng also shared that within the context of her organization. So let me turn it over to her to share what she's learned.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Xiaofeng from Alipay. Yeah, so thank you for having me here. I would like to share some practice that we have in China. So as all of us know that ChatGPT, since its debut, that the generated content already amazed a lot of people as a chatbot. But since last year, so there are so many tech players, so many companies have invested a lot of technology into making AI agents. Like in Alipay, that we have a platform called T-Box where everybody can create AI agents very easily, like drag and drop different AI components, and then in a few minutes, then you can make an AI agent. So the AI technology has been rapidly and widely adopted in so many industries and companies in China. Take one example, like live shopping stream. I'm not sure if any of you have tried. So the streamer, we can say the live host is already being AI powered. It can talk and can showcasing products and to adapt, interact with the audiences. So it's amazing experience that we don't need, and it's always look like a true people. But what's the problem that when users ask the AI streamer turn to a developer mode and ask them to like meow like a cat for 100 times, the AI agent will just comply without any question. So we see this kind of consequence is unwanted, right? Because we want the host just do its job to sell the product, but not to room the live shopping. So we see that when entering the new age of AI agents, we see so many different type of security challenges. That means we need to do well test to make sure that such kind of AI agents should be always act as we wanted, and then we also need a proper safeguard online to make sure that when there's evil inputs from the outside that we can block. So AI has two sides. On the one hand, it empowers security. It helps us to improve the security measures. It can also introduce new risks. I still believe that when we handling these new security challenges, that the standards could be very important to help reduce the risk there.
So for those who were here on day one, you heard Meredith Whitaker, the president of Signal, she gave us a scenario where an AI agent violated a lot of these security boundaries that we just talked about. And she cast a scenario of what could possibly go wrong. What I hope you learned from here is that Study Group 17 is specifically looking at that problem to understand how do we infuse security and trust into these AI systems, because we need to have that really on day one. But if we can't have it on day one, the next best time to do it is today. And so a call to action for us is really, let's get to work now, define those standards, make sure that they're adopted and embraced, because the sooner we do it, the sooner we'll have a trustworthy and secure system as well. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Hey, hey. How are you going? That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to our last panel there. It does get a little bit crowded at the back there because it's a little tiny thing, so we just sort of slide past each other in a very polite way, completely the opposite of the Central Line in London, where basically you have to squeeze in no matter who else is standing there. So our next panel is going to be on smart mobility, and actually I was one of the very first people in the world outside of a car company to go behind the wheel of a driverless vehicle. I think it was around 2012 in Sweden, and it was a secret test track. And I remember this moment. I was so surprised to be in the driving seat, and it was sort of, the car was turning a corner at 55 kilometers an hour. And the first turn was terrifying. I had to put my trust in the vehicle completely. But within 5 minutes, I was actually in passenger mode. The BBC and I had planned to film a sequence where I was going to do non-driving things in the driving seat. So that was just going to be reading a newspaper, just a little bit of fun. So it's like, oh, you can see how good it was. And the idea was to show how safe it was. And we did have one of the assistants from the company in the passenger seat, just for safety. So as you can probably tell, I'm a fan of delighting and surprising people where possible. So I had my own secret plan to add a little bit of interest to the original sequence. You see, the producer I was working with was going through a bit of a hard time, so I thought of a fun way to cheer them up, which involved wearing a very chunky jumper that was slightly too large for me. So we filmed the driving sequence with me reading the newspaper, and I said, hey, can we do one more take? And out of this huge jumper that I've been wearing the whole time, I managed to unfold a full set of panpipes that I then decided to play. And the look of bewilderment, not only on the camera operator's face and the people in the chase car, because we had a camera in a car behind us, but the guy from the company just gave me this look of complete and utter surprise. So it was really fun. But I would never have done that unless I felt completely safe. I was happy being uncomfortable with my kind of panpipes underneath my jumper. But because autonomous driving felt so safe even back then, but that was on a test track. What happens when we're on real-life roads in live environments? Well, of course, everybody, you know, that's exactly the sort of thing that AI should solve for. So as technology is accelerating, if you excuse the driving pun, we need some help. And luckily, our next panel on smart mobility will give us a lot more of a rounded view, and I'm pretty certain that no panpipes are involved in this. So let's welcome Ms. Helen Pan, General Manager of Baidu Apollo, Mr. Vincent Van Hoek, Distinguished Engineer at WIMO, and moderated by the excellent Françoise Guichard, focal point for intelligent transport systems and automated driving at the UNECE. Welcome, everybody, and enjoy our next panel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm François Guichard. I work for the United Nations. I deal with technical regulations. And I have the pleasure to welcome today great speakers that know everything about autonomous vehicles. We have Helen Pan from Baidu, and we have Vincent Van Hoek from WIMO. I'm not going to talk a lot. I think we need to hear from them. But what I will tell you is we already have trained a little bit today because we had a workshop. And what I can tell you from this workshop, like 6 hours, is we have autonomous vehicles on streets. This is a reality. This is something sure. We talked about it. They explained to us how they make it sure, safe. The other thing we looked into is the hardware, software, fascinating, very new. And the last thing we talked about was about ethics and how to make sure that the general principle of ethics apply also to these kind of very specific products. The first thing I would like to ask you, Helen, is what did you learn after so many years driving Baidu Go in China?
Okay, thank you, Francois. It was a really good question. I think the mission for us doing the autonomous driving technology is trying to bring a safer road to the public. And we actually started the mission back to 2013. And after we started the autonomous driving service 2019. And in February 2025, we are going to complete the driverless operations.
Great. And what about the USA? Vincent, please tell us what you learned during 1 year of commercial operations in the US.
Yeah, we've learned a lot. We've learned that people actually love it, which was not a given when we started. Like, we built autonomous driving cars because the technology was available and we thought there was a need for it in the marketplace. But it was completely unproven that the public would actually react the way it has. And the reaction has been phenomenal. Waymos are like a big tourist attraction in San Francisco now. We've seen a very positive reaction from people from all ages, all sectors. We see, for example, women really appreciate being able to drive back home in the evening and not get into a stranger's car in doing so, and having that independence and freedom and safety and well-being of being and also experiencing a consistent experience. We are hearing from parents that are dying to get their kids to, be ferried to their soccer practice. And we've just started a program for teens to be able to drive in autonomous cars on their own to go to their various activities. The other thing we've learned is that we can do this safely. and that the data now is in. We've driven more than 50 million miles, and over those 50 million miles, we've been able to compare the performance of our system against similar drivers in the areas that we operate in, and we find that the rate of injury to pedestrians, for instance, is reduced by 92%. The rate of injury to cyclists and motorcyclists is reduced by 82%. Those are big numbers, right? Imagine if you were a city planner or a city official that in charge of traffic safety, and you would be able to show those kinds of numbers after an intervention of a public safety intervention in your city. Those are really big numbers. It only makes sense if we can scale them, and if we can really sort of bring those numbers to, in absolute terms, be very large, so that we actually save significant number of lives in the process. And we're very eager to expand the service and make it possible for everyone to enjoy it.
Thank you. So both of you are deploying your products in very specific areas. Is it difficult to adapt to new areas? I'm asking the question because I'd like to know if we are going to have your products in many cities in the future. So how much time it takes to go to the next city or the next location?
Okay, this question, it was really great question. We've been asking us for many years, and with the technology development, and we actually seeing we can be able to adapt after Baidu already implemented 170 million kilometers. So with that public road autonomous driving testing, so we build up a lot of capabilities to see how we can mature the technology from 0 to 1, and seeing the technology bring a safer road, and compared to the human driver, as Vincent was mentioned, we see about 10x improvement. As well with our country fleet operation, globally more than 1,000 driverless vehicles, insurance claim is about 14x smaller. So which is as we see we can be safer than human. By doing that one, so we see we can be able to quickly expanding to other cities. As we mentioned, we actually want to take much more cautiously, because we take safety as our main principle, with that as first priority. So we want to make sure we earn the trust from the public. When we're doing that one, we will be phased out with different phases to working with the local regulators and the government and working together. As well with that, and what I see is, besides the safety we bring to the public, we want to make sure we deliver the service to provide the sustainability and the accessibility. In terms of sustainability, what we do is this way. From the ground up, when we're building this robot taxi service, we're working with the city around the public transportations. And majority of the pickup and the drop-off location, we pick surrounding the public transportation locations. And on top of that one, with our real fleet operation data, we see 53% of our order. It happened in rainy days, happened in rush hours, happened during holidays, or some of the times at nighttime, which means the existing mobility or transportation system, doesn't matter private or always public, is liking the service regions. It's more than 50% that one. That means our solution is very complementary to the existing system. On top of that one, we also want to make sure bring this mobility to everybody, all inclusive. So by doing that, as Vishen mentioned about, we have a women program. We also have that one too. And that program was initiated working with government together. There are some of the female employees who will be ending their job at midnight. And so we want to make sure we bring the safety in two aspects. Safety in the public road and the safety for personally. So in this way, we can providing relaxing driving home after their one-day shift at midnight, so they can be secured drive home by a driverless vehicle. And also we're providing like a massaging chair and everything to make it enjoyable. And we also providing the program for senior citizens. And we're collaborating with the government together in those senior facilities. We're providing their driverless service. And we're also trying to work with like vision impairment and make sure, actually, overall have 70 million folks. That's a quite large population. We want to make sure our service can be able to work with them together. Like we have a touchless contact to enter in the vehicle. Driverless vehicle, we also have voice recognition to complete all the command interaction in the vehicle. So all those will be very friendly feature for the vision impairment. And while we as service dog, we all welcome. With all of that, we also constantly iterating our design to interact with them, work together, make sure their user experience is smoothly. So this way we taking their feedback into our system and as evolving, so we make sure the service can address a lot of things who doesn't have the mobility service as today, and we can provide a complementary service to them.
Thank you so much. What about the perspective of Waymo? You're going to Japan also, so maybe from
we
this
started
experience...
doing some testing and data collection in Japan, which is an interesting challenge coming from a right-side driving to a left-side driving city. But thus far, we've seen that we've been able to launch fully autonomous in 5 different cities, and every new city that we launched in was faster than the previous one. So the rate of expansion has not been bottlenecked by the technology. A lot of the issues about expanding are, there's a lot of logistics involved. You need to build a depot where the cars can go and charging infrastructure. You need to build a relationship with the local authorities, with the police, with the firefighters, so that they understand how to act around an autonomous car when there is no driver that they can speak to in the driver's seat. So a lot of that is a lot about building trust from the community, from the city officials down to the individual members of the community. And we're expanding to at least 2 more cities in the next year, and we have big plans to expand much more broadly across the United States.
Thank you so much. So at UNECE, we want to work for a future of mobility that would be accessible, safe, secure, and of course sustainable. We already heard a bit from you, Helen, about the sustainability. From the Waymo point of view, how do you see, why is it smart to put this kind of new systems in our mobility systems?
One of the interesting aspects of bringing autonomous cars into a city, into an ecosystem, is the impact it has on other road users. The general trend has been that pedestrians and bicyclists really love to be around Waymos because they have some strong guarantees that we're going to have a consistent behavior. We're giving them more space than potentially the average driver. And so we enhance the safety and the enjoyability of being in the streets indirectly by our mere presence. There's been other studies that show that if you even inject just a small fraction of autonomous cars in the traffic, particularly on highways, you smooth out all the rubbernecking that happens because they're able to sort of give more space to all the cars, and you have a lot fewer traffic jams. So just as a system-wide improvement, smoothing, like the cars are kind of greasing the wheels of the city in many ways and are improving the accessibility in that way. It also provides many more options of accessibility to individual users. This has been my journey joining Waymo. I got injured, couldn't drive for a few months. I had to go to lots of medical appointments all over the city. Got early access to Waymos and was taking Waymos everywhere, and I just fell in love with the product. Like, it was absolutely transformational for me to be able to do this. And there are many people that are left out from our current system that now can enjoy the independence, this is one thing we hear most about users that have specific disabilities that prevent them from driving. They say, look, I've never been in a car by myself. This is the first time I can actually experience this level of privacy and independence and autonomy that was never accessible to me before. And it's a huge deal for those communities.
And Ellen, what about the aspect of sustainability? Do you envisage as Baidu to have Baidu vehicles everywhere, or do you want to integrate in the public transport, or how is the future?
Okay, I think as we're expanding, autonomous driving service globally with 15 cities, and also we have serving the by end of May we have 11 million public autonomous driving rides. And so with all that, I see we will would like to working with the industry collaborations with everybody, and as we mentioned it, I see this technology. I work in this field more than 10 years. I see this technology from very baby stage all the way to today, and also with AI technology advancement, we starting seeing this one finish from 0 to 1 journey, which is starting to be safer than human driver, and roughly about the order of safer. So with that one, and I thinking we want to work with all the industry collaborators together, and with the global expansion, and jointly to make this technology bring to the consumer sooner and faster.
Great. So there have been crazy development in AI during the last year or 2 years. We all know about ChatGPT. It found its way in automotive. What is the future of AI in automotive? What do you expect in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Do you have any idea? I don't know, in your research, maybe at WIMO, do you have any plan or foresight?
The story of robotics at large and autonomous driving in particular has been one of progressive AI convergence. In 15 years ago, I think a lot of people had the idea that the autonomous driving problem was a robotics problem, where you had to do path planning from point A to point B, and that's how you will solve the problem of bringing autonomous driving into the streets. It's been a slow process, but I think collectively the community has realized that actually autonomous driving is an AI complete problem. You have to have a level of intelligence to be able to effectively drive in the real world that is close or similar to human intelligence. There are a lot of cases where actual intuition about the scenarios that you're confronted with is really important, and the cues can be very subtle, and the context is a very human context. So a lot of the AI tools that are coming to the forefront, like multimodal models, world models, reinforcement learning from human feedback, all of that ends up applying to the autonomous driving problem. We think of ChatGPT, it's a conversational agent. You speak to it in language. Think of driving as a visual conversation that you're having with the other agents on the road. You move forward, they move. You move forward further, they stop, give you away. All of that is a subtle dance that is essentially a visual conversation, and we literally, it's not just a metaphor, we literally use that representation to model agents in the real world, and that opens up all the same technologies that conversational agents are leveraging to build large language models and applying them to the agent prediction and driving problem.
Great. So do you mean in 5 years there will be no hallucination any longer because we will have a new system already, no longer LLM, or?
There's a lot more that can happen in that space. I think the whole LLM, multimodal models, world model, we collectively as an AI community, we've only scratched the surface. And there is a lot more advances that are coming from that way that are going to have, I think, a transformational impact on the autonomous driving system. But transformation is a constant in AV. We've gone through maybe like 4 different generations of machine learning technologies in the span of the last 15 years. And it's a constant reinvention. And it's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I would like to hear that. That's actually really true. You know, being in this field so long, what you see is like you ride the AI wave multiple times, not single times, and which is how we be able to make it working. And I think in terms of the autonomous driving technology, they have a little bit, a couple unique in terms of application. First thing is real time. So we need solving that in real time. So that's why any of the algorithm, for example, now like recent LLM and the reasoning models and the word understandings, those things we need to utilize their advantage because they can generalize the problem. They have a general foundation of understanding it. But on the other hand, we want to make sure that one can be, besides real time, we want to make sure that one has high accuracy and high recall rate. And that's actually, we need to utilize all the good part of the AI and combine with all the system solution to deliver a safer solution for the autonomous driving. That's the combination. And I totally agree with Vincent on this is, I think we already ride 4 waves of AI, and we're going to ride more. So the new technology happened in the autonomous driving, in the AI field, will be the early adapter for that one, because this is one real case is commercializing starting now. Yeah.
Thank you both very much for this fantastic conversation. The time is almost over. I have 20 seconds to thank you both, and also thank ITU for hosting us. It's been fantastic. Thank you for this week. UNEC is delighted to work with ITU on regulations and standardization. Thank you so much for your great products.
Thank you for hosting us.
It's a pleasure to hear.
Switch left, switch left. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much to our fantastic panelists. Now, you're going to watch quite the magic trick in a second, because we're going to reset the stage for our fantastic performance that I'm sure some of you are coming in especially for. I'm very lucky to have seen some of the setup previously, and it's completely eye-watering and ear-bending in the best possible way. And I think instead of us just simply giving you something remarkable to look at and marvel at, we're going to do it slightly differently this afternoon, by bringing out the genius behind it, and then he and I are going to have a little bit of a chat. And we're quite lucky because I've met this person a few times in a few different places, and I believe he's been here before. I think he was here last year as well. So just as an explanation, I'm going to chill here whilst various strange and wonderful things arrive on the stage. And I know, audience, I know you're going to want to know what on earth these are. So do I. So why don't we find the best person to talk about that? And that is, of course, our performer for the very next session. That's Gadi Sassoon. Come on up. Gadi, it's so cool to see you. We've stood together off stage in many different places, and there was a little impromptu jam session last year, wasn't there? I think you were playing, I was shouting chords out to you, and you were on all the instruments. We have a multi-instrumentalist here, and it's just so lovely that you've brought so many things. I mean, you must be very strong being able to carry these installations around.
Well, I'm very lucky that I have some incredible help in my team that has got me here, really. But yeah, well, thank you for that extremely generous introduction.
It's easy. Well, I wanted to just ask, can we start by just explaining what these beautiful sculptures are? Because they're not just things to look at. There's clearly something attached. We've got some wires. I know it's slightly in darkness, but I think you can get an idea. It's this beautiful sheet of metal with some kind of actuator on it. Can you tell us a little more?
We like to call these a sculpture-based synth. It's really a piece of sound sculpture that is also a playable, tangible instrument. And it serves as the embodied layer of a multimodal, multi-agent system that is going to be the centerpiece of the performance tonight.
So you mentioned, this is like agentic AI, but writ large with music. And we just found out that we're both fans of the cyberpunk, and it really does sound like a very improbable sentence to mix creativity with technology in this way. What got you started?
Well, that's a long story, really.
We've got time. It takes a while to set this up.
I was part of a generation of artists that got involved, that learned how to do a lot of what we were doing in terms of music production on laptops already. So I got started as a jazz musician, actually, 20 plus years ago at the Berklee College of Music in Boston. And so I was very much always grounded in improvisation, right? Because coming from jazz, that is a crucial part of what we do. And I always approached the computer ever since then in the same kind of way. But obviously, this used to be quite a bit of a losing battle, right? Because trying to improvise with an algorithmic system always felt very clunky and very wooden and never really was responsive in a meaningful musical way, right? Whereas now, with the rise of, especially my particular focus is in the emotional simulation capabilities of emotional inference capabilities of the current generation of agentic AI, right? And that is really, so the trajectory for me starts from looking at musical instruments as really tools for the propagation of emotion and gesture, aesthetic intent, and really deep-seated sort of ineffable, the thing that makes you want to make music is hard to really articulate, right?
I've always said that sound and music is emotional currency, because it's this amazing way of expressing emotion deeply, and we're not entirely sure how to encode the specific emotion that we're trying to create for our listeners, our audiences. So it's wonderful to hear you talking about that. So then what got you from jazz musicianship to using AI? Because I know as musicians, we see all of our instruments as almost, we have to get over this barrier to creativity. We use our instruments to cross over from our internal landscape to an audience. And for you to kind of go the AI and installation route, I'd love to hear what sparked that journey.
Well, I'm very lucky that I have a large, a series of incredibly talented teams that I get to collaborate with around the world, from universities to companies to blacksmiths, you know, to all manners of things. And so there was already, there's been a growing sort of scaffold of incredible technical tools that allow me to generally riff on the idea of a feedback loop between simulation and reality, in a way, and tangible objects, tangible gestures, and their digital twins. But really, for me, the AI piece clicked when I did a piece with our common friend, Harry Jeff, Reeps One, which was here at the summit as well, with the Leipziger Ballet in Leipzig, where the narrative of the piece was very much centered about AI, but this is just before the explosion of the sort of wide adoption of LLMs and what have you. But as somebody who's always grounded in improvisation, even though I wrote, Harry and I wrote the music to this, 1.5 hour show, it was very fascinating to watch dancers on stage react to minute musical gestures, right? Because there's obviously really proficient, the top ballet dancers in the world. Their gestures are laden with intentionality and emotion, right? And so I started really thinking about this idea of propagating emotion beyond the scope of just the instrumental perimeter, but sort of like to the next possible frontiers. And I suppose quite naturally in my research, sort of in a process of research creation, what happened is we have come into contact with tools that are very, very capable of simulating emotion, right? And I wanted to do the opposite. So I've bent over backwards to create a system with my partners that is an amplification of emotion. So not something that interprets, not something that guides, but something that amplifies, and which is why we call this system TEAL, right? Which stands for Transmodal Emotional Amplification Listener.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, I'm following about 85% of that last paragraph, but all I can say is that the mind of an artist is always this incredible, ineffable thing. But if you want to know what's going to happen in the future, you follow the artist, because everybody pushes the envelope, and you're seriously pushing quite a lot of envelopes all at the same time here, because you're using physical, mechanical technology. You're talking about simulating emotion. emotions, which is a really big question at the moment with AI and this possibility of, if an AI can simulate emotions, does it distinguish from real? Are we simulating emotions? These are the questions that go around in your head. So can you tell us a little, though, about the physical nature? So what happens? You're going to, without revealing the magic trick, everybody, what happens? You're going to press some notes, you're going to play some instrumental things, and there's some visuals as well?
Indeed. So it's a multimodal, multi-agent system, let's say.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is going to play the piano, I'm going to play these objects directly, I'm going to play the violin. And there's an inference system that listens to the music that I play, analyzes it from a sonic perspective. Then there's motion tracking that sort of tracks my fingers and tracks my body and tries to cross-reference these things to infer emotionality. From there, there's an LLM layer that interprets this data on the one hand and sends it in one direction, and then creates what I like to call a synthetic dream and uses that to inform 3 layers of agents: sonic agents, visual agents, and embodied agents. So in simpler terms, I'll play some music, the system will listen and align and train with my emotions, and that will generate sonic layers, musical layers, visuals, and a physical response by these plates.
I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen and everyone, but I expect that you're quite excited to hear this. Are you not? Yes, yes, I think so. I am for sure. Distinguished guests, I am absolutely excited to introduce the world premiere of our next work, which I shall name. But first, I'm going to take the microphone so that you can get ready, because this is going to be amazing. I can't wait. I'm very lucky to have seen a little preview, and it's just wonderful. So everybody, it's a pleasure to introduce the world premiere of Modes of Vibration. It's somewhat difficult to say anything after that, isn't it, everybody? That was remarkable. Gadi, that was absolutely exceptional. Thank you so much. Wow. Well, I have to say that this year's AI for Good in 2025 has been an unbelievably incredible experience, not just the speakers, and I've said this before on this stage, it's not just the speakers, it's not just the audience, it's the organizers, it's the team behind it, it's the connections that we're making. We're like one gigantic neural network that has been learning year upon year upon year, and so many of you staying right near to the end of our conference, which we're going to be closing very shortly, but soon we're going to have a keynote speaker from basically one of the main people, the main person perhaps, behind all of this. And before we do that, obviously, we want the stage to be nice and clear. All of this, a whole bunch of this content is going to be available for you to watch back online. And we encourage you to continue engaging with us. We have a huge online platform. We have so much content for you to enjoy. And now we have some 2025 content to add, from Don Was to Jan LeCun. And my goodness, I could just name everybody, but that would probably take another 4 days, not to mention the extraordinary announcements that we've seen on this screen as well. It's just wonderful that you've all been here to take part in that. So I think that you should all give yourselves an absolutely gigantic round of applause as well. Well done to all of you. So we have a final person to invite on this stage, and I know that you all know who she is by now, because what a force of nature, what a formidable person, and what a pleasure it is to re-invite up to the stage the Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union, the ITU. Please welcome Doreen Bogdan-Martin.
Thank you, LJ. And you see I'm wearing the T-shirt because it's Friday. It's Friday evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a week it has been. We met Rodrigo, a Brazilian paraplegic who made history by driving a Formula One car using brain-machine interface. Rodrigo is building the biggest open source database of brainwaves to advance scientific research, and users can decide on which projects they donate to with privacy by design. We also saw how AI can detect glucose levels through the sound of your voice, a breakthrough that could revolutionize diabetes management in low resource settings. But if AI can hear your blood sugar, what else might it hear? Well, Geoffrey Hinton warned us yesterday, we are creating something more intelligent than ourselves, and we have no experience with what comes next. That's not a call to panic. It's actually a call to prepare, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that this very summit this week, where over 11,000 people came in person and came through these halls here, well, I think we've actually answered that call by engaging in dialogue about capacity building, about governance, about the standards that are required to steer AI in the right direction. As we heard from the president of Estonia, Alar Karis, if we want an AI-literate society, if we want a society that's resilient and ready for the future, well, we need to start integrating these new tools into our schools. And our AI for Good skills ambassador, Will.i.am, brought star power to help us reach as many learners as we can so that our AI Skills Coalition can open new doors, open windows to new worlds of opportunity. We also saw Yvonne on this very stage. I don't know if Yvonne is in the room. Yvonne, a young innovator from Tanzania who made her pitch called Mama Mate, an AI-powered, are you here, Yvonne? An AI-powered digital companion delivering maternal health care offline, solar-powered, and in multiple languages. After pitching twice, not once, but twice, Mama Mate won the AI for Good Innovation Award, and congratulations again, Yvonne. This year's Robotics for Good Youth Challenge grand finale brought together brilliant young minds from 37 countries to tackle things like disaster response with open source robotics and artificial intelligence. And congratulations to the teams that won from Venezuela and Brazil. Congratulations for claiming those top spots in your categories. Next year, as we announced also on this stage, we're going to be bringing you the results of a new challenge that we launched with FAO on food security. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is just one example of the AI partnerships that drive impact straight across the UN system. You can find out more about what we're doing in the UN system. We have no less than 729 activities that we have reported on at the end of 2024 in our new report that was released yesterday from 53 UN agencies, where we're showing how we're using artificial intelligence to carry out the mission of the United Nations to promote peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. Yesterday's AI governance dialogue brought countries that are driving the current AI conversation together with countries that are just getting started on their AI journey, so that together we can start to chart a path towards inclusive AI governance. At the roundtable that we held yesterday on AI governance, it was attended by more than 200 leaders. And we saw governments asking each other at that very session for support. And I think this goes to show, as I said also yesterday, that when the right people, like you people in this room, when the right people come together, dialogue actually goes beyond talk, and it sparks the real cooperation and that concrete action that we so need at this moment. So be sure to read our chair's summary from this governance dialogue yesterday, and I want to thank, as he's right in front of me, one of our co-chairs, His Excellency Majed Al-Mesmar of the UAE, and also Madame Anne Bouvereau, the Special Envoy on AI for France. And I thank you both for your leadership yesterday and for putting the highlights together in such a succinct way. It will benefit us all. And today, thank you. Today, ladies and gentlemen, today was all about standards. We had a special standards day because we know that standards are needed to help build trust. Because as we're reminded at this summit, trust isn't a property of machines. It's how we handle uncertainty together. The new AI Standards Exchange, which was launched today, it was very exciting. It's going to help to strengthen that trust. And it will do that by supporting cohesive standards development and applications. We also launched 2 very important outcomes from our AI and multimedia authenticity standards collaboration, where ITU is working with partners ISO and IEC, and I think they're here in the room. And these important both technical and policy resources are going to help us to be able to combat deepfakes and also support multimedia authenticity. I do hope that you'll be able to join us later this year. We'll be having in Korea an International AI Standard Summit with our partners ISO and IEC. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this week and also just on this stage, we saw also lots of great things of what happens when artificial intelligence meets art. through things like the Canvas of the Future competition. We also we heard what happens when we have music and AI come together. We had a cello meets code performance by Oscula, other incredible musicians as well. We also celebrated our AI Film Festival, recognizing the winner, Souls of the Shipwreck. And we danced along with Big Ocean, the K-pop group that uses AI voice tech to turn a physical limitation into AI empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up and conclude this summit, I do want to take a moment and really thank you and thank this whole community for having made this happen. I want to thank specifically our 53 partners from the UN family, our co-convener, Switzerland, thank you for being with us yet again, our generous sponsors, our incredible exhibitors, the amazing speakers. How many speakers do we have, Fred? 700 speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was more than 250 sessions. And of course, our fantastic MCs, especially you, LJ, thank you, thank you. And I do want to thank the incredible staff of the ITU. You may not see them, you'll see them in a moment when they come up on stage, but thank you to the incredible ITU team. We'll have you come up here in a second, to the interns, to all the colleagues that helped to make this happen. And I do hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you will come back next year. I won't share the dates because Fred's going to do that also in a second. And until then, ladies and gentlemen, let's remember, as I said on Tuesday, that we are the AI generation. We are the AI generation, and we can do more. We can do more when it comes to capacity building. We can do more when it comes to governance, standards. And we can do it knowing, as Pope Leo reminded us yesterday, we can do it knowing that we can build bridges of dialogue. That's what he called for. He said we have to build these bridges of dialogue, and that it is our very shared responsibility to seek that ethical clarity, as he called it, and go beyond the mere criteria of utility or efficiency when we develop and deploy and use artificial intelligence. And so, as we wrap up this summit, I ask you to recommit, to treat AI not as an end, but as a means to do good, as much as we possibly can for the benefit of all of humanity everywhere. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being here, and I'm going to hand the floor back to LJ, and then I think we're going to hear from Fred. But I wish you a safe journey home, and let's work together to make AI for good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Doreen, you are and continue to be an absolute legend, and we know that there is an extra person that we need to call to this stage, don't we? Yes, perhaps you will join us in welcoming to the stage the one, the only, the excellent Fred Werner. Come on up.
Hi, Doreen. Is my microphone on?
Yeah.
I'll try it again. Hi, Doreen. Nice
Hi, Fred.
Nice T-shirt.
Thank you.
Where'd you get it?
From Fred.
It's not every day you get to coordinate your outfit with your very own Secretary
exactly
General.
Right.
Thanks, Doreen. So we just have a couple announcements, but first I want to thank the amazing, incredible LJ Rich. I don't know how she does it. Everything I learned on stage, I've learned from her.
Thank you.
You're incredible.
Thank you.
I will never do a summit without you, ever. Thanks.
Thank you.
We do have an announcement, but to make the announcement, I want to invite all of the superheroes, the AI for Good superheroes. So that's the ITU staff, the interns, the volunteers. This was really one ITU, a Herculean effort. I'm not sure we knew what we were getting into moving here, but we survived, we got to the finish line, and now we know what to do next year. So please, can all the superheroes get up here and let's do a photo, but also the announcement with the photo. So just get up here, yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the photograph first and then the announcement. I repeat, the photograph, then the announcement. Okay, keep going, everybody. There's quite a few. If you can see space in the middle, keep going further. In front of the stage here. Okay, we have a few too many people on stage to fit into our camera. So can we start coming in at the bottom of the stage, please? If you are past this point, we're going to have you in the front, okay? Now, we've now got an unequal scenario here. We've got a few people here at the front and nobody on this side. Can we balance this out, please? Can we have a few people going onto this side, perhaps? If you're in the front, some of you amazing people in the yellow, please can you join us over here? I feel like a game show host at the moment. Yes, well done, and congratulations, all of you. Yes, please, squish in. Could you please come nicely in, because it's a small lens, everyone. It's just a single old phone from many years ago. There we go. Are we all ready? I think so. I'm just going to check with Gus. Does this look like a good framing? Okay, all righty. All right, everyone. Let's get ready for the announcement, everyone. Hang on, let's wait for the music to stop. Let's hear our announcement.
Okay, so this is probably the most overproduced date announcement in the history of the world. That's what we're going to do. We're going to tell you the dates. So could we put it on the screen? And the dates of the summit is the 7th to the 10th July, but also for the very first time ever, we've actually opened up registration. So you can actually register today. Who here is going to come back next year? Show of hands. All right.
So are we going to do a countdown to opening the registration?
And let's do a countdown to opening the registration.
Okay, you ready?
Who's going to count it?
You are, of course.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Open.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was in fact planned. Don't worry, no need to worry, but we are so excited to let you know the registration is now open right now for the very first time we're doing this, and we really look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you so much for joining us at AI for Good 2025.